Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters, and welcome, friends, to another edition of DawahWise, where we aim to educate, inform, and inspire everyone with respect to how to carry out interfaith dialogue. So I've got another tab open here somewhere. I do apologize.
That's right.
Welcome, Walaikum salam, brothers. So we also have Dr. Resnick here with us today. Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you for having me.
Wonderful. So I'm Mohammed, and today in part 9 of our event, we are continuing the discussion on Hinduism, demystifying Hinduism, with Ustad Mansur and Ustad Hashim. And of course, our special guest again, Dr. Howard Resnick, and later on in the event, we will have Brother Shabir Yusuf joining us.
There's still a tab open, I think.
I got it.
Okay, good.
Sorry about that. In this week's stream, we investigate hamartiology and soteriology, the concepts of sin and the concept of salvation in Hare Krishna, and we'll be just having a back and forth dialogue to sort of establish what does this mean for us, where it goes, and how Dr. Resnick and sort of that particular faith really sort of addresses these, or even whether they do address them. Again, this is open to discussion today. For Muslims, of course, Allah informs us throughout the Qur'an and numerous hadith about good and bad actions, righteous and sinful acts. Allah teaches us that some sins are more punishable than others in the hereafter. A clear distinction in Islam is made between major sins and minor sins. And in the Qur'an, chapter 53, verse 31 to 32, really goes into this detail and indicates that if an individual stays away from the major sins, then their minor sins will be forgiven. That's our position, and we'll compare and contrast that with the position that Dr. Resnick will present shortly. So, just as a way of introduction again, just in case you missed the last episode, Dr. Resnick, also known as H.D. Goswami, is a scholar and a senior spiritual leader of ISKON. Following his undergraduate degree in world religions at the University of California, Berkeley, he went on to receive a PhD in Sanskrit and Indian studies at Harvard University. He is fluent in 7 languages and has completed a literal translation of his popular complete guide to the Bhagavad-Gita. He has taught at Graduate Theological Union and the University of Florida and lectured at dozens of universities across North and South America, Europe and India. Dr. Resnick, welcome again, and thank you for agreeing to join us for another, I hope, interesting and animated discussion, just as we had last time.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. And Ustad Mansur, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Very well, thank you. I hope
and how are you feeling this week? Much more awake, I see. Certainly the MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah. And Brother Hashim, how are you?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all the audience, and yes, to our esteemed guest, Dr. Resnick. Good to have you back.
And before we start, Brother Hashim, do you have any words that you'd like to share with the audience before we start in terms of our channel, maybe our Nasantra channel, anything else you'd like to share with them? Very quickly.
Yeah, we have all the links on our website, DawahWise.com. So we have an Arabic channel and a Nusantara channel, which is Indonesia, Malaysia. The people over there, they can watch our videos with the local dialects subtitles. So as I said, yeah, please do watch those, subscribe, and do like and comment. And also we have, alhamdulillah, these live streams. So do share and comment on the live streams as well. By the way, just one more note. Our other guest, Brother Shabir Yusuf, he'll be joining us shortly, inshallah. So please remain tuned. And at the end of this, as usual, we'll have a Q&A.
Of course, Jazakallah. Thank you. And of course, we'll introduce Brother Shabir once he joins to the members of the audience that don't know him. Howard, how have you been since we last spoke? Have you been busy? Have you been resting, relaxing? What have you been up to?
Actually, at the end of February, I'm taking a break because I have some very important literary projects I have to complete.
Oh, wonderful.
And I mean, I love to do this. I mean, what we're doing together here, it's so much fun. I do it around the world. I mean, digitally, but I just, sometimes you got to choose, what
Yes.
your priorities are. So I have to get the books done.
Absolutely. So are you writing books? You have publishers ready, or were you
Yeah.
putting scripts together at the moment?
Yeah, actually, I have an international publishing house that I sort of founded.
Mm-hmm.
So my books are now in about, I think, 8 languages, and including Turkish, actually.
Wow.
And yeah, the Bhagavad-Gita is available in Turkish. So I am doing sort of a historical reconstruction of the story of the Mahabharata. It's the great historical epic of South Asia. And I'm sort of, usually it's been approached from an academic perspective, which is kind of, like trying to desacralize everything,
Mm-hmm.
or, it's all mythology. And then it's also approached, of course, from internally from religious perspective, in which it's all true. And so, interestingly, we have some great teachers, famous teachers in our line, like Arya, who wrote about 800 years ago, wrote a book on the Mahabharata, in which he said the text has been corrupted historically because it goes back thousands and thousands of years. And so, and even Krishna in the Bhagavad-Gita talks about the problem of text corruption, actually, in chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, so what I'm doing is sort of approaching it as an academic historian, but actually as someone within the tradition that accepts that these things actually happened, that God really did come to this world. And so from that perspective, I'm using all kinds of ancient texts and sort of in reconstructing what I believe is something very likely, sort of like, the original history, without going too crazy and changing everything. But yeah, go ahead.
So this is fascinating. I mean, it's not the topic of today, but I find this fascinating. So is this sort of akin to what the Christians do with textual criticism and trying to reconstruct the Bible, if you're familiar with that?
Yeah,
that line. Yeah.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, that those text critical studies, which had apparently, according to them, some success in reconstructing both the New Testament and also Greco-Roman literature, pagan literature,
Mm-hmm.
which was actually, as we know, preserved by the Muslim community. That's why we have it today.
Yes.
And so they took these same techniques, these same academic techniques, and applied them to the Mahabharata, but with much less success for a few reasons. Number one, the text is much older, whereas, I mean, the New Testament, you could say, is roughly historical because the New Testament was composed at a time when people are very literate, especially, in the Greco-Roman world. They're very literate. And so it's roughly within the historical horizon. But in the case of Mahabharata, it goes back so many thousands of years that, I mean, let's say the historical context of the New Testament or the Qur'an seem almost like modern compared to that because it's so old.
And why is that important? Why is that? I mean, clearly this would have been done earlier, but why do you feel it's important that this is reconstructed accurately? Is it to?
Okay.
I don't know, what's the goal? What's the goal?
Okay.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that famous Christian hymn, the music of which was written by Handel, Georg Friedrich Handel, my favorite composer. But that famous hymn, "Joy to the world, the Lord has come." So from our point of view, Krishna coming to this world is the most important thing that ever happened on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God the Father, you could say, are coming to this world. And so, and then we have a book called the Bhagavatam, which
Mm-hmm.
is very, very central to us, and which either from the academic or the internal spiritual community point of view is not a corrupted text. But, and so it gives several times the headlines of the Mahabharata. And so I have, again, from within my own internal, let's say within my community, our own exegetical and hermeneutic perimeters. I can stay within the boundaries of the Bhagavatam, but the Bhagavatam doesn't it just gives summaries, very brief summaries of these things. And so I'm sort of applying those revelations from the Bhagavatam to the Mahabharata and looking at a number of other ancient Sanskrit texts and trying to use common sense, like what would real people do? Try to kind of cut through some of the more, let's say, sort of undisciplined hagiographical material, and just trying to really ascertain what happened. I mean, we know basically what happened, but trying to tell a story, because the Mahabharata, unlike the Bhagavatam, was really meant to be the people's book. It was meant to be a book which common people could understand and appreciate, whereas the Bhagavatam gets into very sophisticated theology, advanced theology. So, although it also has stories. So in that sense, I feel the ultimate purpose of this great civilization, this great Sanskritic, Vedic, Vaishnava civilization, in a sense, is being impeded. The purpose is not really being fulfilled because we have the people's book, this great Mahabharata, actually one of the biggest books in any language ever composed, and trying to make it accessible, trying to make it coherent, and get closer to the actual history. So
interesting. So yeah, go ahead. So sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that's why it's so important.
Yeah, it's interesting. You say it's revelation. So because I know, I mean, from the biblical history, and again, you know, I've done a little bit of sort of research into this. The purpose there is to reconstruct what Christians see as inspired revelation, right? So they have a very particular reason for trying to reconstruct the words. So, what is the view of the Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad-Gita in your tradition? Then, is it revealed revelation? Is it inspired revelation?
Yeah, inspired revelation.
Okay, and so when when the Christians say inspired, they mean a particular, the Holy Spirit moved people to write the words.
Right.
What does inspired mean in your tradition?
That God, who is omnipotent, and there's even a term for Krishna, Satya Sankalpa, or for God, meaning that whatever God wills becomes reality.
Okay.
Whereas we will many things that don't actually happen in this world, as we know, on a daily basis. So from our point of view, Krishna or God or Allah, whatever name you use, is all merciful, and despite ourselves, loves us. And he wants to, it's like any loving parent wants to bring us back to our real life, our real happiness. Use the word revert to Islam. And so we have something very similar. Prabhupada, sort of the slogan that he gave for the whole Hare Krishna movement was back to God, or as he said, back to God, the idea of going back to our original home. And Krishna, there's a very powerful few verses in the 4th canto of the Bhagavatam where God says to the soul that you left me, you rejected me and came to this world because you wanted to enjoy material life, but actually your real happiness is to return to your actual home and to your life with me. So that kind of segues into the whole idea of the spiritual world or salvation, soteriology, that it's our original home. It's our eternal home. And this world this world is so obviously flawed. I mean, what person in their right mind could ever mistake this world for the spiritual world? So maybe I could just sort of get into the what was that word?
Hamartiology.
Yeah, great word. I mean, thanks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
you expanded my vocabulary. Hamartiology.
Yeah, so let's actually start there, because one of the things I'd like to start with, an open question actually, is because you mentioned this last time as well, and I'll pick up on this, is this idea that there is this idea of this sort of perfect, almost platonic world of which this existence is a shadow or a reflection.
Yes.
which is a very specific view that you have. Could you maybe just sort of spend a few moments explaining how that relates to then the actions that we do here, and in what terms then is it seen as good or bad. Then, if this is imperfect to start with,
right. I will refer here to the great question that Socrates asked Euthyphro, because I think Socrates totally nailed it. And because he was having a dialogue with a man named Euthyphro, who's basically a self-righteous ass, like a hypocritical, self-righteous person, of which there are, of course, still many among us.
The Euthyphro dilemma. Yes, I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Yeah. So Socrates asked him this question, so a rhetorical question, but that I thought was brilliant. And he said, are certain actions good, like morally good, because the gods love those actions, or do the gods love those actions because they are good? And so it is possible, in our view, to objectively analyze that certain actions are good. They actually they enrich people. They bring people to purity, to real happiness, and so on, to God. And other activities are intrinsically destructive. For example, an obvious example, let's say taking an addictive drug. I mean, it's obviously an activity which is going to destroy one's happiness. And so we follow 4 principles. In order to be a serious practitioner of bhakti yoga in Krishna consciousness, one has to follow 4 or give up 4 activities. One is gambling. Another is any form of drug or alcohol. I hope I can get these. I'm supposed to be a guru, so I better remember that.
Okay, the ball is entirely in your court, sir.
Another one is sex outside of marriage. And the 4th one is foods that are procured through cruelty, such as meat, fish, or eggs. Well, eggs are kind of, a lot of people think that's a gray area, but in other words, slaughtering innocent, conscious creatures to eat carcinogenic food. So we have to, to be a serious practitioner, one has to give up those 4 things. And so my point is that we give those up because objectively, they're not good for us. It's not good for our human flourishing, our well-being. And so anything that and by the way, that distinction you make between big sins and little sins, we also have that. In Sanskrit, in the Manu Samhita, for example, you have the term mahapapa, which means a great sin, or a big sin, and then other things which are, because it's kind of common sense.
Is there anything such as an unforgivable sin, like the way we have called shirk, like
right,
something similar?
If there was an unforgivable sin, there are things that, like in this life, I really struggle to forgive people for. But from God's point of view, rather than from the human point of view, if there was an unforgivable sin, then one could not say that God was infinitely merciful. And infinitely merciful does not mean he puts up with nonsense. It doesn't mean you can, get away with murder. So there is justice. And if someone does something wrong. But one thing I really like about the Bhagavad-Gita, thank God, is that Krishna is not a jealous God. Because if you think about it, again, I've said this last time, and I am, and obviously other people too, I was blessed with really good parents. And there was a time in my life when I was a teenager in which I cringe when I think of, how I spoke to my parents or things that I did. And it's one of the things that I most regret from my crazy youth. Is sometimes some of the ways that I dealt with my parents. I wasn't evil, but it was, I was a self-righteous, nonsensical adolescent. So, but my parents always forgave me. It's not that they stopped loving me. So I don't think God is less merciful than my parents. In fact, just a realization I had just to close this out. The day in the year 2000, the day my father passed away, which was it's a big event, especially for people who are blessed with good families. It's It's a serious thing. And so I remember that night I laid in bed, I had trouble getting to sleep. And this realization came to me, this inspiration, I think, from God. And that is that it's actually God that inspires parents to love children. That the reason parents feel such deep love for their children is not just some, stupid pseudoscientific, evolutionary theory about reproductive advantages and everything. But the reason is, and so I realized that the tremendous amount of love that I received from my parents, it was actually God inspiring them in their hearts to love me. And that they were sort of conveying to me God's own love for me.
Interesting.
So we actually have a hadith
Yeah.
that speaks. So, any of the brothers want to step in here?
Brother Mansur.
Yeah, Brother Mansur, do you want to step in with the 99 parts and 1 part hadith in terms of?
No, this is the hadith about the mercy. In which
the mercy. Yes.
It's like divided mercy into 100 parts, and only 1 part he gave it to the creation, and that's how you see every creature showing mercy and love and affection between themselves. And he retained, of course, the other 99% of it, or parts of it, just to show you how infinitely more merciful within this comparative understanding God is. I mean, if you think about the mercy as you're describing, the mercy of the parents, the mother, the love the mother has for the young, in every creature. I mean, it's not just human beings. And God is infinitely more merciful than the mother, just to understand that. But it's quite interesting, though. I just thought I will ask you this question. So are you saying, coming back to the point you made, that there are things intrinsically good, objectively good by themselves, besides God, independent of God?
No, nothing is independent of God. But they're
necessarily good.
They're intrinsically good.
Intrinsically good.
They're intrinsically good. In again, when I say intrinsic, I don't mean independent of God. For example, you could say that certain vegetables are intrinsically healthy. I don't mean to say that vegetables are healthy without God. So in fact, Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita that when he's sort of explaining how all the glories of this world are really coming from him, that even the healthiness of plants and so on is God's mercy. So because God is infinitely good, and his goodness pervades his creation. So when I say good, I mean that it's just like food. I mean, certain foods are healthy. If you eat them, and you don't do other crazy things, then your body will be pretty healthy. And certain foods are obviously going to destroy your health. And so whenever I say intrinsic, I don't mean without God. I just mean that's the way God has made it. So certain activities, like let's say gambling, or taking drugs, or frankly killing animals unnecessarily, are just intrinsically harmful to us, and they're not good for society. For example, not being faithful in marriage, because what we know is that not in every case, but in general, children that grow up in a broken home where the parents aren't together are much more likely to commit suicide. They're much more likely to commit crimes. They're much more likely to be poor financially, and all kinds of problems. And so therefore, God is commanding us to observe certain, you could say, moral principles, because that is the path of a good, healthy life, and he's created that path for us. So the activities themselves, in that sense, I mean, they're intrinsically good. They're not good because, let's say I do something that otherwise would have no benefit. Like, let's say there's some ritual where I turn around in a circle 3 times, and there's no recognizable benefit in terms of, I mean, physically. But God said, like, or someone claims God said that anyone who turns around 3 times on this special day at this time, I will bless that person. So you could say, okay, because that person in their mind is obeying God, there's always a benefit of obeying God. But the activity itself, by itself, is just like, there's no discernible benefit. Whereas other things are discernibly beneficial. For example, being kind to other people, being compassionate, and so on.
Yeah. I just want to contrast this with the Islamic perspective, because there seems to be a lot of course, an overlap. I think the bulk of it will be overlapped in harmony, but there are clear some distinctions from the Islamic perspective. I think that's why we're having this discussion. It's interesting that you mentioned those 4 examples. The Qur'an talks about, they ask you about gambling, alcohol and gambling. So these terms are brought together. And what Allah talks, or God talks about here is quite interesting. It's not that they're intrinsically good and intrinsically bad. What Allah says, okay, in them are good, and also there's harm. But the harm outweighs the benefit, the good that you get. And if you look at it in terms of like alcohol or gambling, many people, because with the gambling industry and so on, some people are benefiting from it. But the overall harm that you will get from this, how people are going to be greedy and miserly, and they're not going to be charitable. It's going to be exploitation of others. So the overall harm is more. So because of course, even though there might be some benefit, some good in it, no, this is something to be shunned and avoided. Likewise, alcohol. We use alcohol so much in the medicinal industry, for example, medical industry, as a solvent. People use it for a pastime because it makes them happy and so on and so forth. So they see that there are elements of some benefit within it. But if you think about the actual harm that it causes overall, in general, if you look at a global picture, alcohol seems to be one of the biggest killers in terms of the domestic violence, violent crimes. So the harm outweighs the benefit. And this is how the Quran says, because of this, abstain from it, avoid it, something that you should approach near it altogether. So that's how the Quran explains certain examples that you
I'm comfortable with that explanation.
So one of the things what I'd like to pick up on is, so the Euthyphro dilemma, I think is interesting, but there is a third option there, because it's not just a binary dilemma, and recently they've actually picked up on the fact that when you say, is it good because God says it's good, or is it good because it's good by intrinsically, this presumes the questioner understands what good is. So is that because it's independent of God that there is a good? This was the question that Brother was asking earlier, and that's the dilemma. So it's not a 2-horn dilemma. There's actually a third option, which is so it's a misunderstood dilemma.
Well, I would say that I really like that logos theory from the ancient world. That, to me,
what is good?
Yeah, among other things, God has infinite qualities, but he also is an infinitely rational being. And in the Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna, bhakti means devotion. So bhakti yoga is sort of the spiritual practice of devotion to God. But also he sometimes calls it buddhi yoga, which is the practice of spiritual reason. Mm-hmm. So I am very convinced that we are capable of being reasonable because we come from an infinitely reasonable being. And of course, God has many qualities. I mean, being reasonable is not his only quality, certainly, but God isn't, and that's why we can have science, because there are rational laws of nature, and that's why science, actually the scientific revolution in a sense, began in the Islamic world. So, and everyone recognized that. So as far as so to me, if I look around me and see, hey, I have to eat to stay alive, and some foods are healthy and also obtained without excessive violence caused to other creatures, and other foods are unhealthy. And as you get older, you have no choice unless you want to suffer all the time and, you know, be taking like 50 antacids a day. So, so as you see, so to me, that's just God has made the world in a completely reasonable way, because the foods that are healthy also conduce toward a state of what's called in the Gita, and also throughout much of the Sanskrit literature, sattva guna, the quality of goodness, which is peaceful and healthy and kind. And some people are just good people. They're kind, they're peaceful, they're pious.
But it raises the question: what is the good grounded in? Right?
In God.
So, in God, right? Okay. So, if good is grounded in God, how are you then informed of what is good? Where do you, because we have a clear scriptural evidence, right? So do you have the same? Right, good.
Yeah, in fact, in Bhagavad-Gita, and actually in many other texts, Krishna really explains somewhat thoroughly the qualities of goodness as pertains to food, as pertains to work, worldview, the way one analyzes the world in terms of charity, austerity, and so on. So that's actually a central part of not only Bhagavad Gita, but what is often called Sankhya, which means kind of enumerating the fundamental principles of this world. And so Krishna talks a lot about the quality of goodness. And to give an example, when Krishna talks about the different qualities of jnana, which means knowledge, but in this context, worldview, which is the Gita, the last chapter 18, verses 20 through 22. And he says that a person whose consciousness is really firm in goodness and virtue sees all the varieties of the world. People are different races, different, ethnicities, different countries, but also sees the oneness, sees the ultimate in God. There's an ultimate unity. Like, for example, now there's a little problem in East Europe, Ukraine, that whole thing. And so clearly you have this, I don't want to get into politics, but clearly the leader of Russia is sort of like this hyper nationalist. And which is a quality of passion. In passion, you take the differences to be fundamental, so that I don't really need to care about you. I don't owe you anything because you're from a different country or a different race or a different religion or a different family or whatever. Therefore, who cares about you? And that's the passionate mode. Whereas in goodness, you can see the oneness because everything exists in God. And then in ignorance, which is the lowest quality, tamogun, the quality of darkness, people are just totally irrational. They get everything wrong, and there's sort of sloth and intoxication and irrational violence. So Krishna talks a lot about these different qualities and how to recognize them in all the aspects of human life.
And how so I know you mentioned, and obviously you're the Bhagavad Gita expert here. How central is the Bhagavad Gita to Hare Krishna? For us, the Qur'an is the revelation from God, and we have a particular sort of bounded set of attributes in which we believe that it's revelation, etc. What are the characteristics of a believer in Hare Krishna to the Bhagavad Gita? Is it something that is optional? Do they have to believe it? Do they not have to believe it? And what are the consequences?
It's the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad means God, the Lord. Okay. So it's the song of God. Okay. So it's Krishna personally speaking. Mm-hmm. And therefore, really, you could say without intermediaries. So, yes. But from our point of view, God is so merciful, he actually gave us a library. Mm-hmm. And so we have the Bhagavad Gita, which interestingly, kind of Krishna is teaching the basic principles. It's sort of like an introductory text. And then there's the Bhagavatam, in which Krishna also speaks. God also speaks there, but also many great sages. And so we have a library of texts which are all perfectly in unison and confirm each other. And so it's not a minimalist theology, like just the basics. There's one God, and it actually goes in, because if you look at the beauty of this world, and there is beauty in this world, although ultimately it's not the eternal realm, it's the material world. And yet, even in this world, we can see the inconceivable artistry of God. And so this gets back into the Platonic and Neoplatonic thing that, in terms of soteriology, that we are eternal souls and our real home is in the infinite and infinitely beautiful supreme abode of the Lord. And so
I just want to echo what you are saying from the Islamic script, Islamic text. In the Qur'an, I mean, you'll find it quite fascinating, the synergy, the commonality there with this concept. Allah says, Ya ayyuhatuha nafsul mutma'inna, O my souls which is content, irji'i ila rabbiki radiyatan mardiyya, fadkhuli fi ibadi wadkhuli jannati. O my content soul, irji'i, return back. So God is addressing the soul. Return back to your Lord, ila rabbik, to your Lord, happy, content, and peaceful, and so on. Enter into the paradise or heaven that God has created. Fadkhuli fi ibadi, my servants, my worshippers. Wadkhuli jannati, and enter into the creation that Allah has created for contentment, which is the ultimate reality you're talking about, the paradise. So the understanding of soul that you have and the real home, the real abode, is echoed in the Quran. So this seems to be the universal address that God is addressing to every nation and tribes, in which God is not addressing your material body, but who you are really. So yes, return back to your God, because that's where you come from. And that's why when people die in Islam, we say inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. To God we belong and to God we return. So we're returning back because we came from him. Of course, we are a creation, not a sort of amalgamation of souls with the Paramatma, but we are distinct creation. I think that's where the difference is.
Difference there, yes.
Yeah.
What's that difference?
Because we are distinct creation of our Creator, not necessarily.
Oh yes. Oh, we agree with that.
Of course, I didn't realize. Just in the Hare Krishna movement, you do have a distinction there compared.
And actually, you see the how should I put it? The misunderstanding of what this ancient Indian culture really is, in a sense, it's not your fault. It's because of a misrepresentation. Because around about 1,200 years ago, roughly, there was this very famous figure, Shankaracharya, and then he much less actually, because he actually worshipped Krishna. He wrote devotional poems to Krishna, but his followers really jumped on this idea that everyone is God and there is no personal God. We all just kind of merge, which is ultimately nonsense. And so because you had these, I mean, just like you had intellectuals who kind of went off the rails, like the Mutazila. And so same thing in India, you get these people who think they're too smart for the simple devotional truth that there's a supreme God. And so this, in fact, the Vaishnavas, who are the most of Hindu, but of course, in any religion, how many people are theologians? I mean, seriously. Mm-hmm. So for example, I think I said this last time, there was a great follower of Lord Chaitanya named Prabodhananda Saraswati, who said, Kaivalyam narakayate, that thinking that you will merge into some impersonal divine where everyone is God, he said, that's like going to hell. He said, it's like going to hell. And it's considered to be, I mean, just like you have shirk, well, that's our shirk. If you think
that's fascinating. That's fascinating,
yeah.
Actually.
In fact, as I said last time, Prabhupada, when he came, he was bold, he was kind of like, he was gutsy. So when he was in New York, imagine New York City, 1966, the hippies and everyone has to have a guru, and the Beatles going to Rishikesh. Right in the middle of that, we're all God thing. Prabhupada used to say, if you say you are God, if you say you are God, G-O-D, you are dog, D-O-G. So I don't think you can get more explicit than that.
Okay, so that's fascinating. And I think that parallel there is something that wasn't clear last time. So that was interesting. What I'd like to, I think, pick up on is the thread you mentioned earlier, which is this idea that if you don't believe in the Bhagavad-Gita, you were quite clear. You cannot not do this, right? Which means that's an unforgivable sin.
Krishna, thank God, inshallah, thank God, Krishna is not a jealous God. I mean, I think I'm so fortunate to have a God who doesn't need 12-step programs. And so, jealousy, I think, is not a virtue, because ultimately,
but you're talking to the wrong religion. We don't believe in that.
In what?
In jealousy.
Great. No, I'm not attributing jealousy to your religion. I'm just saying, like, from our point of view. So
okay, so what I don't understand is, why do you call that jealousy as opposed to going against the command of God?
No, again, Krishna is very God. Let's just say God is strict. You do. What's that saying they have here in English that the other time?
Because I'm sure Krishna also mentions exclusivity in the Bhagavad Gita, isn't it? Devoting to just himself.
Yes. However, in the tradition, it's understood, and Krishna even talks about this, that
I'll help you out. Check this out.
Always think of me. Okay.
So this is Bhagavad Gita Chapter 18, I believe, verse 65.
Yes.
It says, always think of me.
But the way
worship me.
Yes.
And
okay. First of all, is this your translation, sir, or somebody else's?
Be devoted, worship me, and offer. I forgot. I don't think it's mine, but it's accurate.
It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's okay.
So when we talk about jealousy of God, we are thinking obviously protective jealousy, which is not really a negative thing, is it?
Right. But you see, we're kind of mixing two things here. First of all, within the tradition, at least the way I always understood it, and anyone I ever knew in the tradition, is that when Krishna says, be devoted to me, if someone is, to the best of their ability, worshiping God and doesn't use the word Krishna, they still get points for that.
Okay.
It's not all,
God, then what?
It's not all or nothing. And also to say that when Krishna says, surrender to me, devote yourself to me, it doesn't mean that if you don't do that, then I'm just going to, mess you up. Because in fact, we have proof of that in the Gita. Because again, taking this very important typology where there's three qualities of human life and of any life, which are goodness or virtue, and then passion, kind of proud passion, and then just sheer ignorance, where you get everything wrong. And so Krishna says that those who are in the material quality of goodness, because of course there's reincarnation here, he says, urdhvam gachanti sattvasta, those standing in sattva goodness, they will rise in their next life. They'll be rewarded for their goodness. He says that those in goodness will have a type of wisdom and a type of happiness. But then he says people in goodness, yajanti sattika devan, those in this quality of goodness don't worship me because it's a material quality of goodness. They tend to worship different gods or this or that. So Krishna's not jealous. So let's say you don't worship Krishna. So the rewards or punishments you get, the next life you get, simply depends on the moral quality of your actions. So it's not like to me, which is kind of like this horrific, almost demonic theology that you find in some Christian views, that God will torture you forever. God will torture his own children forever if you kind of make a theological mistake. which to me is demonic. I mean, to me, it's not only wrong, it's like portraying God as an evil person. And so again, with my parents, there were times in my life when I really didn't treat them properly. I mean, it wasn't like really horrible, and I regret that, but they love me. So I don't think that God loves me less than my worldly parents, as much as
Let me sort of just come back to that analogy.
Yeah.
So there was never a moment where you denied your parents, though, right? You never denied that they were not your parents, right?
To me, yeah. I mean, I knew that technically, genetically, I'm born for them, but to me, denying them, I mean, I probably did worse things than that. Or I once said something really stupid, like
you could, yes. So look,
like for example, I once said something like, "Okay, if you do this, you're not my parents." The point is infinite mercy. God is not. You see, I don't believe that we as souls are capable of doing anything that God will not forgive if we later come to our senses. Because if you're a parent, even if your child says, "You're not my mother, you're not my father," the parents don't stop loving their children. And they know, okay, my kid went crazy. Because if someone denies God, basically they've gone crazy. You know, they're crazy. And so the God is infinitely merciful. So it's like what Anselm said. God is that being than whom no greater being can be conceived. So if you say, well, if
Anselm didn't say infinite. Anselm said no greater. Right? There's a big difference between no greater and infinite.
Okay, well, I'm getting to a point. I'm getting to a point.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's important.
And that is that if someone says there are things you can do that God will never, like not in trillions of quadrillions of years, God will never forgive you, because, I mean, when the obvious point is, okay, you know, you were a real jerk, you were really crazy. I can imagine a greater God, namely a God who actually is infinitely merciful. Again, you don't get off free for these things. You know, if you're offensive to God, then, you know, there's a price to pay for that. But it's one thing to say that if I act like a real idiot and I'm super inappropriate, that, you know, God is gonna, you know, I'm gonna pay for that. But rather say like eternally, because eternal is a very long time.
Right, but okay. So I mean, let me just sort of come back on that. So logically, I think that in your experience, there was never a moment where you outright, example, I'm giving an example here, so just understand the analogy, where you said, "You are no longer my parents. You know, those guys who live next door, they're my parents. And I'm going to go live with them and give them all the respect that you deserve to them." Okay? This is something you never said.
I know people that have done things like that.
Right. So in a sort of cosmological sense, when God has made it crystal clear that he is the creator of all existence, and in the Islamic tradition, he has given you very crystal clear revelation, not only of who he is, but also what sin against him means, what the consequences of sin are, and knowingly you then go against it. You have consequences to pay now.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
Now, I think to Anselm's point, which is God is that which is for which there is none greater, then it means, just like we have respect for, say, a celebrity, for instance, right? You know, a football player, for instance, right?
One of the more features of our culture.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I don't know them. I've never met them, but I admire their skill. You know, a good athlete, a good footballer, and he deserves a certain level of respect for that.
Right.
Right. Now, how is God now, who is the ultimate supreme source of everything?
Right.
He is worth so much more respect, and he's deserving of.
Of course.
So much more respect.
Of course.
He's deserving of so much more in terms of what we would say worship. I mean, just to sort of coin the entire phrase now. But also on the flip side, you could disrespect a celebrity and you may lose face in front of your friends who like him, and you may now no longer be there. I mean, that's about the worst that'll happen. Your friends group will sort of defriend you or something, or you get defriended on Facebook or something. But now you disrespect God, the one of whom there is no greater. Of that disrespect, there is nothing worse. There is nothing worse. I mean, this is the context, okay? And the only way you can resolve this is to really sort of say, look, I repent. I made a mistake. I come back. I turn back, and I seek repentance. This is the Islamic understanding. So, if you make such a disrespectful move, for example, worshipping something else rather than the one who deserves to be worshipped, and you know this knowingly, and you die on that, you have died committing the greatest possible disrespect, the greatest possible sin, because it is against the greatest possible person, that of God.
However, there's a few things I would say here. Number one, I find the Abrahamic insistence that we have one life, I find it totally claustrophobic, because and I find it incompatible with an infinitely merciful God. Again, for example, there was a time in my life when I was, very foolish, to say the least.
We've all been there, I'm sure.
Yeah. And so if I would have died at my most foolish, at my lowest point, God knows where I would have gone. But the point is, I was given chance. I was given, the chance to improve. And so God knows that all of us are souls. God knows that all of us can only really be happy in a loving relationship with him. And so therefore, I attribute to God the quality of being infinitely merciful. And you see, I believe that all souls, even if right now a soul is incredibly obnoxious and stupid and offensive, that given enough time, that soul can be rectified. And it may take many lives. And in the meantime, that person may suffer. So therefore, to say that unless someone in this one very short life, and the older you get, the more you realize how short a human life is. To say that God, to me, God would not be, not even very merciful, not to speak of infinitely merciful, if we have this one very short human life. And
just want to make a comment on this.
Just finish the statement, please.
Yeah, and if in this very short human life, I don't rectify myself, I don't come to my senses, even if given much more time, I would eventually give up my nonsense. Tough luck. I'm not going to give you that time, God says. You're not going to have that time. That's not infinitely merciful. That's almost like petulant, or just like it's not even being a nice person. And so therefore, God, if you offend God, then, there are penalties for offending God. But again, an omniscient being, an all-merciful, all-knowing, all-wise being knows, okay, I am your God. Right now, you are incredibly obnoxious, and you're being a real jerk, but I know who you really are. I know that, behind that covering of just real nonsense, that there's a soul there. And I'm going to patiently, bring you through different lives and different situations, and eventually you'll get it. Because to me, that's what all merciful is. There's no freebies. You don't go to heaven when you're still a jerk. But the point is, it's this idea that, I'm offended. If I hear someone offending God, I immediately react very strongly. So I feel it. But the point is, if you have this infinitely merciful, infinitely detached being who doesn't react the way we react if someone insults us, and who loves us infinitely and is simply patient. I don't see the patience in a worldview in which you get one chance, maybe just for a few years. Some people die young, and rather than get more chances, if you didn't make it, that's it. To me, that doesn't come close to satisfying my criteria for an infinitely merciful God.
Okay, maybe we can have a discussion on this. I just want to point out something. So far I've never heard even once you talk about God is infinitely just as well. You focused on.
Oh, I'm into that. Absolutely, infinitely just.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So when you bring the justice of God, perhaps we can appreciate why certain things can be unforgivable because of God's justice. The idea that someone, only given, say, about 120 years of this life times.
Or how about 30 years? How about 18 years?
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I'm saying maximum.
There are newborn who are born stillborn, right?
Know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So within 120 years or 30 years of maximum human life, if you were thinking that yes, you're not able to fulfill your obligations, your duties towards God within this time frame, that's the maximum. It could be, minimum could be even shorter, of course. Then the idea that you need to have constant, cycles of birth and death. How many of these do you remember? I don't think you can recollect these yourselves.
Well, there's an answer to that.
Okay, I mean, you can answer. I mean, when I finish, in terms of how many you can remember, because the whole idea of your moral responsibility of what you've done before, and because of that, the karma has made you into this particular phase. This we can discuss. So I want to talk about the justice of God and why.
Yes, absolutely.
Why you think? Because if God, through His justice, He decides there are certain things which are absolutely not acceptable, then within this justice paradigm, we cannot make some kind of like a reason saying no, we don't agree with that, because God is ultimately the source of all justice because He is just.
However, but it also has to be the case. You see, I absolutely believe in God's justice, but let
me just bring this to a point.
Yeah.
So if God says, okay, fine, there are certain things He would punish and punish eternally. He warns us, saying, okay, these are the consequences if you do these actions or this belief associated belief and actions. But He's merciful, so merciful that He says, you know what, even to the point of just before your death, even if you did this, but you repented before you died, as Brother Muhammad mentioned, He would forgive you. But He would not forgive you if you actually died within that knowledge and that belief, doing that actions of.
Okay, but here's the problem.
Before you make this problem, let me just tell you, if God decides,
Yeah.
because He is the one ultimately He makes.
I accept that. We agree on that.
Right.
God is.
But if God decides, for example, certain actions.
So allow Brother Mansur just to finish the point, please. I know
certain actions carry certain consequences.
Okay, however,
this is the decision of God.
You see, but the reason,
because He's all wise,
right?
Because He's all wise.
But you see, I accept God, or I've given my life to God. I mean, to the in my own imperfect way, I've tried to give my life to God because God has convinced me by His actions, by His teachings, and so there's no way in the world I could ever accept a candidate for God. And I don't mean all is not God. But there's no way in the world I could accept a God where the punishment so infinitely doesn't fit the crime.
It's not quite easily. It's not every crime that.
I know that. But no, I'm talking specifically.
There is one particular crime, and that's
the one I'm talking about. That's the one I'm talking about. Because I have experienced my own life that even someone like me who has tried his best to devote his life to God, there were periods in my life when I was just, I was really off the rails. And so I know from my own experience, And I know from the experience of having, dealt with hundreds and thousands of people in terms of their relationship with God, that it is very, very possible one moment to be just I don't want to say the word, here, but it's, it starts with an A. I mean, someone can be a real jerk, and yet they can come to their senses. And so if in one life, and the older you get in your body, the more you realize how little 20 years or 30, 40 years, it's just like a flash. And so let's say if for a few years in this mortal frame, I offended God, and therefore I'm going to be really wiped out for trillions of quadrillions of quintillions of sextillions, just like infinite time, because for a few years, I was foolish. Knowing that, as we do, that people can be rectified. But so the idea, so just appealing to God, well, he's God, he can do whatever he wants.
That's not about foolishness, though. This is where I think it's
no, but it is foolishness, because if someone to really understand how offensive it is to blaspheme God, if someone just doesn't get it, they're ignorant, they're stupid, they don't understand what they're doing.
That's not the criteria. The criteria is not how, you're feeling it differently. The criteria is someone who knows.
It is the criteria because God, rational people.
But
rational people.
Let us clarify why.
Wait, hold it a second. Hold it for 1 second.
The criteria that you're giving is
no. Wait a second. No one. If God is morally inferior, which is impossible, to a human being, then who's going to worship God? So let's say, for example, I offend someone, and they say that, okay, forever, you're going to be tortured forever. It's crazy. It's sadistic. It's evil.
Dr. Resnick, just give me a second. Just give me a second here, brothers. So let's just I think the emotions are getting a bit high. Just take a little bit of a breath here. I think we should explain our perspective on this first.
I think I get it. Yeah. I really think I get it.
No. So with all
because you've said it several times, and the idea that God is so infinitely great, because God is infinitely great, to deny him is infinitely sinful.
Okay, so why don't you give us a moment? So why don't you give us a moment for the Mansur to explain it? Because we've listened to your perspective, and I think it's
I don't think so. I don't feel satisfied that really
you misunderstood our perspective.
Then you've misunderstood. Let us explain it, please. I mean, just give him 2 minutes. Just listen, and then we'll come back to it. Because I think otherwise we're talking cross purposes, and it's not going to help the discussion.
It's not how one feels, how one thinks, how ignorant one may behave foolishly, and so on. Islam clearly says none of these are criteria for eternal punishment because of what people feel that way. It is to do with people's acknowledging, knowing, understanding, being arrogant and stubborn to that fact that yes, they know the truth, when arrogantly and stubbornly rejecting that. That is the only criteria. It's not how you feel emotionally and then you realize later. No, the consequence, you understand it.
I said the opposite. You're portraying my view as the opposite of what I said.
So no. So let me explain. So let me set a pick up. So the Islamic position, Dr. Resnick, is that the punishment only comes after you've actively decided to disbelieve. So it's an active action. It's not I was in the middle of a jungle somewhere, I never heard about it, therefore I'm going to get punished. It's not as trivial as that, right? Okay. So the way belief works, because we're talking about belief now, the way belief works is, first of all, you must understand and recognize that this is the truth. So you must have either studied it or been informed of it or informed yourself or been educated yourself. That's the first requirement. The second requirement is you've internalized that understanding. You've contemplated on it. You've then realized, actually, this is the truth. And then you actively say, believe it. I'm going to deny this, whatever. Now, that action, that final action, is what makes you punishable now, right? It doesn't get you punished yet, because you then, having known the truth, having contemplated and understood the truth, You actively deny it. Now you have a decision to make. Either I accept it or I don't. If you don't accept it, then on the day of judgment, you have no excuse in front of God, because He will say, "I knew." You knew when you denied it.
However, ultimately, I understand that point.
I mean, does that make sense? First of all, this is our perspective. First of all, right? So
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
not a trivial.
We're not. You see, we're not disagreeing on anything you said. The disagreement is the idea that an infinitely merciful God gives infinite punishment. I have been working with people who, for my entire adult life, I've been trying to teach, and and if you're teaching a certain number of people, a certain percentage of them, later deny it, and a certain percentage don't deny it. So I've been doing this my whole life, and what I know is that denying something which you at one point understood, at some point in your life you understood it, and then you denied it. I'm not saying that's a good thing. However, ultimately the punishment depends not on our sort of unlimited outrage that you could do this to God, who is infinitely great. That's not what decides the punishment. I feel that this punishment, this infinite punishment for a finite offense, because it's finite in two ways. It's finite because I have too much experience. I have a lot of experience that people can go through dark times in their life, and then later they can improve.
And we don't deny that. We don't.
And so therefore, I think it's obvious to me that given enough time, people will ultimately come to their senses. So that's my point. My point is simply this. I'm not denying the offense. I'm saying that if God is infinitely merciful, and if it's a fact that even people who have taken a very bad decision to deny something they once knew was true, why wouldn't an infinitely loving, merciful God give them the time to come to their senses before absolutely forever condemning them?
Qur'an answers that.
That does not sound to me like infinitely merciful. It doesn't sound like infinitely merciful. It sounds like, okay, I gave you this limited time frame. You didn't rectify yourself. Even though you could have rectified yourself if you were given more time, I'm not going to give you that more time. And to tell me that's an infinitely merciful God. Okay. Really?
So we have a response to this, of course.
Sure.
And there is a response.
The Quran, sort of preempts this understanding that people may have on this, and gives us the clarity exactly on the situation. So this is another thing I want to bring on the table about God's attribute. Is God is also infinitely all-wise. Because He's infinitely all-wise, He knows everything. So all our future actions, probable, potentials, He knows it. So Quran mentions that Allah says there are people who would say, when they are cast into hellfire, send us back, we'll be good, we'll behave. And God says, even if I were to send you back, you'll do these things again. So God, from His infinite knowledge and wisdom, He knows that they will commit these actions over and over again. Doesn't matter how many infinite lives they will be given, they will do the same crime.
I respond to that. I respond
before you respond, at least you need to hear what the Quran says. So God, in His infinite wisdom,
I get it. I understand the point. Yeah, I think I grasp that.
So these are the only categories of people God is saying they will deserve infinite punishment. But for the bulk majority of the others, God can be merciful. And in fact, even the Muslims who have done so much wrong, they will be cleansed in hellfire or in punishment, and they will return back because they had this belief that God is indeed the creator, the one who's to be worshipped. God is God. I want to ask you one question, if you may help clarify that on this very same note. What if someone who rejects knowingly God, say Krishna, and he wants to reject God in every cycle of birth? He says, I'm going to knowingly reject you, I'm not going to worship you. I'm not going to sing your song. I'm going to go exactly do everything opposite to what you have taught and mentioned in the Gita and everywhere else in your library of scriptures. And I wish that every birth cycle, I want to reject you. And he does that every time he comes. Because God, Krishna, is not someone who's going to force people, because he's given them free choice. I'm sure you believe that people are given the free choice. What is going to happen to that individual who doesn't want to unite?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So to address these things, well, first, your immediate point, because I'm afraid I'll forget, but I don't believe, because you say when someone, let's say, that was not born a Muslim, or someone who was maybe but strayed and then they come back, you say it's reverting, not converting, because this is your eternal activity.
Well, we say it's the natural disposition of the soul to seek to
so
worship.
Therefore, here's what I see as the contradiction. On the one hand, God being fair, God being perfectly just, let's talk about justice now, and theodicy, the justice of God. Obviously, it would be grossly unjust if God is creating souls, if some of them are created imperfect and some are created perfect. That would be silly. So if God is actually just and perfectly just, then all souls are created equal. Now, that being the case, to say that there's a soul who is originally good, because God, everything God creates is good, that there's a soul who is originally good, but eternally will be bad, will act badly, and will never, ever get in touch with their own original nature. I can't buy that. It's precisely because we are, you could say, created by God, or whatever verb you use. We might use a different verb, but whatever, you're created by God, and therefore everyone is created equally by God, because justice starts with God. And that's justice, to give everyone the same chance. Like at a race, everyone starts at the same.
No, of course. Yeah.
And therefore, to say that someone that was originally created good, and to Brother Mansur, when he said that, I mean, for millions and millions and billions of lives will never get back in touch with their original nature, I find that impossible. And I think it's just a presumption. And I think it's a very irrational presumption. So therefore, again, now you may find it, I find it, I mean, we all find it very, offensive if someone blasphemes God or something. But again, one of God's qualities in our theology, among his infinite virtues, one of them is he's infinitely detached. It doesn't bother him. It's like, it's like sticks and stones can break, well, they can't break God's bones, but still the idea that
what does that mean? Yes, could you clarify, what does infinitely detached mean? Yeah,
I think detached means.
No, I've never heard that term before.
Okay, yeah, it's a key term in the whole yoga culture.
Okay,
and then it's called vairagya, literally sort of dispassionate. What it means is that, let's say, for example, someone insults me. How do I react? Does it really bother me? Or am I so, to use a Gita term, atma santushta, so satisfied in my own soul that I just sort of feel sorry for a person who's saying that to me? It's like that person's not bothering me because I don't care enough about that person to let it bother me. I don't care what that person says. I'm satisfied within myself. That's like the spiritual position. So again, I think what's happening is sort of projecting onto God the anger that we feel. I mean, God, if someone denies God, I mean, obviously, there's some price to pay for that. But to say that a soul who is originally good, because the soul is created by God, to say that in that's a very long time, that in all this time, that soul will never come to his or her senses, I find absurd. And so therefore, I think God is infinitely merciful and no freebies. You don't go to heaven if you're a jerk. You know, there is a price to pay, but that God, being infinitely detached and you know, not becoming angry because some foolish little soul said this or that, will give that soul innumerable chances. And as long as the soul does not do the right thing, the soul's not going to get the reward. But that why not? I mean, there's why infinite mercy, to say a being is infinitely merciful, but you get this extremely short lifespan. And if you were just really crazy, foolish, then for trillions and for eternal, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. And the infinite greatness of God does not make our foolishness infinitely evil, because we are tiny souls. I think, I mean, I understand what you're saying, because God is infinitely great.
I think with all due respect, you're sort of making it look as if like it's a foolish act. And we've explained, Brother Muhammad has explained, this is not a foolish act that makes one deserve eternal punishment. There's only one crime, one particular sin that deserves eternal
punishment. No, I didn't say any foolish. I didn't say any foolish act.
I mean, the way you're explaining, as if like,
no, that's not what I meant. And to saying that denying God is foolish doesn't exempt it from other criticisms. I'm just saying, though, that I have experience in my own life. I've seen many people that did very bad things. And I'm sure there are many, many, many stories in Islamic history of people who were bad people and then came to God. I'm sure there are many stories like that. And so, I mean, in every religion, they have stories how people were saved, even though they were so sinful, they came to God. So to say that action where I was sinful, I was bad, I was blasphemous, and then I came to my senses and I repented and I accepted God, to say that that's only valid if it takes place within a few years, and if it takes longer than that, it's not valid. I don't understand why God would set these extremely claustrophobic time limits on it. Why not give us, because when the consequences are just like so horrible, why not give the soul more time to get it?
It's not about time. It's not about time. Even if
it is about time, it is about time. It's all about time. It's about giving people time, giving them more time to come to their senses.
If I could come in with a different, just slightly. So let me take this down slightly different, which is what I wanted to go originally.
Brother Muhammad, just want to bring in Brother Shabir Yusuf, who is our guest.
Assalamu alaikum, Shabir. How are you? We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
You need to fix your audio.
Can you fix your audio? You're not muted, but
we can't hear you. We can't.
Okay, now I can hear something.
We can hear, but it's out of sync.
Yeah.
I think your broadband is clearly out of sync.
How are you?
Brother Shabir, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rejoin, inshallah.
Rejoining. Okay, and I'll do an introduction to Brother Shabir wants to join. So let me sort of pick up on that point, because I think there's a very fine point here that's worth elaborating on. And with the greatest respect, please just hear me out. I want to just please don't interrupt. I think so. When we consider this idea of reincarnation, and that ultimately the soul will see right, it really, what it does in sort of our conception is it actually denies the justice of God. And now why is that? Let me sort of explain why is that. Because it says that a Hitler or a Stalin or some mafioso Latin American boss, right, gets to have exactly the same ending as you or I. It's just that he will take a few million more cycles to get there, right? In this conception that you were explaining earlier. I mean, this is how I've understood it. And so what it really means, the consequence of what this entails, is that sin, therefore, is meaningless. The only consequence is there may be some physical punishment in this life, but eternally you will end up in the same place.
Okay, okay. In response to that, I hope I didn't. I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. So is that what you want?
No. I mean, this is how I've understood what you've explained.
Okay. No, I think that's not at all understanding my point. In this sense, if a mother or father is a good parent and loves their children equally, the fondest wish of a good parent is that someday all the kids, even the ones who are kind of crazy, become loving members of the family, to see the family united. Now, let's say someone in the family committed a crime and got caught and went to jail.
Well, let's use Stalin.
Okay,
what happens to Stalin in this situation?
God, I wouldn't want his karma for all the tea in China, as we used to say, you know, when I was a kid. So, yeah, I mean, he has horrendous karma. I mean, he has horrible karma. And so, therefore, he will have to suffer for all the evil he did.
For how many lifetimes?
As it just, you know, count.
That's not the point, Brother Hashim.
No, that is the point, because the thing is, if you do not remember in your life, in your next life.
Okay, let's get to that point. Good.
Yeah, that's quite important. So finish your point, and then we discuss this.
Well, I want to jump right on that, because what you said, Hashim, he brought up a very important point. And because the argument is given, you know, not infrequently, that, well, if I don't remember my past life, then what's the ultimate benefit or anything or justice, which is not really true. I think that notion that we don't remember has kind of been disproved in one sense, not in every sense, by studies of deep psychology. In yoga, there's a word samskara, which means different things in different contexts. But in the yoga context, samskara means they have deep psychological impressions from past lives. For example, let's say someone has a phobia like agoraphobia, fear of heights, or claustrophobia, whatever, which from the point of view of this life is an irrational fear. But let's say, for example, a person who has what apparently is an irrational fear of heights. Let's say in a past life, they fell from a high place, you know, sort of this very traumatic thing. And so what we know from psychology, even, you know, I mean, just from over a century of psychology, is that our state of mind, our fears, our beliefs, to some extent, they're based on their rational responses to our experiences. But there's the whole thing of the id. I mean, that was the big breakthrough of psychology, that there's the subconscious, the unconscious, which is having a really important influence on us. And it's not something which is actually available to our conscious mind. Although, you know, there's regressions and different modalities and everything. So let's say, for example, in my past life, let's say I was, well, God forbid, but let's say I was Stalin or something. I mean, or let's say something happens. Let's say something happens to me. Let's say something happens to me and I suffer. And according to the worldview, which I accept, that was my karma. It wasn't gratuitous, but I don't remember exactly what happened. And yet, the actual deed, the evil deed or the bad deed that I did in a past life, the actual physical action was really just an expression of a bad state of mind. Because when someone commits an evil deed, they're simply carrying out a bad state of mind, the wish to do it. And so therefore, the deep psychology, the corruption within me, in my consciousness, is still retrievable. It's still
that doesn't answer the question. If you were a Stalin, God forbid, in your past life, then how would you recognize that you were Stalin, who were responsible for millions of deaths?
No, okay. No, I did answer it. I'll explain how I did answer it.
No, you didn't, because the thing is,
rehabilitation. Let me explain to you how I did.
Yeah, just one sec. Let me make a quick point. the whole thing about rehabilitation is not about what your subconscious or what you might have remembered. It's all about your clear definition of what you did and how you overcome that, how you rectify yourself. So you must have the full consciousness of what you're doing, the evil you're doing, the drugs you're taking, the alcohol you're consuming. In order for you to be rehabilitated to your former self of a good person, before you acquired these bad deeds or this, then you need to consciously know and acknowledge that you have done wrong. But what you're talking about is some, I don't know, something which is subconscious, which you may not remember. And none of us remember.
You didn't actually allow. I mean, there are answers to these things. There are very good answers.
Be specific about how they can be rehabilitated in their new life if they don't remember it consciously.
Thank you for your request for specificity. Okay, let's say in this life, something bad happens to me. Something bad happens to all of us. Something goes on in our life. So the question is, what is the need to know? First of all, if I actually remembered all the details of my past life, I would have a just humongous identity crisis. Imagine the gender issues. Imagine, who are my real parents? Who am I? I mean, you basically, if you remembered the details of all your past lives, you could not be sane. You could not have a sane human life with all that information. So therefore, the question is, what is the need to know? So let's say let's say someone was Stalin, and in the next life they're murdered or something, and let's say it's sort of an unfortunate thing where it's not like they don't know what hit them. They do know what hit them. They know they're being murdered. It's like in the movies, before someone kills someone, they talk for 15 minutes, like in Hollywood. So if someone is humble enough and grows up in a culture they understand reincarnation, they can retrieve within themselves the mentality, the psychology, which led to an act. That's the information that we need. And there's something else I want to say. I'm afraid I forgot it now. That oh my God, it was an important point. So it's a question of need to know without becoming completely psychotic, because I'm remembering, 50 past lives. And okay, here's the other thing. Okay, I remember what I wanted to say. I see karma as just sort of cosmic sensitivity training. So that, it's like when something happens to me and I have to, they've actually done psychological studies that show that people's empathy declines often in direct inverse ratio to the power they think they have in the world. Because I have money, or I have a political position, or I belong to the higher class, or my family's famous, something. So there's this inverse ratio where the more people think they're special or rich or that, the more their empathy declines, which explains why you have all these rich people that just need their 11th yacht, as opposed to helping people that are starving. And so, all this nonsense. So therefore, so I'm getting to the, what's that?
That could be greed, not necessarily empathy, because you can be a Stalin, you can love your children, you can love your family, you can love your friends, but then you don't care about the other people who go against you.
But if I don't care about the other person, then I don't get God, because God cares about everyone.
Yeah.
So the point is,
but they are not God. So I don't see.
But the point is this: that when I suffer, there is something humbling about it. I know in my own life that I have been humbled by my own suffering, and by, we all are, because there's something. Because what is pride? Pride means I'm in control, I'm the master, and then when against your will you suffer, it can be very humbling. You fight against it like King Lear. You can fight against it for a while, but if despite all your efforts, the world is just really giving it to you, it's humbling. And so what happens is people gradually, all I'm saying is we're not disagreeing about justice. We're not disagreeing that bad things are punished and good things are rewarded. We're not disagreeing. All I'm saying is that an infinitely merciful God gives people a lot more time to work these things out, because sometimes it does take time to work. I'll give you an example. There was this guy, what was his name? He did these science programs on TV. He was very famous. This scientist, can't remember his name. He was an American. He had this science show in the 70s and 80s, 90s, very famous. And he was an atheist. He was a famous atheist.
Carl Sagan. You mean Carl Sagan?
Exactly, Carl Sagan. So famously, toward the end of his life, when he had this terminal illness, he began to sort of flirt with, well, maybe there is something. So what I'm saying is, and then he died. So I just have I have too much experience. I have so many years of experience with thousands of people that, given enough time, lots of people that don't get it now will get it later. And God, why not be patient? What is the evil in patience? Patience is a virtue.
When you say later, what do you mean by later? Within the same lifetime?
Why? But why? You see, because to me, it's arbitrary. I have a body right now. You have a body. These are mortal bodies. So based on higher powers, I'll live so many years, you'll live so many years, no one knows. But it's finite. Some people live longer than others. So I think so. See, in my view, there is nothing absolute about one body. This is just one body. It's no big deal. I'm an eternal soul. This is just one human body I have. Why wouldn't God be patient with his own children, with people that he infinitely loves? If God is infinitely loving and merciful, why not?
Yeah, but Howard, look, it's not the body that sins. Don't forget, it's the soul that sins. Your body is just your covering, the outer covering. When you die, hear me out, please. When you die, your body disintegrates. It is the soul, according to both our faiths, that travels wherever it's in the afterlife, whether for you in the another cycle or so on, and in our case, obviously, to the afterlife, which is the grave and beyond. So what I'm saying here is that, look, if the same soul has been sinning, let's say they are repeat offenders in every cycle, yes, you're saying there's a possibility in some cycle they will be.
I'm saying that the universe, God created the universe in such a way.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
That there is a system of punishments and rewards for evil and good behavior.
Yeah.
So that gradually God will successfully, by his infinite mercy and infinite power, he will successfully educate his children. And so therefore, when I said it is about the body, you're right, it's the soul, but it's this time frame. The time frame is precisely defined by the body. If my body lives 80 years or 40 years, that time frame that I have to figure things out is defined by the body.
But the time frame,
for example, why give, if God is merciful, if God is fair, you talk about justice. Why does God give someone 20 years and someone 100 years?
Because he is all wise. Within his wisdom, he knows that yes, within this short of time, one fully, dispense the obligation to God, and someone even given like 100 years is still, because God is all wise. So this is one thing. I think Islamic perspective is this: we can't just isolate the attributes of God, our Creator. We have to take them holistically. God is all wise, God is all merciful, God is all just, and so on. All the names, most beautiful name God has, and taken all of this whole, you will see the whole perspective. You will see like why God says, I know that even if I give you 1,000,000, trillion, zillion, Googleplex years and cycles again and again, you'll do the same thing.
But I find that absurd to say that someone.
So you're questioning the very knowledge of God. If God created,
do you realize how long a trillion years is? I mean, you're saying the word.
If I may just clarify one point.
No, but it's in just one sentence. To me, it's contradictory. It's completely contradictory to say that someone was originally created good because they were created by God.
Were they originally created
and
good?
In a trillion years, I mean, that is so long.
Okay.
In a trillion years, their original nature will never come out.
Yeah, I don't.
Originally good, but in a trillion,
Our
I mean, we know
perspectives are slightly different.
Yeah, well, we're in a different perspective here. So,
We believe
yeah,
in a neutral state, clean
Yes.
state.
yes,
Then you make from that whether you want to do something virtuous or
Yeah.
something sinful, something which is sin, or something that is what we call good
Righteous.
acts, good
Righteous.
deeds, righteousness. So you don't start with something good, because the problem is, if you start something with good, how do you explain that soul then somehow being good in the first place? It's like, can you have a perfect being that can fall?
you don't need a perfect being that can fall. We are tiny souls. We are tiny souls. So I have seen many people achieve a certain level of piety or faith or this or that, and then slip back. And I've seen people who were doing very poorly, and then they had a awakening. All I'm saying is I feel you're using words that we're not really thinking about the words. We say 1 trillion years. That is
So,
I mean, what you're saying is based on the experience of say 30 years, and you're saying, okay, God saw all he needed to see in 30 or 40 or 50 years, and so in infinite time, that person will always do exactly what they did in 30 or 40 years. If that's the only way that could possibly be the case, to my mind, logically, is if the person is intrinsically bad, which is impossible.
I think we need to clarify our position here. Howard, our position here is, you believe in your position that the soul is intrinsically good. It's created good, or it's made into good, and so on. So it will eventually return into good. What we're saying is, God has created the soul and inspired within it the good and the bad, and asked us to follow the good and avoid the bad.
that's the choice. That's the choice.
That contradicts something else you say.
Before you talk about
that contradicts something else you say.
I find that when we
here's the contradiction. Here's the contradiction.
And Howard, could you let him just make the point, please? If you don't mind, please, just let him make the point.
You see, we can only come to understand each other's perspective when we.
I think I got your point, but there's a contradiction.
I don't. With all due respect, I don't think you have, though. That's the point. That's why I'm trying to explain and elucidate a bit more. So what we are saying is, we are created, you can say, neutral. This is the difference between you, where you think it's good, and now we say it's a problem. How does a good then eventually have all these coverings and so on?
I really got that point.
Okay, so let's move on from there. So we got that. So what's the next point?
My answer to that is, how can
no. So Brother Mansur was going to make it.
But here's my point. We're having a dialogue. How can you say that we're created?
To make our points clear.
Yeah. No, I really get it.
No. So there's actually a nuance here that you're missing, Howard. Please, with all due respect, there is a nuance here that you're missing.
Okay.
So if you let Brother Mansur make the point, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
So what we are saying is, we have created in this way. فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. This is what the Qur'an says about the soul. God has inspired the soul, the good and the bad. So the soul necessarily isn't something that that's it. You are in the default good position. So this is where we want to contrast with this position. In Manu Samhita, I'm not sure how much you appreciate this text as a sacred scripture in your tradition. Manu Samhita talks about how the souls can eventually, because of their sinning, stealing, raping, looting, murdering, plundering, eating, whatever, becomes a cockroach or a rat or a dog or something else, or a raven. There's various creatures they go into. Why did they write all of these things? Because they wanted to reconcile, these sages within the Sanatana Dharma, how to reconcile the journey of the soul within this transmigration of the soul through reincarnation. Now, what I find is interesting, because certain, I don't want to say sect, but certain groups within Sanatana Dharma, like yourself, may not believe in Manu Samhita and its edicts, in which actually talks about reincarnation is not about when you do something bad, you become a human being again bad. Why don't you accept Manu Samhita when it says you become a rat? Then the question we will be asking is, what does a rat have to do to become a human being again? What is a good thing?
I will explain that. That's a very different point than the one I was going to answer before, but I'll answer both the points.
Go ahead.
First of all, if our original position as we are created by God is neutral, as you keep insisting, then if we revert to neutrality.
Well, no, the clarification, is this your position? This is the Islamic position. What is your position?
No. What I'm saying is, if you say, it appears to me there's a contradiction. Maybe I don't understand it, but it appears to me there's a contradiction. Because on the one hand, if I see the light, if I devote myself to Allah, because I've understood, then I'm reverting. But my original neutral position is not devotion to Allah, it's neutrality.
No.
Oh, no. Sorry.
This is the
Misunderstanding.
Because
Okay.
the soul that is created with this natural disposition to worship God, to be good. It doesn't
That's
mean
what I said. That's what you rejected.
No. It's not good. It says it's the need to worship. This is what it's born with. Then so. Okay, let me explain. I think I understand where the difference
I think
is.
you need to explain the issues of fitrah, Brother Muhammad.
Yeah, no, we did. So we did explain this. So there's a difference between something being created good and something having a need to do something. So we are born with what we call the fitrah, which has a need to worship. And this need can be worshipping sticks and stones, or it could be worshipping the God, or it could be worshipping the right God. The true God. But the need to worship doesn't go away, which is why we find in the middle of, some far off region, people worshipping sticks and stones. Right?
Okay, but that's not really replying to my question.
Just let me sort of make the point here. So what we say is, look, this need to worship, this need to go search for meaning is something that is built into every human being. That's the neutral position. Your need to search. Now, in that search, the opportunity to find the truth is presented to you.
I understand that.
Now it's up to you.
I really understand that, but you see,
Right.
that wasn't my point. I mean, I appreciate your explaining that.
So the key point here is if you then go on that search, you have the opportunity to find something that's wrong, or to find something that's right. This is the right and wrong piece, right? Now, if you find something that's wrong, and you've never come across the right? Like, for example, nobody has ever presented Islam to you, for instance, right? Our perspective. And you found some foreign religion in the middle of nowhere, and you worship that, right? Then that doesn't automatically make you go to hell, by the way.
I understand.
So in our tradition, what happens, or in what Allah explains to us, is for the individual who has never received the message, even though his natural inclination allowed him to go searching for it, on the day of judgment, this soul will be resurrected, and he will be given a test on that day. Right?
Okay,
at that time,
I appreciate
that time, he will have the ability to decide right and wrong.
That wasn't my. I
Right.
mean, I appreciate
No, I'm saying this is our conception. So
I know, but that was not my issue. That was not what I was talking about. That's why I was trying to explain.
Okay. So what I was trying to explain there is this is why we say when you say it's born good, it's not born good.
Okay, but therefore, all I'm saying is this is my simple point.
Yes.
This is the contradiction I continue to see. If I'm born in a certain condition,
to search for truth.
Yes, as you explained it, that I need to serve, I need to, and that's why I'm born. That is my original position, because I was born that way.
Yes.
Therefore, if I'm reverting, I should revert to that, because that's my original position.
Exactly. So you revert back to searching for the truth.
However,
once you found the truth,
but I understand.
You then believe it.
But I thought
I think you need to explain to how it
is.
reverting.
You just allow me to get this out. I think,
of course. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that I've heard you say many times.
Yes.
That if someone who is not a Muslim becomes a Muslim, that person is reverting.
Yes.
But to revert means to go back to a position. So if someone is just born with a need to serve or a need to worship, That's their original position. So the word revert would, in English, would mean going back to that position. The neutral.
Good point. So excellent point, by the way. Right. So here's the thing. In the absence of information, in the absence of revelation, that is the default position. Absolutely correct. Which is, I've come. So let's say you spend your entire life in hedonism, right? You've gone off the rails, right? All of a sudden, one day you realize, oh my goodness, this is not right. I shouldn't be living like this. And you realize you need to go on a search now. You've now reverted back to your natural position of searching again. Now, does it mean you necessarily will arrive at the right information? No, because you need to find the right knowledge. Now, this is where finding the right knowledge and the right revelation is required.
True, but I'll see. But my simple point is that let's say I'm born in a neutral position.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, just to throw something out, when I'm 40 years old, I become a Muslim. But I'm 40 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That means that I'm not reverting to anything because I wasn't a Muslim for the first 40 years. So therefore, if I, as a 40-year-old man, choose to become a Muslim,
yes,
since I was never a Muslim before, I'm not reverting to anything because my original position was neutral rather than being Muslim. That was one point.
So what does the word Muslim mean? Do you know?
I've heard it many times, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be as precise.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. So it's worth explaining this because the word Muslim isn't a cultural label. It's not a like a nationalistic label. It simply means submitting your will to the one that created you.
Yes, but that's not my original position because I was born. I was neutral as opposed to
sorry. To God. Right, but the neutral position is the need to submit your will to the Creator. This is our understanding. This is what we're told. The fitra has a need to search to submit its will to the Creator, and in that search for submission,
I get that. I accept that. But now, if I can just get back to my other point, assuming, let's say, going with your explanation. Would you say unfitra? Is that the word?
Fitra, yeah, that natural inclination that you're born with. Yes.
Okay, fitra.
Yes.
If my natural inclination,
yes,
is to submit to the Creator,
yes,
as a soul, that's my then that's my whole point. Then how is it possible that for endless time that fitra will never manifest?
Great question. So
therefore,
brilliant, good.
You know, I once saw a bumper sticker. You know, America, they have baseball.
They do. They have all strange things. Yeah.
So I saw this great bumper sticker one time in America. It said, "Nature bats last."
Okay.
And so that's my whole point because we agree on this in terms of the fitra, in terms of the nature. We agree that it's ultimately the nature of the soul to submit to God.
Exactly. So
therefore, I don't believe that human passion, humans do just being a jerk. I don't believe that given infinite time that the nature will never prevail, that nature will never prevail no matter how much time you have. That's what I find unbelievable.
Right, fine. Exactly. So in your presupposition to that philosophical position that you take, which is reincarnation over as many generations as it takes.
That's not a presupposition. The presupposition is that God is infinitely merciful.
But that doesn't necessarily entail incarnation.
No, forget that.
There is no consequence there.
No, it does in a sense, because here's the point. Let me explain. If God is infinitely merciful, and if our original nature is to be needing to worship God, then, we say that the way God gives us a much bigger time frame, because again, I find this one human life super claustrophobic. And so if God gives us, because he's infinitely merciful, therefore he gives us a time frame which is commensurate with his infinite mercy, then we say God does this through different births and material bodies. You got a better idea, say it. But what I'm saying is, at least there is a complete, compatibility. There's a complete compatibility between the fact that here's a soul whose original nature, fitra, whose original nature is a need to worship God. And right now that soul is denying his or her own real nature. But nature, because it is nature, there's a verse in the Bhagavad-Gita where Krishna says, Prakriting janti bhutani, nigraha king karishti. Creatures go to their nature eventually. And so therefore, I'm saying why, and this gets back to Mansur's point about reincarnation, which is not only Manu Samhita, it's all over the place, reincarnation. And so it's like, why take birth as some irrational creature like a rat or something? The idea is that in the suffering, because these creatures, it's not a happy life, these lower births, that the soul, and then the soul is paying for its bad actions. And once those bad actions have been paid for, a punishment that fits the crime, you kind of bounce back to a human life. So the human life in that sense is like the default thing. It's like, for example, let's say I commit a crime, God forbid. Okay, just to finish this, let's say I commit a crime and I go to jail. Once I've served my sentence, assuming it's not life imprisonment, I serve the sentence, I come back out and I'm a free citizen again. It's just like that. A lower birth is a punishment. And then once the time has been served, but even
suppose someone becomes a rat in one of the lives because they have done something very bad. They've, as Manu Samhita explains, if they've done this particular crime, they become a rat. So while they're living life as a rat, so they're serving this as a punishment. And then what happens?
Well,
what does your scripture say, or God says in any of your scripture? What happens after that? Do you have any scripture?
Two points in reply. Number one, even though the consciousness in these lower forms is meager, to say the least, it is still making an impression. Everything is engraved on the deep psychology of the soul. And it's, you're given, okay, let's say you did these bad things. In the case of Stalin, it's just kind of like over the top evil. But it's finite. I mean, Stalin, even someone as evil and insane as Stalin, committed a finite amount of evil, as big as it was. And so therefore, the punishment fits the crime. The punishment is designed by God to rectify the soul, to teach the soul. And once that punishment, that time is served, you get another opportunity. You get another opportunity as a human to choose. And if you do bad things again, there's punishment. But because my nature,
you have a scriptural backing to.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Where in the scripture does it say, like, once you become a rat or any of the other creatures, then you actually become a human being immediately after that?
Well, immediately, it's done in the proper way according to principles of justice. That's in the Bible.
So you could technically stay in a lower life form for multiple generations.
Oh yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Someone like Stalin, I think, he's God. I mean,
cockroach forever, right?
Yeah, it's going to take him quite a while.
The question I would ask again is: does the rat know it was Stalin at one point?
That is. It doesn't matter because God is dealing
because the punishment. You said the crime should fit the punishment.
Explain why. I'll explain it again.
Okay.
Because from God's point of view, He's dealing with the soul. There was a soul whose fitra, there was a soul whose original nature was to need to worship God, who went completely into the to the dark side of the force and did horrible things. Good. And those deeds will be punished. So the point is this: God is concerned with the soul. If
the question I'm asking is related to the soul. So, for example, okay, as Howard, based on your understanding, what should be the fitting punishment for someone like Stalin? And by the way, his crime might be finite, but the amount of atrocities and the amount of people who went through those suffering, You're talking about every life and their family and maybe their relatives and their friends
Yes,
who have
yes,
suffered
yes.
along with them. So we are
Yes.
talking about a really horrible crime here. Now, according to you, what is the worst punishment you could give that person? Go on.
Well, he may have to take birth and have the same thing happen to him over and over again.
But that's only one person, one life. How many lives do you think
No,
will
no, no.
rectify him?
You see, again, the Carl Sagan, actually getting back to good old Carl, he said that in all the worldviews or cosmologies or belief systems he knew about in the world, the only one where the time frames and the space matched modern science was this one.
Which one?
The Vedic.
The Vedic
So you're telling me
cosmology.
modern science believes in people becoming rats after they
No,
die?
no, that's not what I
Definitely
said.
not.
No, that's.
I don't know what you want
No,
about.
so okay, so hold on a second.
It was, we're talking about time frames. We're talking about
Yeah, but
frames.
my question was simple, Howard. What is the fitting punishment for someone like Stalin? That was my question.
He would have to suffer in all the ways that he caused suffering.
What is that? What is the worst thing you could give him as suffering?
The ones you laid out. He will have to be in situations where people he cares about are cruelly taken from him. He will have to be in situations where he is cruelly murdered. I mean, in other words, the universe holds a mirror up to us. It's like that great Bob Dylan song, How Does It Feel?
The universe is not alive. I mean, we don't. The universe has no consciousness.
No, that's not what I said. Well, hold it. I mean,
Sorry.
I appreciate you.
I mean, we're talking about deep theological issues here. We need. I mean,
but I'm not. You see, you have to be. You see, I am actually, to the best of my knowledge, I'm speaking very precisely. So if I didn't say it, I didn't mean it.
Okay.
So when I say the universe holds a mirror up to us, I mean a universe that is absolutely under the control of God.
Okay. Understood.
So whatever Stalin did, whatever sufferings he caused will come back to him. It is like the Bob Dylan song, How Does It Feel? You know, now it's happening to you. You used to laugh at him. So it all comes back. And in that sense, Krishna, there's this verse in the Gita where Krishna says, Maya Dhyakshena Prakriti, that nature is working under my supervision. And so therefore, that's justice on a cosmic scale.
Okay. Great.
Okay,
so
wait,
let's sort of
okay,
one, because I want to move the topic on forward
yeah,
a little
sure.
bit now.
The thing here is that, look, even if Stalin is suffering 1,000,000 times, yes, how is that different to God giving you punishment over millions of years? Okay, now you're saying they will come back.
I'll tell you how it's different. I'll tell you how it's different.
Hear me out. So you're saying they might come as a rat or something, but if the rat doesn't know that it's Stalin, it's not really suffering. It could be a happy rat. Eating a lot of cheese, and that makes it happy.
No.
I really don't see the punishment here, honestly. There's no punishment.
I got to answer these things before I forget them.
Yeah, sure.
Consider my age. Memory. So, okay, the point.
You're doing fantastic, by the way. Do you want to go grab a water or something, or are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Great.
I got some tea.
Good.
So first, wait, you made 2 points just now. Okay.
Yeah. So 2 points were, if he comes back as a rat, then even if he goes through because your objection was, how could somebody get punished for millions or trillions of years?
Yeah.
Well, based on the enormity of the crime that Stalin did,
yes,
he may have to go through millions of trillions of life cycles just to make up for the
not
punishment.
Trillions. I mean, mathematically.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, we don't know.
It could be trillions, because if you're looking at every individual
what
that
is
impacted, even by killing one person, and one person might have children, might have a family.
Rough number. I mean, it is. It's in a very, very shockingly large number, but it is a finite number.
Yeah. So let me reiterate them. So the first one was that, and the second point was, if the rat itself has no id.
I explained that. I already explained that point.
No. If the rat is, I mean, we have id. We have an ego. We have id. We recognize I, as Descartes said, and Nietzsche sort of said, "Why do you presuppose I?" But that's a whole different issue. But the goal is,
who said that? Nietzsche? What a jerk, Nietzsche. But anyway, go ahead.
No, it was great, because Schopenhauer said something similar as well. So
that's not my favorite Schopenhauer, but yeah, Nietzsche. Maybe.
Anyway, that's a whole different issue, and we'll go down there. But what it does boil down to is the idea that if it takes millions of cycles, or let's say multiple cycles, for the rat to even be punished. That's like millions of years of being punished. And then secondly, if it has no recollection and no conception that I existed to have committed this crime, then it is actually in a
punishment. Then
no, it's not. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish
but
my
I
sentence.
addressed that a few times.
I know you did, but let me finish my sentence. It lives in what I would call ignorance, and as we say, we have a saying in English that says ignorance is bliss. So it doesn't know. It lives in ignorance. It lives and dies, and it gets born again. It still doesn't know. It lives and dies.
Okay. Let me address this, because first of all, I'm not sure that the precise corresponding punishment for someone who's born as a rat, as opposed to be born as a human who gets persecuted and the exact same thing.
Even as a let's assume that. Let's assume that.
What I said about the rat is that ultimately, according to this worldview, in the body of the rat, it's really a soul. So if it's a dog, if it's a rat, if it's Putin, anyway, whatever is going on, whatever body it is, ultimately it's a soul, and that when a person, the soul, undergoes suffering in this body or that body, it does register. It does actually, even though, let's say, the soul in the body of a rat is not conscious the way we might, but they do feel pleasure and pain. We know that.
Yeah, they do.
And they do feel fear.
But the question is it related to their previous life? That was the key question here.
Yes, of course.
So are you saying a rat recollects what it was living before as a Stalin?
No, I'm saying that, first of all, you're assuming that Stalin became a rat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a hypothetical question, no doubt. You cannot say it's
what I would say is because God is perfect. God creates a system in which everyone gets the perfect punishment for their rectification. Because
which is what Islam says as well. Which is what Islam says as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're not disagreeing on the basic principle. The only thing we're disagreeing on is I'm saying an infinite, that to us, maybe you're younger than me. I mean, I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, but I think you're younger than me.
How many generations did we have in our past life?
Who knows? Yeah, who knows how many generations we've had?
I mean,
sorry.
You have a younger body. So my point is,
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
That the longer I live in this world, the more it becomes very, very, very clear to me that one human life is a very short time. I mean, there's that famous song in Fiddler on the Roof, sunrise, sunset, where did it all go? I mean, there's an unlimited number of poems and songs in every language on earth about how quickly time goes. And
the reality says otherwise, though. You may personally, Dr. Resnick, personally have developed yourself to understand and appreciate the world and the reality, but there are millions of other people, same as your age, who don't see this light. So the experience they have, like you have, about 70, 80, whatever years, or 50 years, you look quite young.
73.
Yeah. So there are many others who don't see this light. So this experience is actually a moot point, because they have the same experience and they don't see the light.
No, but that's not addressing because my point is this. Whether you're talking about Muslims or Jews or Hare Krishna or whatever, people in any tradition who have become wise, somehow or other they've become wise, have understood that human life is short.
Point taken.
Now, there's a lot of fools out there in every tradition.
Yes.
But people who have actually become wise, and there's unlimited wisdom literature, as they call it, wise people in every tradition, certainly including Islam, have understood that human life is short. So my point is, because I'm still learning. I'm learning every day. And so my point is, I get back to the same point. We agree on justice. We agree on crime and punishment. However, an infinitely merciful God has a little more patience. In fact, he has infinite patience, and he loves us. And that because he loves us, and you can't be so merciful, like you said, 99 parts of mercy are in God. It's not possible to be infinitely merciful and just say, sorry, time's up. I mean, you know, and to say that God knows
But he's
that's
infinitely wise, though.
and also I simply I
isolating the attribute of
also I don't accept at all that God has created us with that fitra, with that nature to do the right thing, and yet in unlimited time one will never.
But how it could be one thing though, because
it's not as nature sooner or later the nature prevails.
Well, what if I were to say you need perhaps, according to your theology, infinite more lives to appreciate and understand the justice of God? I would say, like, you're still learning to appreciate that God is so wise, and he has already mentioned in his wisdom that the way he's created these souls and their natural dispositions and the world around it, which tries to cover this up, the good and the bad that all goes around it. There are a lot of other external influences. It's not the soul within its inherent influence that it sees, but there are external influences that what it calls it affects it. The soul is affected, and that's why God says, "Qad aflaha man zakkaha wa qad khaba man dassaha." Successful are those who purifies it. So the whole process of purification is this: that there will be elements. There will be things that all around you, surrounding you throughout your lives, to make you fall short from your journey. And your journey is towards God, and you have to be on the right path. And God inspires you with the good, and inspires you that there are also bad things, and stay away from these bad things. So the point I want to make is this: God is infinitely wise. In his wisdom, he has created a creation, this creation. And knowingly, he's told us that, look, within this particular makeup of our creation, there will be people who, even if they were to be given millions and zillions of multiple life cycles, they will reject God.
I will never accept that God. I will never accept that a soul nature is good.
God, in his infinite wisdom,
a soul whose nature is good.
No, nature is good, but it's covered, as you were explaining. This world.
No. To me, it makes no sense.
That's why you need infinite cycles to
get a soul that is originally good, under the tutelage of God, being punished, will never, in infinite time, an originally good soul will never ever go back to their nature. So, I find that I could never accept that.
So Dr. Resnick, okay, so let me sort of move on from this point, because I think because I want to bring on a related point now, and I think so. Number one, I think we understand this. I think the related point really has to be around the idea of, we're moving into now the salvation aspects of soteriology now. Let's move into that, because we've sort of stepped in and out of it, but let's sort of move into it properly now. Which is, if this is the case, as you've sort of exemplified very well with the examples that you've given, that in the infinite mercy of God, he would allow you as many cycles as needed for you to be right with God, then it does raise the question of then what exactly was the purpose of the journey in the first place?
The purpose of the journey is to engage you in a process that will eventually rectify you. The purpose of the journey is to come back to God.
But the purpose for who, though? Who is it? For God's purpose or your purpose or what?
It is out of, because when you love someone, to love someone means that you want the best for them, and the best and the best for every soul is to be with God in a loving relationship, and therefore God, out of his compassion and mercy, wants all souls to achieve the highest possible happiness that a soul can achieve, which is to be with God. And so therefore, with his infinite patience and infinite mercy, I don't know, to me, one human life is so tiny that to say God's mercy is confined to one tiny little human life is, anyway.
Okay, so logic aside, let's go to the philosophical side of things. So number one, great. I think that's a position for sure. But then I want to go back to an earlier position you mentioned. I don't know whether it was in this discourse or one earlier, where you said you have a concept of Leela, which is this existence is the play of God.
Yes.
So this is something that I find very foreign, and I find very, in Islam, it just does not exist. I mean, we have very clear verses in the Quran that says God, who is all wise, all knowledgeable, and the 99 plus other attributes that we have, one of them is not a joker. One of those attributes is not
The word joker, the word.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So Allah. So what I meant was Allah does not do anything in jest. This is a clear statement in the Quran. Allah does not do anything in jest. So everything that Allah does, there is a reason, there is a purpose, and there is a just outcome of everything that He does. So I want to really sort of go back to this issue, go back to this point of, if, as you've said, in your conception, there is this idea of all wise or infinitely wise, infinitely merciful, then how does this tally with the concept of Leela that you have in your tradition?
That's a good question. Someone just posted, do you think then that we had created you without purpose and that you would never be returned to us?
Yes. This is the Quran, chapter 23, verse 115.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, regarding Leela.
Mhm.
Leela, Krishna never performs Leela, or pastimes as we often call it, or joking. Krishna never performs that in a way which in any sense of the word creates injustice or lacks compassion. To me, I mean, from our point of view, the idea of God as always solemn, always serious, always majestic, is not untrue. It's not untrue, but it's not an advanced understanding of God. It's sort of it's a basic introductory idea, because for people who in this world may be inclined not to submit to God, and therefore you get this very heavy idea, like everything God does is absolutely serious. And if you, again, it gets back to the Platonic idea. We sometimes, I hope, enjoy very happy, loving moments with our friends and family, joking. And not in the sense that, actually, according to for that comment that just came in, Krishna does joke specifically. There's something called hasya rasa, which is kind of like being humorous. And so joking at the wrong time, at the wrong place, in the wrong way can be really disgusting. But with the right people at the right time, I would hate to think that Muslims, never laugh or they never have light moments with people they love.
But this is a human condition, Doctor.
However, that's what I'm challenging. That's exactly what I'm challenging. What I'm saying is everything that is good comes from God. And we find also that in terms of joking, some joking can be a wonderful expression of love and affection and kindness, and some joking can be like cruelly inappropriate. And so I've experienced in my life that laughing, smiling, joking can be a very positive expression of love. It makes everyone happy. Sometimes it's sort of a painless way to communicate something that if you weren't kind of light about it would be painful to someone. So therefore, what I'm saying is that humor, let's just call it humor for now. And Leela
well, I wanted to, just for the audience, because I think there's some people don't quite understand. Could you just understand the conception of Leela from your perspective? Because I think people sort of miss really what that means.
Sure. Happy to do that. In fact, I'm going to read it right now from the Sanskrit dictionary.
Yes.
Just so the Sanskrit word Leela means play, sport, diversion in the Old English sense of diversion, which means like, to be entertained, amusement, pastime. It also can mean, this is very important, something that you do not because you have a need, because the idea is that, God has no needs. God is fully satisfied in himself. And so it can be simply something you do for sport or pastime, not because like, okay, I'm eating because I'm hungry, or I'm doing this for some other reason. And so, so everything beautiful. There's a verse in the Gita at the end of chapter 10 where Krishna says, Tat Jajad vibhuti mat satang simarurjitam eva va tattadivava gachatwang mamate jangsa sambhavam. And I've mentioned one little similarity. I've heard many times that for faithful Muslims, the language itself of the Qur'an, the original language, is something very beautiful and wonderful. And that's exactly my experience of the Sanskrit in the Gita. So anyway, in this verse, Krishna says, whatever in this world, whatever in this universe is beautiful or powerful or extraordinary, know that it comes from just a spark of my splendor. So the right kind of play, the right kind of informality, or even joking, can be a powerful expression of love. It can be an expression of compassion. It can have a very positive thing when it's done appropriately. And so that beautiful, good thing, which can bring so much happiness, we say it comes from God. And God is not less than us. If we as persons sometimes are serious, hopefully about serious things, and sometimes we can be more playful as an expression of appropriate love, then to me, to say God is sort of like this monolithic, almost like an Egyptian sphinx, always serious, always, never smiling, never joking. To me, that's not a God that I would be able to really fall in love with. I mean, I love God because he does have infinitely every good quality, every beautiful quality exists infinitely in God. And that includes beauty itself. It includes appropriate pastimes and play and so on. And so for us, from our point of view, just to put it on the table, seeing God as always majestic, always beyond, always serious, is sort of a preliminary understanding of God, because it's not seeing all the infinite qualities and beauties of God in his personality.
Right. So
I don't think that was a question you asked, Muhammad, is it? You were asking not about whether God is...
No. Yeah, what I was asking is theologically, within the concept of Sanatana Dharma, Leela has a very special definition. It is the relationship between the ultimate one being and what I would call
the soul.
Well, this creation, this world, this
not entirely. That is a common Hindu misunderstanding, which I'd like to correct right now.
Okay, so this is what I meant. So I don't mean in terms of because Allah is al-Wadud. He is the most loving.
Yes.
And there are mentions in Hadith that there are we don't think of it as this sort of stoic, disconnected being that has no interest. No. Allah is closer to us than our jugular veins in terms of his seeing, his hearing, his understanding, and his responding to prayers, etc., etc. So we don't have this idea of this disconnected being, but what we do have is Allah's majesty can never be undermined by anything as inferior as spontaneous.
Well, you see, basically you got it backwards there. I mean, not what you said about, I mean, I agree with what you said. I agree that God can never be undermined, but you kind of got the understanding backwards in terms of how we understand Leela.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain. Okay, so could you explain to us what your understanding of Leela is?
I'll appreciate that. No. I mean,
please do.
I appreciate the opportunity to explain it.
Yeah.
Because it can be and often is misrepresented.
I mean, from what I mean, this is when I came across it. It is one of the fundamental pillars.
However, here's the point. Here's the point that's misunderstood.
Okay, good. Go ahead, please.
Even often among Hindus,
mm-hmm.
And that is coming to a relationship with God, where you can, let's say, sport with God or play with God. That only comes after you are completely purified. In other words, a soul, in fact, in our worship, let's say in ISKON, a soul who is not pure,
Mhm.
the soul who has not become spiritually pure, is not supposed to jump up to that Leela phase. In fact, as Prabhupada emphasized, until a soul becomes completely purified of all material propensities, you should see God with majesty. And so it's not that, and this has been a problem in India because there's all kinds of people who are not there. They're not purified. They're not spiritually advanced, and yet they artificially want to have that kind of playful relationship with God, and they make a big mess. And so the tradition is extremely strict about that. That as long as you have any impurity in your heart, until you are a completely pure soul, you must worship God with majesty.
And how is that decided?
It's just like, for example, you belong to a religion which has a long history now, and it functions, and people understand each other, and they're, everyone knows like this person's really a more advanced Muslim than that person. And so when you're inside a tradition, which is let's say a tradition which is serious, and they're intelligent people and they're really devoted, and you've been doing it for a while, then you know who's who.
We don't.
Well, by behavior.
But we make no such judgment. Not in Islam.
I think in any tradition you could say that. Let's say someone claims to love Allah. Let's say someone claims to love Allah, and they're running around with prostitutes and getting drunk every night. I mean,
So I mean, outside of those obvious, I think, fairly flimsy examples, what I would say is
they're not flimsy because you stated as an absolute principle that we have absolutely no way of judging, someone.
We don't judge. No. Yeah, we don't judge. We I mean, this is one of the key.
But for example,
because God is the one who judges. We don't judge.
I know that, but God reveals to us. I mean, within the Islamic world, some people wrote books that are taken very seriously, and some people wrote books that are not taken very seriously. Some people claim to be right. Some people claim to be. Some people act as leaders in the Islamic world, because I read the news and I know very well that in the Islamic world, some people inspire lots of other people, and some people don't. And so we can't pretend that there's nothing like a spiritual hierarchy, because there is.
Well, okay, so let me sort of explain. So we don't judge, but what we can do is from the acts and the behavior of individuals that they demonstrate in this world, and what they say and how they behave, we have a set of attributes that we say criteria that this individual can be trusted.
Well, that's what we do
on Islamic matters.
You see, you're kind of taking.
No, but it's not a judgment in the sense of the guy's got a beard and a turban, therefore he's a good guy because he claims to be a good guy. It's not like that.
I don't think you're that superficial.
Right, exactly. So
all I'm saying is we are doing the exact same thing you're doing.
Okay.
I mean, you can't.
So this is what I'm asking.
Yeah,
right,
you can't always assume that when I say something, it's kind of like in a way that contradicts Islam. I mean, in the Islamic world, and there are different communities, obviously, as we know. There are different communities. There are different.
Islam is not a monolith. Absolutely right.
Exactly. Yeah. But I'm saying in the various Islamic communities and traditions, people believe that by the mercy of God, by the teachings of the Prophet, or God through the Prophet, that it is possible to come to a sane understanding of who to follow, who not to follow, who is really kind of like walking the talk.
So,
and all that.
So could you go back? What is Leela then? What is the purpose of Leela?
Means,
theologically, what does it serve? What is the purpose does it serve?
I'll give an example of my own life. I have people I associate with, friends or students, because I have lots of students. And people, when there's a relationship, where you know people are not going to behave inappropriately with you. That if you kind of, so to speak, let your hair down, if you sort of relax a little bit with them, it's not going to lead them to act inappropriately. They're not going to just behave in a way which is not appropriate within the relationship. It's like, for example, parents, parents can kind of joke with their children, but if the children take that joking to mean that, now I'm as good as my parents, then it's not safe to joke with them because they don't have the maturity or the intelligence to understand these are my parents. They're always my parents, but we can joke. And so in the same way, if someone is absolutely fixed in the right understanding of God's infinite superiority, then so that some playful moments, and what does it accomplish? It increases love. It increases love. I mean, majesty is necessary. And like I said, my teacher always said, you need to worship God in his majestic form at this point in your spiritual evolution. So we do have that. We do have the majesty. We're not denying it. Mm-hmm. But if you get to the point where your heart is really pure and you don't have inappropriate desires, and no matter what, you're never going to misunderstand the infinite superiority of God. You're never going to forget that. And you're always going to do the right thing. People who are really powerfully committed to us in an appropriate relationship that gives us the freedom or the luxury sometimes to relax with them. And we can joke a little bit because we know that person's not going to misunderstand and violate the legitimate boundaries of this relationship.
Understood. So I don't mean flexible, but the other tradition, the other tradition that would have this idea of play within their conception of let's say a faith was the Greeks. They would appeal to Zeus and his consortium of gods and demigods, essentially playing with humanity at will.
That's great point. Great point. Right? Because what I say is the opposite. That's a very good point. Because in Plato in the Republic says, like, what the heck is going on with these so-called gods and goddesses? And that's why Homer came up with this super radical proposal that we stop teaching Homer in our schools. We should not teach Homer to our children, which, I mean, it's hard to imagine how radical that was back then. The Paideia was the Greek curriculum, which throughout the Roman world actually was kind of like, that was kind of like the most prestigious private school if you had a Paideia. Because Krishna is the opposite. Because the Greek gods and goddesses are not morally perfect. They're very much imperfect.
Wonderful. So this was the topic I wanted to get to now, which is if sin and salvation are things that govern us, and we believe that there is a moral foundation and God is, as you say, absolutely moral, then we see some inconsistencies across the scriptures in what would appear to be quite immoral behavior, at least on first look.
An example?
Right. So, for example, Krishna and the gopis, and Krishna as a cowherd, and playing the flute, and these things.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So on first, I would say that these things, number one, God manifesting himself in creation, first of all, is something which, going back to the earlier point, the infinite manifesting itself in the finite is an incomprehensible thing. It's a direct contradiction.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that point.
Okay, let's start there then.
Yeah, because you're bringing up a lot of very...
Yeah, I wanted to bring those 3 points up because it goes towards...
These are excellent points. They're very important points. And they're points which have been raised endlessly in India among Hindus for thousands of years.
Okay. So
it's not that they didn't notice these things.
I'm sure. Look, I doubt I'm going to be the first person to raise these issues, okay? But I want to put them on the table because, again, from our conception of God.
I understand. I understand how shocking this would seem to someone coming from...
It is, and actually that takes you out. That's the kind of shirk that makes you burn in hell forever. I mean, this is crystal clear.
Showing you. So anyway,
Well, but look, telling you how it is, okay? So anyway, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I'll explain to you how we understand the tradition.
Yes, please.
First of all, and this point is in our scriptures. In the Bhagavatam, there was a great saintly king, Parikshit, who's considered to be a pure soul, who lived many thousands of years ago. And he was learning from a super guru, Shuka, who's one of the primary speakers of the Bhagavatam, going back to ancient times. And he brought up this point. He said, if Krishna himself says in the Bhagavad-Gita, Dharma Sangstapanartaya, that I come to this world to restore morality and justice. So he brought this point up many thousands of years ago. If Krishna came to this world to teach morality and all these things, how could he do these things? And so the idea here is that, first of all, there's an emanation theory that we are all God's creation, which you understand. I mean, souls and matter.
Well, we don't believe in emanation. We don't believe in emanation. No.
Okay, we do.
Okay.
We do because we reject hard duality. See, which explains a lot more things, even the humor thing, because we believe that ultimately God has manifested, let's say, manifested the world in such a way so that there's nothing that exists beyond God or independently of God. And this dependence of every existing thing, this complete dependence on God, is also ontological. But anyway, that's what we're talking about.
No. So ontologically, do you mean we are the essence of God as well as being God?
We are not God. We are not God, but there is
that's what your statement entails, though.
Yeah, no, but there is a oneness with God which in no way jeopardizes or contradicts his supremacy and his uniqueness. And so it's like, I mean, we talked about this a lot last time, but maybe I'll jump to the point of Krishna's pastime. I mean, rather than, because we discussed this for a long time.
Just for this program, I think it's worth, because this non-duality that you have, which is very, very critical to this, is I think it's the source of much of the discussion that we've been talking about today. Because what it entails is that there is then no difference.
No, not at all. Because as okay, for your listeners that weren't there last time, our ontology is described as Bheda Abheda, difference and non-difference.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so to say, so God is supreme and unique. God is absolutely supreme and God is unique. And yet it's like a family thing. And yet there is a oneness with God, which is not the thing that is the worst, is shirk. That's not what we mean. What we mean is there's a sense in which a family is a family. So that you have, say, a loving mother and father, and then you have the children. So the children are never the parents, and the parents are never the children. And yet there's a sense in which there's a oneness. It's a family. That in love, there's a oneness. So everything that exists, because everything that exists, it depends on God for its existence. And so I understand the like this absolute determination not to say that something is equal to God. I understand that. And we talked about this, and I, in my wildest dreams, don't imagine that I'm one with God in every sense, or that I'm equal to God. I mean, that to me, that's madness. In fact, I spent my whole life arguing against that, precisely because in India there is what we call impersonalism, or there is there's different terms for it, Mayavad or whatever, the teaching that we are all God. And I mean, I spent my whole life fighting against that.
So this then raises the other obvious issue, of course, which is that how was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then the avatar of God, which is in this finite existence here, while being the infinite, the avatar of the infinite?
We say it's not a finite. Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita, Avyaktam vyaktimapanam manyante mama buddhaya. Those who don't understand think that I have taken a material form. And so our understanding is that that there are spiritual bodies. There are spiritual eternal bodies, and God's spiritual body is infinite. And that Krishna can appear in this world in a spiritual form because materialists are seeing God through their materialistic eyes. They see matter. Just like if you have like red lenses, you see everything as red.
Sure. So again, I'm just trying to clarify. So then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was he in any way human while he had this avatar of Krishna?
No.
He was in no way human at all.
No.
So he didn't have a human soul.
So he did not have
What's
a human
that?
soul.
He didn't have a what?
Did he have a human soul at all?
Absolutely not.
So how is he? What is he, God?
He is God, capital G. In this sense,
Okay.
I know this is very different than what you're used to.
Well, the reason I
That's
asked,
the reason for clarification.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the idea here is that God has infinite power, infinite creativity, even though he's one God. There aren't two gods. And therefore, he can appear in innumerable forms, which are all spiritual. And yet he is one single person because he has infinite creative power.
Right, but then this would require two things. One, we know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had a birth date and a death date, so this was either clearly a
not really, not a death date.
Well, okay, sorry. So the history books say there was a date when he passed away.
Yeah, but of course, yeah, right.
I mean, this is what history records. I mean,
no.
right?
I mean, yes and no in this sense. What's the word that's used in the tradition is not death date, but rather what's called Tito Bhava, the disappearance, when God withdraws his form so that we can no longer see it.
So was there a birth date then? Was he born to a woman? Was he born to a woman?
We call that, just like there's Tiro Bhava, we call that Avir Bhava, which means appearance date, that Krishna appears at a certain time. And there's something which is a very important term in the tradition called Yoga Maya. Maya can mean illusion, but also means like mystic power or Yoga Maya. So Krishna can play the part of an ordinary child. So he can appear as a baby, he can appear to grow. But that's all taken within the tradition to be simply Krishna through his omnipotence, just creating an appearance.
The avatar, yeah.
What's that?
I talk about the different avatars.
Yeah, but there are different categories. There's a whole science. There are different categories of avatars. So to be fully God is one category. And then, for example, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but there's a sense in which a prophet will be seen as an avatar.
No, we wouldn't. But again,
I think what he probably means is that some of the avatars are prophets. Maybe
And here by the avatar,
we as Muslims, we don't believe that the prophets are avatars of anyone. We believe everyone has one life, one soul, as you know.
No. But I mean, see, Avatar is not like in the movie Avatar.
No. Well, I understand that.
Avatar just means that someone who has received a special gift from God. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
No, we are talking about the avatars of Krishna.
Exactly.
Okay.
We're talking specifically about
avatars.
that. Exactly.
Avatars of Krishna, for example, our founder or the founder of our movement, Prabhupada, he's not Krishna. In fact, he would become furious.
No, he's not. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the original,
he is. Yeah, it's what
right, exactly. This is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So the individual
Krishna can appear himself, or he can empower other souls.
Right. So this is where I think a further clarification is needed, which is, you see, in order for two things two essences to come together, there must be a commonality between them. Otherwise, I mean, electricity and water don't mix very well. Let's just put it that way, right? I mean, that's a very, 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 very crude example. So, in order for in your ontology, what you've said earlier is that we are. I mean, God is the Brahma and Krishna. They're essentially the same essence.
Well, actually,
I mean,
Krishna is called Parang Brahma. He's the supreme Brahma.
Right, the supreme, right, exactly. And all of us, all of the creation, is a reflection of that, or an element, or emanates from that, right? That's what. I'm trying to understand your terminology, really.
The word that Krishna actually uses in the Gita is angsha, which can just mean a part.
Which means a part. It means a part, right?
But not in the sense that, let's say, if you take a piece of paper and you tear it into pieces, parts, and there's no sheet.
No, I understand that exactly. So an angsha could also be, I guess, it could be like a portion, but it remains part of the whole still. You just sort of carve out that this piece is. Now, this means, and this is what I mean earlier, which is there is then no difference between the soul and the Paramatra, or the ultimate being.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot last time.
Exactly. So, and it's important to bring it in here because then
what are you saying? There's a big Atma and the Paramatma.
Yeah.
So it's because the way Prabhupada used to put it, God is infinite. We are infinitesimal.
No, I understand. So what I was going to get to was then what. So if you are already part of a portion of that essence, then what is the need, or what is the purpose for any kind of sin or salvation at all? Because all that happens is you go back to what you already were to start with. So it means you go through this.
Yeah, the need is
right?
The need is because at the present time we've made some bad choices.
And but we haven't, because we're part of that essence.
No.
The essence made the choices.
No. That's not the idea. The idea is that as an individual soul, you or me, as individual souls, we have our own free will. And
so each angsha then, just to understand, each angsha then has its own. So its own consciousness,
yes,
its own ego, and there's the super ego as well.
Yeah, the super, like you taking the word ego.
I mean, so super id as well.
Person. The person. Right. Yeah, because Krishna specifically says in the Gita that he is not responsible for our choices. Nadate kasyachit papa naiva sukritangivu. Krishna says, I'm not responsible for what you choose. So our individuality as not God is very serious and real. We have our own free will. We have to accept the consequences of our own choices. So we are not God. We are not God.
But I think there's a bigger problem here, if I may just to quickly interject. How can you be individual if everything was in the beginning one soul? One.
No, it wasn't. That's not the case. You see, we don't have that. We have a different sense of time. Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita, there are only basically two kinds of things in this world: eternal things that have always existed and always will exist, and temporary things that they can't come into being at a certain point, and then they like a glass of water. It didn't exist before; it won't exist in the future.
But that makes it contingent. So that means there's a contingency within this essence then, or not?
No, Krishna in the Gita, he covers that base actually. In the Gita, Krishna, in describing matter, in the physical stuff, he calls it his binna prakriti. It is my energy, but it's separate from me. So Krishna uses the word binna, separate.
So does that create a duality now then, where you said there was no duality before?
No, because well, you could say it's a duality, but not in the Cartesian sense. Because as you know, the constant objection to Descartes is that if matter and spirit are so different, how they interact. And so Krishna, matter cannot affect God, but God can affect matter. which you also have to accept because I think you believe that God created the world.
Well, the creation is separate to God completely.
Yeah, but he
And
created
of course, yeah.
Are you a non-dualist or a dualist?
Yes, he's a non-dualist.
So if you're a non-dualist,
our position, we
sorry.
reject both monism and dualism. Our position is in the middle. We think it's the sweet spot for ontology, because I mean, do you accept the statement in Genesis that God created the world? Whatever his relationship is to it, that he created it.
We say Allah created kun fayakun. I mean,
Allah created all the creation.
Yeah, okay, so therefore, regardless of how Allah is or isn't connected to the world, still he can affect matter. He makes it move. He created it, which means that he has power over it.
Of course. But that doesn't make it part of God, though. Doesn't make it in any way.
Come back to the original point.
I am, what I said is exactly what I meant to say. I know that you don't believe that, and I'm not.
Right. So what I'm asking is, in your conception, then, when you say, first of all, you say this idea that this sort of pre-existing eternal being within itself, it creates, or it gives rise to parts of itself or onto of itself that becomes us in creation. What I'm struggling with is, if it never separates from that thing, it's always part of the thing, which means
no. We turn. When I say, okay, let me clarify, because I can see how what I said could lead to a misunderstanding. So here are a few points. Number one, Krishna says in the Gita to Arjuna, who's representing us, the soul. Krishna says to Arjuna, "Natve aham jatu nasam." Never did I not exist. Never did I not exist. Natvam, nor you.
We're all eternal.
We have always existed and we always will exist. But we are eternally subordinate to and dependent on God.
So there's dual eternalities then. There's two eternal things.
Yeah. In fact,
How do you rationally explain that?
Well, there's a statement.
I don't understand that. Yeah, sorry.
There's a statement actually in a few Upanishads that says, Nityo Nityanam, the one eternal among the many eternals, Nityo Nityanam, Chaitanas Chaitananam, the conscious living being among the conscious living beings, the one, and then Eko Bahunam Jobidadhati Kaman, because the one is providing everything to the many. So it's not a symmetrical relationship. It is asymmetrical. We depend on God. God does not depend on us.
But to be eternal would mean that we have multiple uncreated things now.
Multiple uncreated
uncreated things, yes.
Yes, we do. However, to be but again, in our ontology, to be uncreated is not to be God. It doesn't mean it's not. It's just like, for example, when I was studying Christianity, academically, and Jesus was accused of claiming to be divine, or his followers, and I was thinking, what's the problem? I couldn't figure it out. And then I realized that when they say divine, they mean God. When we say divine, that doesn't necessarily mean God. God is the supreme divine. God's infinitely, he's God. However,
just for my clarification, if something is eternal with no beginning,
yes,
is this thing or being contingent on anything? By definition, no.
Yes, no, because there are different ways that you could be eternal. You could be eternal just by yourself, like, hey, I'm eternal. No one helped me to be eternal. I just am. That's not our position. Our position is that our existence eternally depends on God's existence. It's never independent. It never was and never will be.
Okay, that's changed slightly, because I think earlier. Okay. So
I with all due respect, I've been saying that since the last time.
So let me sort of pick up on this. So, but again, this is the point, though, which is, yes, there is an eternal dependency. But then I ask the question, does that mean it was uncreated? You said yes. So
Yes.
it means it's all eternally uncreated, and at the same time, yet also eternally uncreated and contingent. That is a direct contradiction. You can't
No.
have something that is uncreated and eternal and contingent.
No, it's not. Because you see, because you see what you're doing is you're imposing a physical ontology on non-physical things.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just taking it philosophically.
Because
So if you
no, actually, let me explain. I think you really are doing that because the word contingent, for example, sorry for the same.
okay, so before we get to contingent, let's sort of clarify what does eternally uncreated mean.
That means something, as Krishna says in the Gita, never did you not exist.
Good. So then, how can you later on then say we are dependent on that one?
Because we have always been. Because, in other words, I think you are equating two things which are not the same. What you're equating is to be beginningless, anadi, which means beginningless, and to be independent. And so those are two different. I mean, even in English, whatever language we speak, if you look up the definition of eternal and the definition of dependent, they're not direct.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. What I said was, is there such an existence that is uncreated and eternal? It directly disqualifies it from being contingent.
No.
Just by the nature of being eternal and uncreated.
No.
By definition.
No, because you are doing it. No, I mean, with all due respect, you did exactly what I said you did.
Okay, so explain to me how something that is.
If you're saying that it's just like if I say something which is logically impossible, like a square circle. There can't be a square circle. It's a logical contradiction. So what I'm saying, if you look at the definition of eternal or beginningless, and you look at the definition of dependent or contingent.
No, uncreated. It's those two.
If you look at the definitions of those two words,
yes,
it's not a logical contradiction.
No, because those two are not. But dependency is. If you introduce dependency into this, then it is a contradiction.
Because the definition, I can look at it right now in the dictionary. The definition of the English word dependent is not. It was created as something.
No, actually, I said contingent. I didn't say dependent. I used the word contingent earlier.
These are words. Right. I mean, they're synonyms.
No. So
I could test that right now in the dictionary because it is not a standard definition.
Dr. Resnick, let me just rewind.
No, he's right. There are two different meanings, but the thing is, when we put them together, for example, if I were to ask you, give me an example of something that is beginningless and non-dependent, other than God.
There is nothing other than God.
Okay, so I think the question here was with regards to if something is beginningless, then by definition it has to be non-contingent.
If something is no. See, here's what you're doing.
It's a question.
We need to reframe this question to clarify.
No. I will lay this out for you.
Okay, but please do. Yes,
I will lay this out for you in very simple logic.
Yeah.
If you take any two words, which are not direct and very close,
we're not talking about squared circles here. So Doctor.
Therefore, the definition, the simplest literal definition of the word eternal or beginningless.
Yes.
And the simple definition of non-contingent, or let's say contingent, beginningless and contingent, those two words do not directly contradict each other in the same way that square and circle contradict each other.
I'll tell you why. That's not
Therefore, you are supplying a logical or you are supplying an assumption which connects those two words, which are not in and of themselves contradictory. You are supplying something. What you are supplying is a tenet, of Islamic philosophy.
No, I'm not. So with all due respect, Doctor, you mentioned it earlier. You said we have multiple eternal things multiple uncreated things, and there is, and I don't know how to put this, but it said there is one category of these that depends on the other category.
No. There's one category on which everything else depends.
Exactly. So both categories are uncreated and beginningless.
Yes,
and
but
yet one depends on the other.
Does not equal non-contingent.
I'm not saying this. What I'm saying.
Look, the example.
What I'm trying to say is, how do you have two categories of beginningless, uncreated things, and yet there is some relationship of dependency between them? Where does it come from?
Because there is nothing about the literal meaning in the dictionary.
It's not about
of the word. You see what I'll tell you what you're confusing here.
May I just give you a clarification? Perhaps you can explain it better.
I think I do understand. Let me just
I haven't explained to you my position, though.
Let me try one clarification, and if I miss, then you can try yours.
Sure.
There's a very famous argument from contingency. There's a very famous argument from contingency for the existence of God, saying that because in this world, everything that exists depends on something else for its existence. Therefore, Aristotle's unmoved mover, there must ultimately be a non-contingent being. And so in that specific argument, not in the dictionary, but in that argument, contingency is taken to mean having a cause, not being beginningless or causeless. Now, that argument has a limitation in that the argument, first of all, presupposes Judeo-Christian Islamic ontology rather than just. Let me just finish this, because
but I was going on your definition. I wanted your definition. I don't want anybody else. I wanted your definition.
But here's the point: if you give a typical example of the famous, very well-known, that's redundant, argument from contingency, it's, for example, why do I exist? Because my parents begot me. Why did they exist? Because their parents begot them. So what I'm saying, you are falling into a trap here, because in this sense, you are taking contingency not in its most general definition, but you are taking contingency specifically as it is used in an argument that presupposes a specific ontology. So you see, in the ontology that I'm representing, it's true that my existence as a human person, as let's say a male, so many years old, born in this place, that existence absolutely is contingent upon my parents. But my existence as a soul is not contingent upon my parents. And therefore, contingency in its most general definition does not entail, it does not logically entail, it does not even imply that something must have a beginning. So the logical step that you are supplying is, and without your assumption, the whole thing collapses. What you are assuming is that to be, let's say, to be non-contingent, it means that to be non-contingent means that you cannot begin at a certain time, and to be contingent means you must begin at a certain time. And that's not necessarily true. The reason it's not necessarily true because the words don't logically require each other.
No, so what I was asking for was clarification. Go ahead. Okay,
very quickly. I'm having problem with your concept of uncreatedness. If anything is uncreated, how can it be dependent on anything?
Wait. You just did the same thing again.
No,
you did the exact same thing.
No, but this is the point of confusion. If something is uncreated,
how can it be dependent?
Because contingent does not, because the word, look at the word square logically requord a figure with four sides, four equal sides, and four external angles. The word contingent.
Do you mind? Howard, would you
one
mind?
sentence, the word, because you keep saying the same thing over and over again.
I'm not going to say the same thing.
Contingent,
I'm going to tell you in a different way.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go on.
The word
Brother Mansur, let him finish. Let him finish that sentence.
One sentence. The word contingent, the English word contingent, does not logically require that something be created. One word does not logically require the other, in the same way that the word square does logically require a four-sided figure with four equal internal angles.
Actually,
This-
the word
That's not what I'm talking
word
about.
square.
Okay, just let Brother Mansur come in here with this
Fine,
sentence, please.
Yeah, go on.
I'm having
Four equal
issues.
sides and four equal
I'm
internal angles.
only
Define
having
square.
issues with your concept.
That's all I
of
want to say.
uncreatedness.
Yeah.
Are you
Okay, go
listening?
on, Mansur.
Uncreatedness. If something is not created, uncreated, do you mind explaining what that means?
Yes. Yeah, it means that it has always existed.
Right. Does it mean it always existed by itself, or something
No.
else made it always exist?
Either way, it could be either. If I say that, let's say an object O, let's just say any object O. Let's go to formal logic. This object O has always existed. It wasn't created. It's always existed as O.
Mhm.
Now, that does not tell us whether that object is contingent or not, because in the case of God, God has always existed, but God is absolutely non-contingent. God doesn't depend on anything for its existence. What's that?
Let's focus on O. Focus on O. Yeah.
I'm being totally lost. So you have O always existed. Now tell me now, how does this O always existed? Is it existing by something else like X, Y, Z, or independently? And if
No,
you say something else,
it depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about God, see, because there are two categories of O. If you're talking about God, then the answer is God is absolutely independent.
I don't understand. I'm talking about O.
But
No,
we're not talking. Okay, so before we get to God, though, I mean, in the contingency argument, it doesn't postulate God. It says there is an ultimate. There is one. There is a concept right at the very beginning of this to allow it all to happen. Then we arrive at God later. So if this sort of let's take Plato's form, there is a form of something that is uncreated, right? And this is what Plato said as well. He said these things are uncreated and eternal. I mean, these Platonic forms are all uncreated. And if that's what you mean, then what Plato said by definition as well in his world of forms is everything in there is uncreated. Okay. Now, what we're asking is if everything in there is uncreated, what does that mean in the if we take that analogy, what does that mean in your Hare Krishna concept of uncreated? Is it the same idea or is it different?
I would have to know, and I don't know precisely because I'm not a specialist in Plato. I would have to know whether Plato sees an eternal dependence of the forms on God, because
not that I'm familiar, because he says they exist independently.
Well, then in that sense, I would not agree with Plato.
Right. So this is where I'm having the confusion, because philosophically, when you say something is uncreated, by definition, it is independent.
No, that's not what the word uncreated means. You see, you're taking two words that are not direct synonyms and you're connecting them by an assumption, but you won't admit the assumption. No,
okay. So explain to me. Okay, that's why I'm asking. What is?
Okay,
what does
you're not going to do
mean?
right now? I'm going to read from you from my mediocre dictionary. The word. What was that word we're using?
Contingent.
Contingent. Is it and uncreated? I want uncreated.
Okay, I'll start with uncreated. Here's what my mediocre dictionary says about uncreated. Existing without having been created.
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is the words existing without having been created do not logically entail being existing independently, in the same way that if we say this is a square, that logically requires, if you use the English word square, let's see if I get it right this time, that you have four equal sides with four equal internal angles. If you say this figure,
let me try to come in here, because I think over here we are discussing Paramatma and Atma. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're saying, is the Atma, which is our souls, and Paramatma is God, obviously, who is the universal soul. Are they equal in essence?
Are they equal in essence? Very good question. I'm trying to think of what the Sanskrit word would be for essence, because it's a very prominent word in Judeo-Christian Islamic theology.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to, yes, in this sense, if you take the word essence, let's say, if you say that within this Sanskritic worldview,
qualitatively speaking, obviously,
yeah,
not quantitatively.
take the word Atma or Brahman. Yeah, so
we used the example of ocean and drop of water last time, and you said qualitatively it's the same, quantitatively it was different.
Yeah.
Right?
However,
So we say the same thing here, right?
Yeah. Let's go with that. And the analogy, also the water drop ocean analogy, is also limited because the drop doesn't necessarily depend on.
Forget the analogies. I just want to know if the essence is the same.
The concept. Let's go with the concept.
I will put myself out here and I'll say yes. Now see what happens to me.
Okay, good. No, but look,
we're just trying to understand here.
We're not doing a what if analysis here. Sorry, we want to know if that's what you believe.
Yeah. We want to know what you believe, right?
Yeah,
so
we're not trying to.
There is a qualitative oneness.
Yeah.
But again, that also, but there's the eternal beginningless dependence, where one existence depends on something else for its existence.
But you see, okay, so just to be very clear,
we are not talking about. Look, we have actually gone in circles about this one. Sorry, the whether it's contingent or not. I mean, once we establish if they are the same essence, then we can move on, because I think that is the key point which we are missing. So that's why I want a confirmation from you whether you believe that the Atma and the Paramatma are of the same essence.
The reason is, the reason I kind of was a little shy about it, because it's just not a word which is that exact word in Sanskrit. It's not.
But you know what essence means, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking up in the dictionary because I want to. I'm just trying to be very careful.
Sure. Understood. No, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, this is your doctrine. I mean, you need to be clear on your doctrine, right?
The intrinsic nature or indispensable quality of something, especially something absolute. Okay. Philosophy, a property or group of properties of something without which it would not exist or be. So I would say, and don't take this the wrong way, yes and no. Because
no,
it is because there are some ways in which we share God's nature and some ways in which we don't.
No, but look, if you are not even aware of whether earlier you clearly said you're not God. Yes?
No, because you introduced.
Let me try to understand what we are discussing here, because you made it very clear, not this stream, also the previous stream, that we in ourselves are in no way God. Yes?
Yes.
And I think we all understood that and we agree with that. But now we are talking about the soul itself. We are talking about your essence. We are talking about your.
That's the problem. You see,
we're talking about your ruh.
See, you can't. But if you want to, you see, you're using a word which is super loaded and charged. As a result,
Satya,
is.
Satya is essence in Sanskrit.
No, that's not.
It can mean truth. It can also mean essence.
No. The word essence.
Yeah.
The word essence is a word which has been a real hot item. It's been a really key word in knockdown, drag out theological debates for 2,000 years.
In Christian theology, it's a big issue. We know this. But what we're asking for is, what is the equivalent in your tradition?
There's a word. There is a word which means essence. There's often translate, which is sara, which is not even an ontological term. So what I'm doing is, when we use the English word essence, it has a certain meaning. And I just looked it up in the dictionary. And for example, one of the meanings says, in philosophy, the word means a property or group of properties of something without which it would not exist or be what it is.
It's what defines it, essentially.
Yeah. However, for example, one of the key properties of God is that he's omniscient.
Okay.
And we are not omniscient. So if you take omniscience or omnipotence as part of the essence of God, then no, we don't share the essence of God. In other words, if we're going to have a serious philosophical discussion, as what's his name? Wittgenstein pointed out. I guess he's not always wrong. So as Wittgenstein pointed out, we have to be careful about language, because otherwise we can go off on the wrong track. So there are certain philosophical meanings, specifically in philosophy, there are certain meanings of the word essence, which in regard to which,
that's the meaning we're intending.
in regard to which I would not say that we have the same essence as God.
Okay, so by definition then.
This is what I would say essence, generally how I would understand it, is the intrinsic nature or indispensable quality of something.
Right,
so earlier you spoke about a square.
Omniscience.
Yes.
No, hold on.
Just one sec.
Yeah.
Earlier we spoke about the square and the circle. So independently, when we speak about a circle, we know that it doesn't have corners. Independently, when we talk about a square, we know it's a four-sided object. Okay. But when you say a squared circle, that's when you put it together and you say that's nonsensical.
That's a grammatical construction that is nonsense. I mean, grammar allows it because grammar is imperfect. Okay.
No, logically speaking, you cannot have a squared circle.
You cannot do that, right?
Similarly, you cannot have something that is beginningless, yes, and not be something that is beginningless. It cannot be created. It cannot be if it's beginningless.
What you've just done is a textbook example of circular reasoning. And now I'll explain what I mean by that.
Yeah, go on.
Mansur totally agrees with me, I could see.
I disagree. I'll tell you why.
I know, he's joking.
So here's why.
You don't allow me to explain my position.
No, but first let me just take this apart. I'd like to answer Hashim.
Yeah.
In just in terms of simple logic. If two words do not logically entail each other, but you say that, let's say A and B, like let's say A is let's say a circle with four sides. A circle, crazy. Okay, let's say
take a break.
Okay, let's say we have a figure with four equal sides and four equal internal angles. That's
the parallel sides, by the way, key to that definition.
Yeah, this is not advanced geometry. I'm going to just
let's just so I get the example. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so therefore, what I'm saying is, in philosophy, to say something logically requires or entails something else is a technical term.
Of course, yes, we understand
which means that the definition requires it. Now, if you say that for something to be beginningless means that it's not contingent, you have not derived that conclusion from the dictionary meaning of the words. Therefore, you have said that A equals B. A, beginningless, equals B, not contingent. When you say A equals B, even though their dictionary definitions aren't equal, therefore you are applying a...
That wasn't the point I made.
This is not what we said.
Understood it.
Doctor, this is not what we said.
The reason I gave you the example of a circle and a square is to show you I did not derive a square circle from the dictionary. Okay, the circle has a definition, the square has a definition.
However,
wait a minute. Hold on. So what I'm saying is that for my understanding of a squared circle wasn't derived from the dictionary. So I don't know where you get this textbook definition of circular reasoning, because I did not make that point.
You missed my point. I'll explain it again. I made 2 points.
Yeah.
One negative, one positive. The negative point was that 2 words, this was the negative point, you mixed the two. The negative point was 2 words whose dictionary meanings directly contradict each other.
We understand.
Okay.
I get that. What I was asking though, if you went
and so what I was saying is because the simple dictionary definition of beginningless and the simple dictionary definition of contingent do not contradict each other. The 2 definitions.
We don't disagree.
We don't disagree. The contingent can be.
But when you put it in a sentence,
therefore,
that's where we differ. Actually, when you put it in a
sentence, when the definitions don't require each other logically, you cannot say that to be beginningless is to be non-contingent, because
No.
the definitions don't require that.
Okay.
If you claim, as you frankly, I mean, we could rewind the tape, and you said it like 50 times.
Let me go back and sort of say what we said, just very quickly, please. Very quickly, please. One moment.
If you
Very
do
quick point.
say,
I think I've understood you, Howard. So
Yeah.
basically,
I
you're
keep
saying,
hearing, I mean, unless
Go ahead.
if you allow me
unless
to
I'm
just
going
make
crazy
one point,
here, I keep hearing you say over
Yeah.
and over and over
over and over again, you
and
keep
it's in the
interjecting
tape.
and
Go back and
not allowing
listen.
us to
That
speak. This is
if
not
we
fair.
say souls,
Howard,
if we
I'll
say
make
souls
just
are beginningless,
one point to make, because I don't think you're listening.
if we say souls are beginningless,
I'm sorry.
that means they're non-contingent. And you keep saying it, and then you keep saying you're not saying it. So I'm just
Yeah,
like, I
so
can't figure it
okay,
out.
so here's the thing. I think you made a definition. I was going. The definition you said is there is this ultimate existence of which everything is essentially a part of that existence, that angsha that you mentioned.
Everything's
and I was
dependent on also.
Depend
Yes.
right. So I was trying to clarify because because then I asked, okay, if this ultimate existence itself, as you said from your scripture, has always been and never has not been, then by definition that means this is uncreated and eternal by definition, which means
Say it
it's
again. Say it one more time.
uncreated, i.e. it has never not been,
Right,
and it
right.
is always and it's always existed, which means it's eternal into the past, infinite past.
Yes.
Right, and it's uncreated. So that's the two properties that define it. It's uncreatedness and its eternalness into past infinite.
Right.
Right, and into past, into
Is it
future as
also
well. Eternal
uncaused?
future as well.
If I add the third property,
No. Well,
uncreated?
hold on.
Yeah, go on.
Before I get there, okay.
That
let me
was
just finish.
clever, though. We'll get to that later.
We'll get to that because I really need to understand. I'm really trying to unpack what you said earlier, and I really because we mixed it with the Sanskrit that you mentioned in there as well, and I really want to unpack this. So we have something that is eternal into infinite past and is uncreated. Now, those two properties themselves entail certain things about this being, right? One of them is, if it's uncreated and eternal, it cannot have been created by definition.
If it's uncreated
and eternal, it cannot have been created.
That is actually true. That is logically
right.
entailed.
Exactly. So therefore, then, if it cannot have been created, it must have existed of its own accord, as it were.
No, that's what is not.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. In your conception, if it's uncreated and eternal, how does it exist then?
Because its existence eternally depends on God's existence.
So it is caused.
You see, I keep saying,
so explain that dependency then. What is that? A dependency of creation or dependency of existence? What because it's eternal and uncreated. What is that dependency relationship we're talking about?
Yeah, that's a question.
We can only exist because God exists, and our existence.
But we are all created with a creation date. This is in our right. So in our conception, everything that is not God has a creation start date.
I know, but that's the whole point. You see.
Right, so what I'm asking is, in your conception.
But here's my point. Your view that everything that is not God is created, and the one uncreated being,
and it has a creation start point in time.
Okay, I understand that. That's intelligible.
Good.
It's not absurd. I don't think it's true, but it's not.
But it is true because it logically follows.
No. But that, you see, here's the point. Here's the point where I think you keep tripping up, and you're saying that something logically follows because it's your doctrine. In other words,
no, I did not say that. I said, listen to what I said. I said everything that is not God, by definition, is creation.
No. But you see, everything, but again, that is your theology. It's not what I'm saying. When you use words like entailed or logically required, you can't use theology. All you can look at is the definitions of the word.
Okay. So if something is uncreated,
Yes.
and there are other things, can we have lots of uncreated things? Can there be many uncreated things?
There are. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying that besides God, there are other beings.
There are other
that are
uncreated
eternal.
things.
Yes, who are contingent but uncreated. You see, I keep making this point over and over again, and I'll try.
Yeah,
one more.
let's stop there, because
Why
I think
don't you
Let's
he's
stop there.
made
Let's
his
stop there.
point.
Let's stop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
let's
made
move
his
on.
point
So
that besides God, there
the
are things
point-
which are eternal, but they are not God, but they are contingent on God.
Yes,
Am I right?
and the
what I
word
understood though,
and the
was
word
one point I want
uncreated,
to make, if
the
I-
word
if I allow-
uncreated, and
if
the
I'm
word
allowed, right?
uncreated.
Being on my own
Word
panel, I'm allowed to speak.
Yeah, just one
Yeah.
last.
Just let him. We'll make this one statement, and then we'll
Yeah.
allow you and Brother Mansur.
The
Okay.
word, the English word uncreated,
hmm
and the English word non-contingent are not, or let's say the English word uncreated and the English word dependent are not, by their simplest dictionary definitions, contradictory, and therefore one
I
does
was
not.
not saying that. Yeah,
That's
we did
fine.
not make that
That's fine.
argument.
Okay, that's my only point.
Yeah,
Fine.
we did
So
not make
what
that
I
argument.
understood, this is my learning point, that Paramatma, the ultimate soul, who is uncreated,
Yes.
could be dependent.
No.
Because it's, if you allow me to explain now, because you earlier on you were arguing that an uncreated thing, it doesn't follow that it is dependent or independent. That's what you're arguing against us. So I'm saying, by that logic, the Paramatma, who is uncreated, he could be actually dependent.
No. There's an obvious logical
follow?
flaw there. There's an obvious logical flaw,
Which is?
which is that you are saying that if I say Paramatma is uncreated, let's say God is uncreated.
Yeah.
And therefore, if it's possible to be uncreated and dependent, if it's possible to be uncreated, let's say, how should I put this? In other words, the fact that Paramatma is not created, it's not that every uncreated thing is equal.
No,
You see, what you keep doing is you keep slipping in.
You just argued an uncreated thing or uncreated being.
Uncreated. I'm saying
or dependent.
No, because you're assuming the very thing that I reject. I'm saying uncreated does not equal necessarily non-contingent and create. So if you're saying because
you're agreeing with me, then actually Paramatma, it doesn't follow that Paramatma being uncreated has to be independent.
He doesn't. He doesn't have to be independent based on his non-createdness, but on other grounds, he is supreme. In other words, to say it's like saying that, I mean, the fact that Paramatma is uncreated, it's not that every uncreated thing is an individual ordinary soul. Therefore, it doesn't follow.
Let's leave it there. Okay, let's leave it there.
He is saying that's exactly what he's saying. There are two categories. There are two categories of uncreated beings. And therefore, if there are two categories that share a certain characteristic, you cannot, the fact that something has that characteristic is not diagnostic. If I say, for example, there are Muslims that live in Los Angeles and there are Christians that live in Los Angeles, you can't say about a Christian, oh, you live in Los Angeles, therefore you're a Muslim. That's absurd. So in the same way, just as
philosophy here.
No. There's an obvious logical flaw. Just as.
Do you mind explaining one other thing?
Because Muslims.
What makes Paramatma independent?
I'll explain it to you if you allow me. There are Muslims and there are Christians. There are Muslims and you're missing the logic. There are Muslims and there are Christians that live in Los Angeles.
Thank you for teaching us basic philosophy.
Excuse me, because you're totally missing the point again. because you're so eager to be right.
Can we just take a moment here? Can we just calm down, please?
No, just
Can we
one moment.
Just a moment. Just calm
One
down.
moment. There are Christians.
Yeah.
If you have if you have two people or two sets of people or whatever, let's say you have two people that share a characteristic. It can be they weren't created. It can be they both live in London, but they share a characteristic. When that's the case, that characteristic does not allow you to tell which of the two it is because they both have it. So in the same way, souls like us and God share a characteristic of not being created. And therefore, what Mansur said is that because God is not created, that is a diagnostic category which puts him in the ordinary soul thing. I'm saying no, because it's a shared quality. Knowing that God is not created is not diagnostic.
It's beyond the shared quality. Yeah,
the question which Mohammed asked earlier, I don't think it was responded to. So in what sense is the Atma dependent on the Paramatma?
Okay, well, he could have just said that, but he was saying
I think he did, but he
said
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, go back and listen to the tape. He said several times that because, no offense, Mansur, he said several times that.
No, I was talking about Muhammad, not Mansur. I was talking about Muhammad. Muhammad made that point.
No, I was talking about what Mansur said. Okay, so get back to Muhammad's point.
Okay.
Yes.
So in what sense are they dependent?
Yeah, so
that's the question.
Sense are they,
what
sense
dependent? Is the
yeah,
Atma dependent on the Paramatma?
Okay, good
in
question.
What sense is your soul dependent on God?
I'm going to look up in the dictionary the word dependent.
Oh dear. Okay.
Quite strange. I mean, the terms that you must be quite familiar with, you keep looking at the dictionary.
No, he just wants to make sure. That's fine. That's fine.
No, accuracy is important. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Especially when you're talking about God, I think it's quite
because
important.
I assume we're having a serious philosophical discussion.
Yeah. I mean, accuracy is important here, and we don't want to mix points because, again, it's been recorded as well.
Dependent on, upon, contingent on, or determined by. And so let's go with that one.
Yeah.
Contingent on or determined by. Now, my argument would be that determining something, let's say A determines B. A determines B, which would be means that
B is dependent on A. That means
right. A determines B, so A is non-contingent in that context, and B is contingent.
Yeah.
I'm saying those words and that relationship do not logically require that the dependence or the determination take place within material time. And in fact, because in this case, the soul is outside material time, and God is certainly beyond material time, therefore, we're talking about a relationship which, in fact, does not exist in material time.
So
and
what is the dependence? I still want to understand that.
The dependence is that at every moment, my existence depends on, because, for example, let's say in the Islamic conception, I mean, there's one obviously very big dependence, which let's say God creates us.
Yeah,
so
the creation is dependent on the creator, which is quite clear in Islam. I want to understand from your perspective.
So here's
dependency is.
I have a question for you. In Islamic understanding, apart from the sort of like super dependence of being created by God.
Yes.
Once someone is created and walking around on earth, is there a sense in which we depend on God?
Of course.
Well, but so there are forms of dependence which are not.
But this conflates the fact. This conflates the fact.
We want to understand from the Hindu perspective.
Yeah.
What is the dependency between Atma and Paramatma?
Well, first, I'm trying to.
You have defined the word so far.
Yeah.
You have told us what the Muslims believe in, but that is not.
No. I'm trying to understand
your understanding of dependency between the Atma and the Paramatma.
I'm trying to understand it more clearly.
So let me explain. So
here's my question to you, because I'm trying to see if there's any way we can connect on this.
Okay.
So my question to you is, putting aside for the moment the act of creation.
Exactly.
once a soul is created, and here we are on earth, what is the nature of, within Islamic philosophy, what is the nature of our dependence on God?
For everything. I mean, the water that you drink, the air you breathe, all that is from God, isn't it? We believe that. So in
Existence
a way,
of
we are
subsistence.
dependent, but we still have free will. But let's not go into that chestnut because.
Well, just to clarify one thing, but
Yeah.
there is a distinct category. There's two categories. There is the creator and there is the creation, right? So these two distinct categories mean that the dependency is built from the fact that anything that we do or can be or are is by the virtue of the grace of God.
Yes, exactly.
it.
And that's my
Now,
point. If you take,
but if let me finish the statement. The confusion that I'm
Mhm.
having here is in your conception. There is no separate category. Atma and Paramatma are just sort of different aspects of the same thing.
no,
That's why I
absolutely
asked
not.
the essence. He hasn't answered that.
Yes,
They
so
are
this
very
is where I'm getting confused because
No, they're
how
very much separate
Right,
categories.
okay.
Here's my point.
Okay.
Within, as you've explained it to me, within Muslim theology or philosophy, there is the act of creation where God creates souls, and in that sense, say the soul's existence obviously depends on God.
Yes.
And then there's the post-creation dependence.
Yes.
In other words, after you're created, you're still dependent on God. I mean, we're dependent on God right now. I mean, we could
Well,
just.
we are. Yes. Yes.
You know. So therefore,
but this goes into causation now. This goes into
okay,
causation, causality, and that discussion, which we don't want. Let's not go into that right now.
But here's the
yeah.
point I'm making.
Yes.
Here's the point I'm making. Because you asked, what do we mean by dependent?
Yes.
And it's a good question. So here's what I mean by the beginningless soul being dependent on the beginningless God. This is what I mean by it. I mean, if you just take the creation of the soul, that claim, you just sort of put that aside for a moment. Like, that's not what we're talking about right now.
Okay, fine. So in your conception, right, no creation of the soul.
So let's just look at another category of Islamic thought, which is post-creation. In other words, here we are in the world, dependence on God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Post-creation what I'm saying is that I'm trying to find some way to, communicate.
There isn't, because there's two different things.
Well, no, there is, because here's the connection. In our conception, what you call post-creation dependence on God, and I agree, simply never began. We have always been dependent on God in an analogous way in the Islamic conception that after we are created, we are dependent on God. That post-creation dependence, we say, has simply always existed. And that's
so you're saying the Atma is since eternity dependent on God on what? That's the question. On what?
Dependent on God exactly in the way that within Muslim thought, as I understood it.
Right. So let's draw a line. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Let's move on. So, okay, we need to open up the lines for some Q&A.
There was one more question I wanted to ask with regards to creation, which is like, do you think that the creation, let's say even the earth or the universe,
yes,
do you think that was the question I want to ask is, why did God create that in your understanding?
The earth?
The universe.
Existence. Well, we sort of answered that.
Because souls like us, who are not presently in a pure state, needed what do you call it? Rehabilitation.
No, but we are not creation. You're saying soul is not a creation, right?
No. What I'm saying is
the question. Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, I understand. No, I think I got you. I think I understand. It's a good question.
So my question is Krishna's purpose of creating the universe.
Yes.
What is that?
The purpose of creating the universe is to give souls a chance to rectify themselves, to turn to God.
Yeah, but are you saying they needed rectification from eternity?
No, but a soul having free will, which we take very seriously, free will, that from time to time, a soul may choose to try their luck without God.
But the soul doesn't know. Yeah, okay. So in
No,
your
no, no.
conception.
Hold on. I'll tell
Because
you
we
why
have free will. Because we have
I'll
free
tell you
will.
why that would be a problem. Because then Krishna will become contingent. I'll tell you
Really?
how.
Oh my God. Okay.
To say that Krishna has some purpose in creating the world will mean that he wants to attain through the purpose of creation something which he has not.
If God, no, I think in this case we actually have the same idea. I'll explain what I mean by that.
Go on.
Because you affirm that God is most merciful.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I don't think it's possible. Let me, again, don't get annoyed, but I'm going to look up the
Let me
word.
type it down so you understand what I mean.
No, I get it. It's a good question. It's a good question. I really think I understand what you mean. I'm trying to address it, though. It can mean compassion.
There you go.
It can be to be merciful, showing or exercising mercy. So in other words, to me, to be merciful is to want to care about someone. So if I see someone suffering and I'm compassionate, that's what the word means, for God's sake.
But to be right, so just to clarify, but to be compassionate, but to do that.
So God sees us suffering, and God is not, as you said, not absolutely indifferent. God wants us to be happy, but we have to earn it.
So do you believe Krishna needs to create this?
Yeah.
No.
Or wants or has to create this? Is he forced to compel?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, there's a statement in the Vedas, Natasya karyam karanam cha vidyate. There's nothing that God has to do. So the point, though, is as an act of compassion, God says, okay, I will create a place that will give you a chance to make the right decision and come back to me.
No, hold on. You know, earlier you said that the best thing that God can do for us to keep him with him. That is the ultimate love of God. But now you're saying he needs
free will. You accept that we have free will. No, you accept that we have free will.
Well, I'm not talking about free will. I'm talking about God's love. So God's ultimate love is for us to be with him.
Yes. No. God, I would say the ultimate expression.
Expression, obviously expression. I'm talking about
love someone, when you love someone,
of his attribute love. I'm talking about for him to express his love for us, for him to show his love to us, is for us to be with him. Am I right? This is what he said earlier.
No, you missed a logical step.
Okay, go on.
If I love someone, I want the best for them. If you love someone and you see them doing some stupid thing that you know is going to cause them a lot of suffering, you really would try to dissuade them, like, I love you, I don't want you to suffer, don't do that. And to me, that's what the Qur'an is God saying, don't be stupid. This is what you should do. If you want to really be happy, then you should do the right thing. And to me, the fact that God gave the Qur'an through via medias to human beings is an act.
It's a guidance for us.
It's an act of love, because if God didn't care about us, he wouldn't give us the Qur'an.
I think you're missing the point here. Okay, let me ask you. Let
me get to my point.
Okay.
So therefore, to me, God, whether God gives the Qur'an, or whether God gives the Bhagavad-Gita, or whether God creates the world, they all have the same purpose. It's an infinitely loving, merciful person trying to help people who otherwise are going to really suffer a lot.
So there's a difference.
God actually in the Quran tells us the reason why he created us.
Exactly.
He says, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Our main purpose is the worship of God, which means his obedience, to do as he says to us. The question I was asking you was with regards
I had a comment on that, what you just quoted.
Yeah, just hold that thought. I'm going to because my first
or write it down.
I want to get on.
Write it down.
Write it down.
Yeah. So just like this point here, which I made earlier, to say that Krishna has some purpose in creating the world will mean that he wants to attain through the process of creation something which he has not. Now, your ultimate goal in life is what?
No, that's not at all what I said. That's not at all what I said.
No, that's what I said. I didn't say that was what you said.
Yeah, that's what he said. So did you disagree with that, right?
The question, Howard, you need to answer is, what is your ultimate purpose in life?
My ultimate purpose in life,
This existence, this cycle.
Yes, I
existence
would like to achieve pure love of God.
And how will you attain
that's
that?
moksha, right? You call it that's moksha, yes?
How will
No,
you,
no, moksha is something else.
yeah.
I mean, it is moksha, but moksha literally means release or liberation. And it's one of the main points in our theology, that if you really love God, and it's also in that famous, was it Rumi? There was some great Sufi saint, a lady that said this, or maybe it was Rumi, that love of God means that you're not worshiping God to get something. You're worshiping God, you love God because you love him. And if God wants to put you here, because loving God or trying to love God so that you get to heaven in our tradition is rejected as not pure love. Because
we don't believe it's transactional either. I mean, there's no transactional.
but the question wasn't what Muslims believe. The question was, Howard, what do you believe? What do you believe is your ultimate purpose?
To love God purely and to serve him.
How will you attain that pure love?
By, they say if everything else fails, read the directions. We have a process called bhakti yoga, which is given to us by Krishna. And my personal experience, which no one on earth is going to convince me is an illusion coming from the devil, is that the more sincerely I practice bhakti yoga, the more I do love God, the more I become free from my materialistic propensities, whatever they are. And I'm coming closer and closer to God, understanding him more. So if I can say one thing that you said, Hashim,
yeah,
because I think it's related here. When you say God created us to worship him, I see two possibilities there. Because to want someone to worship me, I think is a material desire.
I don't think you understand this Islamic understanding. Yeah. God is not, for him, nothing is necessary. Okay, yes. He's not dependent on us for worship or anything. But the question, look, we are sidetracking again, and this will
no. This gets right to the point. Because
it doesn't. Because my understanding.
You don't know my point. I haven't said my point.
Go on, Howard, go on.
My point is, why does God want us to worship him?
Just like the way
God doesn't want. Okay, so first of all, we don't use the word want.
We don't use the term want.
We say our purpose of creation. Our purpose of creation is to worship God.
I agree.
So this is not God wanting anything. This is we are being created for that purpose.
Okay, but this, see, I'll tell you how this ties in, because I mean, with all due respect, I think Hashim did say that. You can, listen later, but I'm quite sure he said that.
I said God gave us the purpose of. He says we have been created for this purpose, but God.
Okay, I accept that. I take back what I said. I accept that.
He did not say it was necessary for him to create us for his worship.
We should both agree on, by the way. We both agree on that at this point.
Then I'll just rephrase my question.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why did God give us the purpose of worshiping him?
Because, like I said, for us it is necessary to worship him. For us, it is for our need. Okay, so for example, in the month of Ramadan,
that's what I said. But that's what I said. That's what I said. I said God gave us the purpose of loving, worshiping him, because if you love someone like God loves us, if you're merciful towards someone, you want for that person the best possible life. That's what mercy means. That's compassion. That's what love is.
And that was my question. So what is that? So let's say once you have done everything God wants you to do, what is the ultimate goal you're seeking?
Well, ultimate salvation. What is the ultimate salvation here? Yes.
Well, the ultimate goal I'm seeking is to please God, because when you love someone, to love someone is to seek their pleasure, not your own. And so therefore, if I am so blessed as to achieve love of God, then that means that because I love God, I mean, that's what the word love means. It means I want to please God. I want every act, every thought, everything I do to please God.
That's fine. But what happens after that? Let's say you have done all that.
Yes.
What is your ultimate reward?
Then you go up to that big Disney World in the sky. That was a joke, bad joke. Okay. Then you go to the spiritual realm, which Krishna calls. He calls it Parangdhama, the supreme abode. That God, being a person, has a supreme abode, which is eternal and perfect, with pure souls, and we go there and we engage in loving relationships with our beloved forever. Because that's the real world. This is not the real world.
Yeah.
This is not the real world.
We understand.
So ultimately, you want to be united with God.
That's what the word yoga means, yes.
Well, that's what I said earlier. So now the question is, remember, just like in Islam, we believe that the souls were created pure, and later on, they basically either disobey God or they obey God, and then the reward is accordingly. But in Hinduism, you're saying that your ultimate goal is to be with God. By the way, for the Muslims, that is also the same thing. We want to have the pleasure of seeing God, and that can only be achieved if you go to Jannah, if you go to.
We are in the presence of God. We don't combine or unite or be one with God or anything.
We are still distinct from God.
Yeah, we're still distinct.
Even in Jannah. Yes.
I mean, again, I've told you so many times, merging with God for us would be like going to hell.
Yeah, that's fine. You made it clear.
No, that's fine. You made it clear. You made that clear.
Panentheism actually doesn't mean you merge.
I think we need to open up for Q&A.
We need to open. We're running way over time, by the way.
I had one
so
question.
So what I'm saying is that. Sorry, go on, Mansur.
One question I had in my mind, how it can explain.
Let me finish this point, and then you ask a question, Mansur, with all due respect. So the reason I asked you this question is that once you were united with God, not united, but let's say once you were in the abode of God, then you came to earth, and then the ultimate goal is to go back and to complete that circle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now the question I asked you, why did God want to create the universe? Why did he not just keep us in his abode? That was the main reason for the question.
Because you can't make someone love you. You can't. We have free will, and if we didn't have free will, we wouldn't even be persons, and we would certainly not be capable of anything like love. And so God, as a loving parent, he allows us to try this, try that, because he knows that ultimately we'll get the truth, that there is no real happiness except loving him and serving him.
No, but if you were with God, were you not happy with God initially?
As far as, there's a sense in which, because do you believe, in just question, in Islam, do they believe that God pervades this world?
No.
They don't.
No. The creation and the creator has always been distinct.
They never mix. They are always separate.
But that doesn't mean that he's not.
Just asking.
Okay, but in his, so as I said earlier, in his knowledge, in his.
Well, can I ask a question about that? What you just said, I want to have a further. I'm trying to understand Islam so we can communicate.
Yeah, and I'm trying to understand Hinduism. This is the whole point.
Let's say a very serious Muslim, devoted Muslim, is praying to God or remembering God.
Yes.
Is there a sense in which, I know there is actually in terms of the mystic traditions like Sufism, a sense in which they feel they're in God's presence?
Look, when we prostrate, we believe that we are closest to God, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
In sujood, in our prayers, in the salah, yes, this is from the hadith, we are the closest to Allah when we are in sujood. Now, obviously, we are talking about nearness here with God. So obviously we have to do it with sincerity and so on. But the question still remains, Howard, which you need to answer, is that was the Atma who was with the Paramatma at the beginning, since eternity, as per your theology, was the Atma happy and loved by God, and was the Atma in return reciprocating that love?
Yes, that's possible. And at a certain point, you could say curiosity killed the cat.
No, hold on. So when you say possible, are you not sure? Or you are sure?
No, I'm saying I'm sure it's possible for the soul to, just like, for example, Prabhupada used to give the example that a child can be in the home of loving parents, but at a certain point, the child may not appreciate the parents and want to, travel around, see other things. And at a certain point, the child realizes, actually, I was happiest in my real home with my loving parents. And so Krishna, there's you see, my take on, frankly, on Christianity and to some extent Islam is that the stakes are so high It's like if you don't do the right thing by accepting God, the punishment is just like going to be like infinitely horrible.
Oh, we have dealt with that. Let's
No,
try to answer the question that I asked you, because we'll just go in circles otherwise.
And here's how it's relevant. I'm bringing it up from a different angle.
Yeah, go on.
I'll talk about Christianity because maybe we can be more objective about it. My take after studying Christianity is that it's this really sort of like heavy coercion. Because if I really believed that if I don't accept God according to a particular path, that I'm going to get just like unthinkable suffering, I would say
You've
that
dealt with the subject before. I'm not sure why you're bringing this up again.
I'll tell you. Well, if you let me finish the sentence, you might know.
Okay, go on.
So if there are all these horrible threats of what happens to you if you don't do the right thing, I would say that, okay, if I really believed that was true, I would say, oh God, yes. Absolutely. I sign me up. And I think it would make it practically impossible for me to really make a free decision. I think when you don't have this like horrible coercion where if you don't make the right decision in this life, the most unthinkably horrible things are going to happen to you, that people may not, it's like, of course, like what else am I going to say? If someone comes to me and says, okay, I want you to do this, and if you don't do it, I'm going to do horrible things to you. Okay, I'll do it. To me, if God really wants us to love him, then it's not coercion. It's just that, okay, if you don't love me, then I will give you rewards and punishments just according to the moral quality of what you do. But if you love me, then I'll take you to my eternal abode. What I feel in the path I'm on is that I'm not being coerced. I'm not being threatened. I mean, I realize if I do, let's say I go out and shoot somebody, kill somebody.
I still don't see how this rambling is answering the question. I'm sorry to say this.
Well,
if you were from the beginning in a loving state with God,
it's not rambling.
Hold on. Krishna knows. Krishna is not like a parent, yeah? So that no parent will say that your abode or my house is your last and final destination. But in the case of Krishna, your final destination. Wait a minute. Howard, hold on. Hold on. You need to understand the question here. The question which you're not answering is this: if your final abode is with Krishna, and your initial abode was with Krishna, I question the creation of the universe.
Okay, wait a second. First of all, I'll explain how you misrepresented my point, if I can remember.
Which is,
now.
I didn't actually ask you a question.
I'm trying to say it, well, I still remembered it.
Yeah.
What parents do say to children, what good parents say to children all the time is that we love you. We would be very happy if you stay with us, or at least are in the same city, or the same house. That would really make us happy. But we're not going to threaten you. I mean, we're not going to say that, okay, if you don't live in this house, you're cut off from your inheritance, or if you don't live in this house, we're going to send, some people to, to torture and kill you. And so my point is, when it comes to love, and God wants our love, not simply our obedience, because obedience without love is not. Now, if I do something really bad, like if I do something really, my parents will punish me. So we're not talking about just basic morality. We're talking about love.
No, the analogy doesn't work, Howard. I'm sorry. When you say, look, if your ultimate goal, listen, if your ultimate goal was to be in the abode of God, which in the case of Hinduism was already the case before the universe was created, then the question remains, why did God create the universe?
You're skipping a step.
I'm not.
I'll tell you what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm saying something different. You're really not addressing my point, with all due respect.
Your analogy doesn't work here, because in the case of parents, is a need.
You didn't understand what I was saying. So here's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. There's a lot of things I'm not good at. Okay, here's what I'm saying. First of all, I was putting out a general fact that when parents love their children, and the child is an adult, they don't try to coerce or threaten the child into loving them, because that's just not real. If you want, it's one thing.
Made that point.
No, but if I can continue. Therefore, assuming that God, being infinitely merciful and compassionate, wants us to accept him, not for his sake, but because that will be the greatest good for us. God is not going to try to get us to love him or accept him by horrible threats and coercion. That if you don't do this, if you don't accept me, then horrible things are going to happen to you.
It's a straw man, Howard. I heard you. This is the same thing you're repeating, which you said earlier, and I clearly understood you. The question here is, I'll tell you why you're creating a straw man argument here. My question is point number one is that when you were with God as an Atma, yes, from eternity, did you love God?
Yes.
Did you have pure love for God?
Yes.
And God had pure love for you?
Yes.
Okay. Point number two, was there a need to create the universe when the love between the two of you were mutual without any coercion? What was the reason for creating the universe? That is my question.
Because the following: if a being with free will, a soul with free will, having once loved, always continue to love exactly in the same way, then you're right, there'd be no need. Our experience in the real world is that there are times when someone loves someone else sincerely, but then for whatever reason forgets that love and becomes interested in other things. And later, if they're fortunate, they remember, I was foolish, I shouldn't have done that, and that this is the real object of my love. So therefore, a being that has free will may love, but may sometimes forget that love, may sometimes take it for granted, may become curious about this or that, and therefore may for some time, forget that who they really love. And then if they're fortunate, they're reminded of it. And because if you, the very notion of reverting, the term you use, means that someone was there, then they weren't there, now they're again. So you're, anyway,
let's leave that.
The forgetfulness of love, which you mentioned, did that happen before the creation of the universe or after?
The universes are created periodically. There are cycles of creation.
No, but
there's not one creation.
The Atma, look, it's unlike the Atma. Is it eternal?
What is eternal?
So that's actually a good question, because
there are cycles. There are innumerable creations.
But did they? What I'm trying to understand here is that if you believe that God is eternal, beginningless. If you believe Atma is beginningless, now do you also say that the universe is beginningless?
No.
Good. That's the question I'm asking you.
I will, if you allow me, I will answer. What is beginningless? Good. It's a vigorous discussion. What is beginningless is matter itself. And so according to our understanding, matter, the material energy, it has a manifest and an unmanifest state. So that there, in fact, Krishna refers to this in the Bhagavad-Gita as cosmic days and nights. So that the universe is manifested and souls try their luck and hopefully learn their lesson. And then after a certain amount of time, that creation is ended. And then creation again takes place. And those souls who are not yet liberated again get a chance to come to the right point. So there's
and this cycles on for how long? Or is this is it perpetual?
Yeah, perpetual. As long, because according to this conception, the number of souls is practically unimaginable. It's a very, very, very big concept.
Okay, so I have a question here. So this would mean
I think Mansur had a question before you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, get in the queue, Mohammed.
I'm sorry. I lost my place there. Okay, 1 minute. So, Dr. Resnick, do you need a break or anything? Do you want to take 1 minute, go grab a drink or something?
I haven't even seen I gotta take a drink water.
Yeah, or a bathroom break or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to sort of imposition you anymore because you've already given a huge amount of time.
So,
Oh my God, yeah.
We're going
I'm
to
not
open for
repeating,
Q&A
by the
soon,
way,
inshallah,
repeating
after
the
this.
same
This
thing.
this is what happens when you have fun.
Yeah,
Time
time
just
flies
literally time flies.
Yeah. Just to
Okay, Brother
follow on-
Mansur. Okay, go ahead,
just to
please.
follow
Yeah.
on from there. What makes Paramatma non-contingent or independent? What qualities?
Everything the fact that he's always existed independently.
No.
The fact
Independent is what I'm asking for. So what makes him independent?
Well, that's like saying what makes a red light red. I mean, the word contingent means Krishna's the Brahma Samhita, it's one of our sacred texts, says that Ishvara Parama Krishna is the Supreme Lord. Ishvara Parama Krishna, Satchidananda Vigraha, he has an eternal form full of bliss and omniscience. Anadir, he has no origin. Nothing is the origin of Krishna, but Adir, he's the origin of everything. Sarva Karana Karana, he's the cause of all causes.
Yeah, that doesn't explain answer my question. What quality makes him independent?
Because the nature of his existence precisely matches the definition of independence. It's like saying,
which is what?
It's look at the word independent, non-contingent. Everything.
No, I think what Brother Mansur is referring to is earlier when we asked you because you said Krishna is in a category of uncreatedness that is different.
Yeah.
And we said, okay, what does that mean? He said, well, okay, there are attributes that he has that makes him. So what we're asking for is what are these other attributes that make him independent?
That he does not depend on anyone or anything, and everything depends on him.
No, that's what I'm saying. What makes him independent?
Yes, but
that's the nature. Why is Allah independent? Because that's his nature.
I can tell you why. I can tell you.
Okay, tell me why.
Because he did not have a beginning. He's independent because he's eternally existing, beginningless.
Exactly. That's our definition.
If you allow me to finish,
doing the same thing.
If you allow me to finish, Howard, can I make a point?
Because I can't get.
Can I make a point?
You're taking two words that are not.
Can I make a point or not?
Synonyms. You just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Can I make a point or
not? Howard, please just let him finish his sentence. Right. So Brother Mansur, please.
It's very funny, Howard. Like you're acting like me as a child. The reason why God
that was a nice insight. Are we now getting to the point of
no, this was unfair. That was unfair. No, we should not have said that. No, we should not have said that. Was unfair.
I apologize. Okay. It was unfair. I apologize.
Yes.
It's just the heat of the moment. This is what happens. I'm sorry. So if
no problem. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
The reason why God is independent, in our understanding, is because he has no beginning. He exists eternally without a beginning. And any being that exists eternally without a beginning, because that existence is self-subsisting. So you're not dependent on anyone for your own life because you did not begin to exist. So by definition, any being that has no beginning would be independent. This is what I was trying to get at. So now I would like to know,
and my point,
respect, I haven't finished my point. I would like to know, Howard, what qualities makes Paramatma in your belief system independent?
No. What you're really saying is what qualities make Paramatma independent in your belief system.
No, in your belief system.
No, because I'll try one more time. After that, I think I'll have to give up.
Okay.
That is the word uncreated, and the word the word uncreated
and eternal. It was uncreated and eternal. Those were the two words together.
So many times. The word uncreated and the word non-contingent are not direct synonyms, except in one particular philosophical context in which the argument has been made from contingency within a Judeo-Christian Islamic ontology. So if you look in the dictionary at the word uncreated, and if you look in the dictionary at the word non-contingent, independent, they're not direct synonyms. Now, in Islamic theology, those two words entail each other. However, what I'm saying is, so you're not asking me a general question. You're asking me what you're really saying is, within an Islamic ontology, what do you mean that Krishna is independent? And I'm saying, yeah, that's exactly what you did.
Okay, that's fine. So what we can do
within your assumptions.
Okay.
If I assume as you do, which I don't, but if I assumed that to be uncreated is to be independent, if I made that assumption, which is not logically required of me because the words aren't direct synonyms, but if I agreed with you on that point, I'm not saying it's stupid to think that, but it just happens to be your philosophy.
Okay, that's fine. So
therefore, Mansur is asking me not how Paramatma is independent in my ontology. He's asking me how Paramatma is independent in his ontology.
No, I am not.
No, we're not. So Howard, let me sort of clarify. So forget theology, forget ontology, forget sort of whose religion we're talking about. Any form of anything that is uncreated, by definition, you've already agreed, is eternal into past infinite.
Yeah, it's eternal.
Right. Now, how did it come about?
Well, if it's
how did it come about? How did it come about? If it's uncreated,
if it's uncreated, it didn't come about. It didn't come about.
So that question is a nonsense question. How did it come about is a nonsense question.
If you're asking about an eternal thing.
Right. So if it's uncreated and eternal, then to ask the question, how did it come about, by definition, is a nonsensical question.
Right.
Yes. Right. So then the question becomes, if it's uncreated and eternal into infinite past, and asking the question, how did it come about, is a nonsense question, how do you then define for yourself this idea that another thing which is equally eternal and uncreated, both of them having the same kind of attributes?
No, to some extent.
Well, these two attributes, two specifically, right?
Right.
Now one of them you say is not dependent and the other one is.
Yes.
What causes them, regardless of theology, what causes these two things to have opposing existences? Because it's almost like saying N and not. It's like saying P and not P.
No, because the quality of being uncreated.
Yes.
The quality of being uncreated.
Yes.
Does not logically require the quality of being independent, in the same way that the quality or the fact of being a square does require a figure to have four sides.
Right.
So you can't. So in other words, you see, I think the real problem, which we've gone over.
What I'm asking, when you've got two, because you said there are lots of objects, and there's a one category of thing which is not dependent.
God.
And there's another category. Yes, right. So what we're asking for is, how do you decide this? What, I mean, do you have scripture that says this? That
absolutely, I quoted it to you.
Right. So does this scripture then point out the other things as well that are dependent versus the not dependent?
Yeah.
Because then the question,
we have a very very glorious and highly developed theology.
Good.
So what I'm saying is, if I'll try one more time. If you have two qualities, one uncreated, two independent,
eternal, uncreated and eternal.
Eternal, fully eternal. When I say fully eternal, I mean
into infinite past, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Infinite. Okay. If you have an eternal being, let's say all you know about it is that being is eternal. Let's say that's all you knew about it.
Okay.
That one fact you knew would be insufficient to tell you whether that being was dependent or independent. That's not enough information to decide.
Agreed. Yes.
So in Islamic philosophy, as I keep hearing it, that it is taken that to be eternal in the full sense, to be eternal is to be independent.
No,
Now,
it's eternal and uncreated. It's those two things are required.
Why are we
okay,
talking about this time?
no, but what I'm saying is that
in Hinduism, what makes God independent?
If what makes God independent, it's an ontological fact that his existence does not depend on the existence of anything else. He exists. God exists independently. So what I'm saying, beginningless. Let's say the fact of being eternal, past and future, just the fact of being eternal, past, present, and future.
Yes.
Does not in itself, in the English language, according to the dictionary, require that something be independent. If you believe that one thing, I mean, you are free to have a philosophy, which is, it's not absurd.
This is not philosophy. I mean, look, this is not me
asking
creating
for a positive answer. What makes Paramatma independent in Sanatana Dharma philosophy?
Yeah. How did you decide?
Okay, because he has all the qualities of independence. It's
Which
just
is?
like, I'll go back.
What are the qualities? What are the qualities?
I'm going to look it up because I don't. Because I really want.
No, that's all we're asking is because you can't say it's independent because it's independent. Yeah.
Here's
the
first one: free from outside control.
Okay.
No one controls God.
Okay.
Not.
How do you know that?
How do you know anything? How do you know the Qur'an is the word of God?
Because we have evidence.
We have evidence. Yes.
But you also
we'll take you through it. We'll take you through it.
You have evidence. I mean, we all have evidence.
Not like this. Not like we have.
But that's what.
No, really. No. And we'll take you through it. I mean, we've said we can have a scriptural discussion on another program.
I know
maybe
that.
After your rest.
What I'm saying is that I'm not claiming to be an expert in Islam. Obviously, I'm not an expert. However, I mean, it would be absurd to say that we don't have overwhelmingly powerful evidence.
Not to the same level. I guarantee you, not to the same level.
But since you don't have, ultimately, you cannot separate your conviction.
It's not about conviction.
No, it's not about conviction. So it goes back to the issue of there has never been in the tradition of Islam any kind of exercise that requires us to do textual criticism. Ever. That in itself is enough evidence to say this scripture was never corrupted. There was never a need to find what the original was because we lost it.
But wait a second. But there are lots of books about which you don't need textual criticism. They're obviously not sacred
right,
books.
So that's one condition. Sorry, we're going off on track. I do apologize.
Yeah, let me get to this because believe me, if we want to get down to quality of evidence,
let's have a scripture. We can have another scriptural discussion. That's a different discussion. Once you've written your book, you'll have got the expertise to have this.
Let me read because believe me, you're not going to win a debate on evidence. So regarding the word independent,
certainly we will.
Yeah,
no,
inshallah. Okay, good. Sounds like another debate.
I mean, we can both assert.
Okay.
And you can be convinced, and I'm convinced. So there it is. Regarding the word independent, free from outside control.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a synonym. That's synonymous, right?
Next, not depending on another's authority. Check. So, according to the dictionary definition of independent, Krishna.
Okay, they're synonyms, not alternate attributes.
No, here's
you said there are other attributes.
Here's another definition. These are definitions. Not depending on another for livelihood or subsistence. Capable of thinking or acting for oneself. Not influenced or affected by others. Impartial. So it's, this is the dictionary.
But these are the synonyms of that word. What we're asking, because you said there are other attributes.
No. If you want synonyms, okay, I just went to the thesaurus. These are the synonyms: self-governing, self-legislating, self-determining,
right,
sovereign, autonomous, free.
It's just they were wordier versions of the same thing. So attributes. So, for example, all powerful is an attribute. Does all powerful necessitate independence? I mean, that's what I'm asking for, because we have over 99 attributes of God, right?
Okay.
One
We
of
have
okay,
So-
exactly. I'm not arguing about. So what I'm saying is, what are these? Because you mentioned specifically in the phrase that you said, which is, Krishna is independent because there are other attributes that qualify him to be independent, and we're saying,
okay, you asked how Krishna is independent.
what are the other attributes? What are the other attributes?
In doing so, you use an English word. I looked up the definition of that word, and according to the definitions and synonyms of the word you used,
Yes.
Krishna matches all of it.
Okay, and so how does that differ from all of the other eternal, uncreated things not matching that definition?
Well, because they don't match it.
How?
Okay, let's go down the list.
Yeah, how do these other things not match this
Do
thing?
you want synonyms or definitions?
Yeah.
I mean, let's start with synonyms. Self-governing. No, we are not. We are governed by God. We are not self-governing.
Okay, but governance requires a will. So you're saying there's an attribute of will to Krishna that these other things don't have. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that God does things intentionally. For example, if when God gave the Qur'an to Muhammad through Gabriel, he chose to do that. You can't say that Allah didn't want to do it, but it just happened. I mean, if he did it, I assume he did it.
So if you ask me that question, I would say Allah has a will. This is one of the other attributes of Allah. Allah has a will.
Yeah. God.
So that's all we're asking. So you're saying Krishna has, in order to be independent, we're looking for the package of attributes that entails independence. What are they? Yeah. So what are they? That's what we're asking for. That was the question. Simple question. Simple question.
Yeah. I mean, I'd probably the same thing anyone would say that thought about it. You have to be all powerful. You have to be all knowing, because if there's some things you don't know, you're not really making an informed choice. So generally the three qualities of God in philosophy are, the standard sort of the old-fashioned concept of God are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, all good, all powerful, all knowing.
So how does an uncreated thing get itself restricted from being all powerful, all knowing?
The question is unintelligible because the question assumes that to be uncreated is to be all powerful, all knowing.
No. I'm saying what restricts all knowingness and all powerfulness of an uncreated being?
But the fact that you use the word uncreated being implies that you think that if you're uncreated, there must be a special explanation of why you're not all powerful. Whereas if you were created, you wouldn't need that explanation. So again, you keep assuming.
Right. Okay. Good.
No.
So
Yes.
okay.
What restricts it?
Yeah.
You keep
exactly.
assuming a belief or a doctrine within Islam,
No.
and whether you could say, okay, you could say it's true, you could say it's a fact. All I'm saying is within Islamic philosophy, that is taken to be a fact.
No. We took philosophy. We took Islam out of it. Remember, I said, look, let's just talk about objects.
The way he asked the question, put it back in.
Okay, so we'll remove the word being. What I'm asking is if you have, again, I wanted to know if you have two things which have these attributes of eternality and uncreatedness, then how is one of them independent and the other one not? What causes it to be?
Nothing.
Object. I'm not talking about being. I'm not talking about anything.
Well, first of all, since God is the cause of all causes, sarva karana karanam, nothing else which is not God causes God to be a certain way. That's like as silly as me asking you what caused Allah to be God. I mean, that's not a serious question, because the idea is that if someone is God, no one caused this, there's not some other force that made them God.
Fantastic. Okay, Dr. Resnick, thank you so much. Let us bring this to a close. Very animated discussion as we promised, and we do appreciate your patience. Brother Mansur, Brother Hashim, thank you.
Mansur, forgive me.
No, it's wonderful. Look, in the spirit of discussion and debate, we get animated, and we understand this. But let's all take a deep breath now and say, look, it's been a wonderful session. It's gone on for almost, 4 hours. and we admire your patience and resilience. My goodness, I wish I'm half as resilient as you are at your age. Amazing. What we would do is we've got a couple of guests. I think again we have several guests waiting, but we'll bring one of them in, Brother Hashim, if we may.
Brother Kaleem, assalamu alaikum.
Oh, assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. How are you doing,
Brother Kaleem?
everybody?
Where are you calling in from? Where are you calling in from? Which area?
I'm calling from Malaysia.
Malaysia. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
We spoke last time also.
Yes.
Because it's Asian time zone right now, early in the morning over there.
Great, alhamdulillah. My question to Mr. Goswami is, what is the fate of a person who is a non-believer in Krishna and doesn't follow the rituals or any form of worship that which Krishna has suggested? Then what would be the fate of that person according to your belief?
Okay. Krishna talks about that in the Gita. And that person will get material rewards or punishments based on the moral quality of their behavior. So Krishna is not a jealous God. And if someone wants to spend more time in this world, Krishna will allow them to do that. And then it just becomes sort of a straightforward, objective moral system. If you lead a good life, if you're kind to other people, there are rewards. If you do bad things, then you're punished.
Like it includes even a not worshipping Krishna, like even then he would give us chances?
Because one thing which I love about Krishna, actually, among his many qualities, is his detachment, where Krishna is saying to me, I'm not going to try to coerce you into loving me, which is absurd. I'm not going to threaten you in the name of, I don't want to be with people who are with me because I threaten them or coerce them. And so therefore, if you, as a soul, as a soul with free will, if at this point in your sojourn, if you do not want to be with God, I'm not angry about it, doesn't bother me, and I will let you experience this world because I know that eventually you will understand that the only real happiness is to come back to me.
To be fair, Brother Kaleem, we did spend quite a while in the program discussing this, and I don't know whether you caught it, but there was quite a long period where we, Dr. Goswami sort of mentioned that, look, at the end of the day, if you don't get it right this time, you out of the mercy of Krishna, you get another go. You go repeated cycle, right? Until you achieve what is expected of you, right? This is their position. I mean, and it's their position. I mean, let's leave it there, I think.
But the following question would arise, like if somebody reads the Bhagavad Gita and he sees the statement which I pointed out earlier, I think it was this one here. It says, always think of me, be devoted to me, worship me, and offer obeisance to me. Now, I don't know if this is a command or this is a recommendation, but if it were either...
It's a command. It's in the imperative form.
Okay, so if it was a command, and let's say instead of Krishna, they worship only Shiva, what would be the position in the Hare Krishna tradition?
We would say that they didn't get it quite right.
Would they be sinful?
To us, sin is something which directly, causes harm to another soul or to yourself. It can be
or to God, disobedience to God.
No, but because you see, from our point of view, no one has the power to cause harm to God. And
no, not harm, disobedience.
No, like, but you see, we make that distinction. Krishna, in our system, if someone disobeys God, that's certainly a big mistake. And that
is it not a sin?
We don't use the word sin for that. If someone blasphemes God, that's a sin.
Okay, but, so if something is obligatory, like for example, this command.
Well, like this command, yeah. If you disobey this command, that's not a sin.
It's like my parents. I mean, my parents told me to do so many things, I didn't do them. Krishna, one thing I love about Krishna, and I'm absolutely convinced that's the real God. I mean, I'm not saying Allah is not God. We're talking about different concepts. I mean, I believe we're worshiping the same God. Whatever you believe is.
There is only one God. So just to be clear,
Yeah.
there is only one God of all creation, of all
Yeah.
existence, and
So,
everything. in it.
look, regardless of the name, right now we are talking
Yeah.
about Krishna
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if
So one of
Krishna
the
commands you to
qualities.
do something, and
So
you
one of
disobey that deliberately.
One of
For
the
example,
qualities.
if your parents told you to, I don't know, wash the car or something like that, and you deliberately disobey them, would they
You
be
get
happy
grounded.
with
You get grounded for a weekend. That's what happened.
What would they not be honored?
Here's a real world example. My parents were absolutely attached to the point that I finished my college education. That was like a
Right.
big thing in our family.
Yeah.
And instead, I did something crazy. You know, I joined a Hare Krishna movement. So, I mean, in retrospect, they were right. And even Prabhupada told me, stay in school. I mean, even my own guru, but I was just too crazy then. And then later I went back and finished. So one thing I love about God, as I understand God, is that he really is infinitely merciful. He has no ego in the negative sense. And that if someone doesn't respect him, it doesn't hurt him. We don't have the power to hurt God. And so because to me, God has pure love. Therefore, when he punishes us, he's doing it for our sake. I mean, loving parents say to the child, my parents used to say to me, and it hurts me more than it hurts you, but I'm going to punish you. And so I think someone that has pure love like God, even when that God punishes, it's out of love. I don't think that, okay, you know, if you love God, God loves you. If you don't love God, he's just mad at you and he doesn't love you.
Is it time bound? Is it, Doctor, is it time bound? Does it matter how long he punishes you for?
I think that I think that God is the supremely fair being. I think he's infinitely just. And therefore, if someone presents a picture to me where, to the best of my understanding, the punishment wildly doesn't fit the crime, then I think, no, God is infinitely fair. He's perfectly just. Even if everyone...
let me ask you this, Howard. For an infinite just God, would it be okay to punish someone for not sinning?
To punish someone for not sinning?
Yes.
That's unfair, right?
Yeah, it seems like it'd be unfair.
Well, in that case, when you worship Shiva instead of Krishna, that would be a sin.
No, we don't think. No, what we would say is it's an imperfect understanding. You see, I think for me, the Abrahamic religions are so much into this thing of sin and punishment. Whereas in the tradition I'm in, there are real sins, I'm not saying, but it's about being an illusion or having knowledge. So what Krishna actually addresses your question, and Krishna says that someone who worships some other form or some other deity, whatever,
yeah.
He says they just don't really understand. Okay. It's a lack of knowledge. It's a lack of
I think there's a difference. So if somebody deliberately does it, for example, they have read this part of Bhagavad-Gita, yes, and they deliberately go against it, would that not be considered sin or worthy of punishment?
If the person believes Bhagavad-Gita is the word of God, and I read Bhagavad-Gita, I know this is God speaking, but I'm just going to be a jerk. I'm not going to worship Krishna. I'm going to worship something else. I haven't seen many cases like that. What Krishna does say, actually, I find this very interesting. What Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, that Tanu Bhakta Shadhayar. Krishna, there's this whole series of verses, I think it's chapter 7, where Krishna says, in other words, I think I'm not as optimistic as you are about human intelligence. And I think, because you kind of keep bringing it, what if someone really knows but does the wrong thing? I don't give people that much credit.
So here's the thing, Dr. Resnick.
Hold on, Mohammed.
Just let me finish. So there are examples. Of Hare Krishna, in ISKON in particular, individuals that leave Hare Krishna.
Oh yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
After having deeply believed, after having deeply read.
Well, that's the question. To what extent?
Right. So that's the question. So to what extent this individual now, who clearly understood, maybe even was born into.
Not so clear, because there's a verse in the Bhagavatam about this very point. And what it says is, that someone that really got it, really understood at a deep level, because you know there are levels of commitment, there's levels of understanding. Yes. But it's stated in the Bhagavatam, someone that really understands doesn't go away. And so I know that in my own life. And so there are people who come, they like the food, they chant, and they have some. In fact, there's a whole theology about this. It's called actually the Sanskrit word, because they talk about this a lot, the scholars. They call it bhakti avas, which means just kind of like a reflection of real love of God. It's not the real love. It's kind of like, it can look like bhakti, but it's just a shadow or reflection of the real bhakti. And again, there are hundreds of books of theology about this. And yeah, so someone that has the real bhakti, what's called Shuddha Bhakti, pure bhakti.
But this is almost like the he's not a real Scotsman fallacy. Right? you know what I mean, right? The fallacy is he can't have been a real Hare Krishna because he left. Therefore, he's not a real Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Well, but let me ask you this: in Islam, can someone truly understand and then reject it?
Well, okay. So in Islam, the level of accepting Islam is simply to say La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. There is no God worthy of worship except Allah, and Muhammad is last and final message. That's it. If you say those two words, you're in the fold of Islam, and you have to say with understanding and meaning and its implications.
Well, what if someone says, I'm sure in the history of the world, a lot of people said it without understanding.
So look, there are if you then leave Islam after having uttered those words with understanding and meaning, you are punishable, and it's a sin.
What I'm saying is, I believe there's certain universal qualities of human beings. Namely, for example, that human beings universally, or some of them, commit themselves to something they haven't deeply understood. And so it's not that every time a human being says, okay, sign me up, I join this, I now believe this. It's not that every time a human being says that.
So in that case, what we have is nobody can judge the heart except God.
Yes.
Right? So only God knows in your heart whether you really believed or not at the end of the day. I mean, we don't have the ability to make that judgment. We are told we take things on their surface vision. If we see somebody as appearing to be pious, we give them the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
And that's the best way to deal with it. Yeah. Now, what happens on the day of judgment will be the real assessment.
You see, because to me, every day is judgment day. And then see, this is something which I don't know if in the Old Testament they have judgment day. I know it was a huge thing in the Jesus movement, the apocalypse and the judgment day.
We are an apocalyptic religion, yes, as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, we are and we aren't. I mean, we do believe that in these great cosmic cycles, because our time frames or even our geography, it's much, 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 much bigger, as Carl Sagan said. So we're talking about huge time frames and huge, I mean, the universe, if you look at just like the latest so-called astronomical science about how big the universe is, it's just kind of like, it's inconceivable, like the spaces and so on. And so in our conception, it's a very big context. There's patience. If someone, I mean, there's a lot of discussion among the Vaishnava scholars about people that come and then go away again and what their condition, different stages of bhakti and so on. So it's, I mean, all these things, you're bringing up these points, which are intelligent points, and they've been brought up for a very long time, and they've been discussed. And
let's move on. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Brother Kaleem, do you have any other question?
No, thank you.
Actually, related to that, I had one more point, but I'm going to bring the next.
Yes.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Right, so we got.
It's like 7:30 in the morning, or something over in Malaysia right now. So.
Right, Imran, you're next. Assalamu alaikum.
Imran.
Oh, Imran, weren't you there last time?
I don't think that was the Imran Khan.
Another Imran, it must be a common name.
Yeah, that's another Imran. Yeah. It's like Smith. Brother Imran, the floor is yours. What would you like to ask?
Okay, assalamu alaikum, brothers, and thank you, doctor. I see a lot of patience and going through a lot of I think hardship, right, to actually answer all the questions. The thing that I wanted to ask is that I see that in Hinduism I've been keep hearing that life is an experience. So my question is like, if life is an experience, how is it that we have like in our, like, you know, correctional system in the society that we have today? Like, why do we have like courts and, you know, police and such like that? So we should just let everybody just live however they like. That's like, and that's my first question.
Can I
And
answer
then,
so I don't forget?
sorry.
Can I address your first question so I don't forget?
Yes.
It's very fresh in my memory now. First of all, life is an experience is not really, I mean, there's all kinds of things that, you know, maybe that are attributed to Hinduism that just aren't in the original text. I don't know if you have that problem, but we definitely have that problem. So as far as life as an experience, I would say life is an opportunity to get back to God. And as far as justice, or why not just do whatever you want? Because the law of karma does not give us permission to just do whatever we want to other people or to ourselves and justify it by saying, well, it must have been their karma. So because karma is in God's hands, we can't take that into our own hands. So let's say, for example, that someone had the karma. Let's say it's our old friend Stalin, and he's in a new life, and this is one of millions of lives in which he's going to be killed. And so let's say here's another person that kills this reincarnated Stalin. And you could say, well, what's the problem? That was his karma. But the point is, God brings together someone who is going to get a sinful reaction, namely the former Stalin, and someone who wants to commit a sin, namely murder. And so we cannot take the law. It's not our duty or our right to play God and unfairly cause other people trouble.
Okay, so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. When you said, okay, I understand the Sterling's point, but how about another person who want to commit this? You said this is what?
Yeah. Let's say, for example, God knows in someone's heart that there's a sinful desire. Because, I mean, as we know, there are people out there who just, you know, they're bad people, if you read the news. And so if God sees that someone wants to misuse their free will by causing harm to another person, the laws of nature will bring that person into contact with someone who has some bad karma coming to them. And so, but still that person, the person, let's say, who commits the crime, let's say who killed someone, that person committed a sin. That's an unmitigated sin. And the fact that their victim might have had this or that bad karma in no way lessens the sin of the person who committed that violence.
What was your second question, Brother Imran?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I gotta think about that a little bit more deeper. The other one is that, what was that? Yeah, in Sanatana Dharma, and you know, I see that you have only like certain scripture, like some of the books are pretty much the same books, and then you have multiple philosophies in there. Like, how is that possible? Like, you know, if there is only one God, and then God pretty much insists like this is what God happened, and then why is it like multiple understanding?
Okay, because first of all, Hinduism is not an ancient religion. The word Hindu is a word that people on the west side of the Sindhu River called the people on the east side.
Sanatana Dharma, in Sanatana Dharma, sorry.
Okay, yeah. Because there are a lot of things, because in India, there was always religious freedom and they didn't kill people who, you know, who didn't have the right idea. And so in India, there are many, many, many different schools of thought. And Sanatana Dharma, as you know, specifically refers to those who are looking for the eternal truth. They're all kinds. If you look at what's today called Hinduism, there's all kinds of magic and superstition and worshiping this nature god and that thing. It's like this huge bag full of millions of things. But that's not a historical religion. So why are there so many different things in India? Because they had freedom of thought and freedom of religion, and human beings go all over the place. But Sanatana Dharma, but those things are not Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana Dharma, as the word says, literally, it's the eternal Dharma of the soul. And that is very different. So the people who seriously take to Sanatana Dharma, which is not most people in India necessarily, I mean, they use the word, but the people who seriously take to Sanatana Dharma, they're much more disciplined about what they say.
Okay, that's actually that really didn't get me the answer I was asking. It was basically I'm asking like the books are pretty much the same. Like it.
Okay. That's right. You mentioned the books. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, we have just in our tradition, Vaishnava tradition, there's hundreds of books, if not thousands, but some books are very famous. For example, there have been many learned theologians in the history of Islam, and a lot of them wrote books. Some of them wrote law books. Some of them wrote theology books. I mean, they produced.
That's not the question, Doctor. So the question is.
No, I'm getting to it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the same thing happened in India. But just as Muslim scholars have written many books related to Islam, but the Qur'an is the book.
Yes.
So in the same way, in India, among Sanatana Dharmis, there are lots of books, but there are a few books which are absolutely the central text, like say the Bhagavad-Gita, the Song of God, or the Bhagavatam.
Not the Vedas? You don't believe in the Vedas?
The Vedas, Krishna himself criticizes the Vedas in the Bhagavad-Gita.
Well, there's a large contingent that take the Rig Veda, Ajur Veda, and so on as canonical texts.
No, but what Krishna says in the Gita is Trigunya Vishaya Veda Nis Trigunya Bhavarjuna. Krishna tells Arjuna that the focus of the Vedas tends to be Trigunya, which means material life, like getting rewards. If you do this, you'll get this reward. If you do that, you'll get that reward. And so Krishna tells Arjuna, Nis Trigunya Bhavarjuna, you should rise above that. Krishna also says that's in chapter 2. In chapter 9 of the Gita, Krishna says that evam chayi dharma manu prapana gatagatam kama kama labhante, that people that follow the three Vedas, because the fourth one, the Atharva, is kind of a little
yeah.
So, but Krishna says that those who follow those Vedas and perform all the Veda rituals, they just go up to higher worlds and come back. They're not actually reaching the spiritual goal. And therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, don't get into that. So that whole world of following the rituals of the Vedas, getting material rewards, it's like the Mimamsa school. The Mimamsa school was like, they were the quintessential Vedic ritualists. And so their motto is, Swarga Kamo Yajeta, one who wishes to go to a material heaven, not the kingdom of God, but to a material heaven, Yajeta, should offer these ritual sacrifices. So Krishna, most of what Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita about the Vedas, I mean, in the sense that is critical. And then there's the Jnana-kanda, there's the knowledge portion of the Vedas, which is the Upanishads and to some extent the Aranyakas. And these books were composed or envisioned or revealed by people who rejected all the rituals as the goal of life and wanted to focus on theology or philosophy. So there's all kinds of things there's all kinds of different groups and schools. But ultimately, as I said last time, the big winner in this free marketplace of ideas where people were not punished and much less killed because they had different views. So in this free marketplace of ideas, the big winner was Bhagavad Gita. The big winner was Krishna.
So one of the tenets in Islam and Christianity actually is that God is not the author of confusion. We sort of, and it's actually labeled in Christianity, in particular in the Old Testament. Why so much confusion then? Because I think to Brother Imran's question, if the source is God, how can there be so many interpretations and some of them opposing each other, some of them denying each other, and others outright just saying, completely removing them? So why would that be allowed?
Okay, good question. To use the terms I kind of coined, I make a big difference between what I call philosophical monotheism and tribal monotheism. To me, philosophical monotheism is that you come to the rational, correct conclusion that there's one supreme God.
Okay.
And for example, when I was growing up, I had 3 brothers, and every one of us had a completely different relationship with our parents. We were all family. We were a good family. So in the same way, I believe that God reciprocates with different souls. He gives knowledge in different times and places according to people's capacity to understand. And that, but there's a type of tribal monotheism. It's kind of like my God can beat up your God, or like, only we have the truth, you don't have the truth. I'm not accusing anybody here of that, but I'm saying, to me, that is, let me just get rid of that noise.
Yeah, sure.
Telemarketers. So I believe that God, in his infinite wisdom and his infinite mercy, if any sincere soul has the right intention and is really trying to somehow or other call out to or get the mercy of God, you get points for that. That's my experience. How could God be less merciful than just an ordinary human being? And any mother, any loving father, if the child really is trying to call the mother or the father, the parent knows that. You say, okay, you read this book, but you didn't read that book, or you used this name, you didn't use that name. We're talking about an infinitely loving, infinitely merciful God. So philosophical monotheism is that I can respect and appreciate what you're doing. And I don't feel that, sure, I would like to, sell my product, Krishna. But the point is that I see that you're all very sincere and devoted, and that you're really worshiping God. So I don't necessarily feel that your life doesn't mean anything unless I, convince you to do what I'm doing. I obviously, if I thought that what you're doing gave a better understanding, of course I would do it. I don't want to be silly and say, well, I really think you're right, but I'm still going to do what I'm doing. So, but at the same time, as a philosophical monotheist, I sincerely respect what you're doing. And even when you disagree with me, I know that you're doing it for all the right reasons.
That's an interesting term. I've not heard that before, but interesting term.
All right, Brother Imran.
Thank you, Brother Imran. Thank you, welcome.
Sorry.
No, we got a queue of guests. I'm sorry.
We have other guests.
Hey, thanks, Imran. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Imran.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Jazakallah.
All right, we got Brother Muhammad here. Another Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muhammad.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, so my question is...
where are you calling from, Brother Muhammad?
I'm calling from Canada.
Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Howard's neighbor.
Yeah, actually, I am in the library, so I can't talk too loudly.
Okay, he's revising. Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, he's saying he can't speak loud. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is that what Dr. Howard has said, as far as I understand, that according to him, the monotheism is like, that is the true thing, true religion, monotheism. And about the God's understanding, monotheism is the correct way of understanding. Is it right?
Yes.
Okay. So when Muslims believe in one God, and there is no other God except Allah. That is very simple to understand. And when we see the Hinduism, that they worship millions of gods, the stones and many things, and still they're saying that this is monotheism. So as far as a Muslim, I understand that everybody say they're monotheist, but Hindus, they worship millions of gods and
Okay,
millions
okay,
of,
yeah.
but only
I understand.
yeah.
Yes, it's inconsistent. We've talked about this a lot, but probably it needs to be talked about even more, because Hinduism, as I said, is not a historical religion. I mean, so as far as worshiping many things, I think some Hindus, I'm sort of sorry to say, I don't think it's maybe most of them, could actually be polytheists, which I think, to me, polytheism is definitely an inferior stage of understanding. It's not a serious spiritual understanding. So as far as like stones and this and that and the other thing, the idea, I think, I don't know, I could use the word Hinduism, but let's say Vaishnavism, which is a very powerful monotheistic tradition within India, and actually probably most important. It is the most important part of Hinduism.
Actually, let me give you an example. This is what I understand the different 4 traditions are. So maybe you can explain using this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Vaishnavism means worship of Vishnu. That's where the word Vaishnav comes from. Shaivism from Shiva. Yeah, well, actually, you had that. Sorry. You definitely were ahead of me there. So the idea, let's say from the Vaishnava point of view, and all of the most important, Hindu sacred texts or Vaishnava texts, Mahabharata, Ramayana, Bhagavad-Gita especially, and Bhagavatam and so on, is that there's one supreme God. There's one supreme God. And that supreme God, just like, for example, take Gabriel, the angel who, as I understand, was God's messenger to deliver the Qur'an to Muhammad. So Gabriel is, obviously he had powers that we don't have at the present time, because, there's no book like the Qur'an coming through me right now. So in the creation of God, you can have a supreme being. You can have a supreme being, and beneath that God or subordinate to that God, you can have all kinds of other beings, none of whom are God, and all of whom are completely dependent on God. They belong to God, and so on. So in Hinduism, a lot of people, like, to be honest, I think in many religions, are interested in getting material rewards for their piety. Like they're hoping if they worship God, if they say certain prayers and so on, that they'll have a good life in the worldly sense. And so the latest on Hinduism, because last time I spoke at a Hindu temple, because I've given a lot of lectures in Hindu temples, and they had this poster on the wall where there's one supreme Ishwara, one Lord, one supreme God, but different people worship God in different ways. I think it's very confusing. I mean, if you're confused about it, it just shows, I think, that you're rational, because it is very confusing. It's not, and the reason it's so confusing, the reason it's such a mess is very obvious, because if you read any textbook on Hinduism, even a college level, one thing they'll always say is that Hindus are really concerned about orthopraxis, like doing the ritual properly, but not orthodoxy, not getting the philosophy right. Now, one thing which I think is obviously in Islam and also in Christianity, they tend to be very concerned that you get the philosophy right, you get the theology right. And so historically, what I belong to, Vaishnavism, they care absolutely about getting the philosophy right. And they would never say there are many gods, not polytheists. And so I think it's very sloppy, if I can be perfectly honest. It's very careless and dangerous to say that you don't care about orthodoxy, only orthopraxis. And I know in our tradition, I mean, Prabhupada, that was like absolutely non-negotiable. You had to get the philosophy right. So we are, in Vaishnav's tradition, we are very strong monotheists. We don't believe that everything is God. We do believe that God can manifest in different ways. For example, you mentioned a stone. I mean, not a top candidate for a God epiphany, but anyway, but either is a burning bush.
So,
Yeah, so if you look at
Dr. Howard, so
Yeah.
in Islam, we believe there is only one God, Allah, and
Yes.
there is no other God except Allah. So this is very simple. So why you think Islam is not true then?
I didn't say it's not true. I think my experience, to be very honest with you, I mean, I think it is true. My problem with Christianity, and to be perfectly honest, with some presentations, not all, of Islam, is not in their positive claims. All the positive things they say that God is great and how God is great, Allah Akbar and all that, I'm right there with you. So all the different ways that Muslims glorify God, I'm with you. I find my problem arises when people start telling me that we're right and everybody else is absolutely wrong, or no one else got it right, or no one else knows anything. And at that point, it's just, I can't go with it. I mean, if people in my own tradition start saying, if they said, well, you know, Muslims aren't really with God, I would fight totally on your side. I say, no, they are with God. And so I'd say what I'm really against, to be honest, is fanaticism. Whether it's political, that's why, I mean, whether it's political, whether it's religious, I am somehow, the way I'm wired, if I can use that term, I am allergic to fanaticism. And whether it occurs in the Hare Krishna movement, and we have fanatics. I mean, if you take any human population,
Brother Howard,
yeah,
all the brothers here, and including me, we are against any fanatic Muslim or against any kind of extremism.
yeah, that's why we're all talking.
And you can see that even in India nowadays there are many things fanatic going on. So so you definitely condemn them as well.
Of course.
So that is not expressing Islam or not expressing.
No. And I, when I said fanatic, I didn't mean Islam. I mean, I tried to make it clear that fanaticism is something which infects all kinds of groups, whether they're religious or political. No, every group on earth, if there's enough people in it, you get a human distribution. Fanaticism, I mean, there are fanatical atheists. I mean, they're some of the most irrational.
So, Brother Mohammed, let's leave it there.
We're on the same page. So thank you.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Zakallah, thank you. Zakallah. Thank you.
Hey, nice to meet you, Mohammed.
Welcome, salam. Assalamu alaikum.
Who's next?
Very,
Brother Abdullah here.
yeah, Brother Abdullah, assalamu alaikum.
Can I just ask brothers to
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my brothers.
each and Dr. Rancic, to make your answers succinct, please, because we want.
Yeah, please make them short because he has been here almost 5 hours now.
I mean, the last statement of what's the brother name? I don't know what's his name. Awad?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yeah. I'm just gonna follow my question off your last statement that you said. You just said to the last question that you believe Islam is right, if I'm correct.
I know. I said I believe the positive statements. When someone in Hare Krishna or any other religion, I'm including my own tradition in this.
Okay.
When someone says that other people are not worshiping God because only we have God, I don't accept that, even if it's coming from someone in my own tradition. If someone in my own tradition does not recognize that there are many very sincere God-conscious people in Islam or Christianity or Judaism, then I wouldn't accept that. I would defend you. I would defend you against fanatics in my own tradition.
Yeah, but that just take me to my. I just follow up off that last point to go to my question, because my question is this then. So you believe the God in Islam is the real God, is the right God?
I believe that, yeah, that faithful Muslims are worshiping the real God.
Okay, so what if the real God in Islam says, never mind what the people say, because God is not the people and the people is not God. What if the real God himself in Islam say Islam is the right path? Would you accept it then?
Well, there's two. Would I accept that what I'm doing is wrong? No.
No, no. If it's God, sorry, my question is, remember you said you believe it's the right God. So what if the right God that you believe in Islam is the right God? What if the right God himself says?
Yeah, but again, I mean, as far as I understand Islamic history, that I believe there's a special category in Islam where they respect other believers. There's a word for it.
No compulsion in religion.
I know, and there's no compulsion. I'm not talking about the people. Forget about myself and the people. I mean, you and I believe in one God, as you say, monotheism. Yeah. You know, one God. And you said you believe in Islam is the right God, because one God we believe in, the ultimate. So what if the God himself, we can give a proof that the God himself says Islam is the right path? Would you accept it from the God himself saying it?
Because I believe that the same God that you worship has said different things to different people. Not contradictory, but for example, Jesus, we have statements in the New Testament where Jesus says, you know, I'm telling these people what they can understand. So if you say, if for example, if the Qur'an said, which it doesn't, that specifically the Vaishnav tradition in South Asia is false, I don't think the Qur'an says that. So if you say there's no God but God, I mean, the word Allah, is that a word in Arabic? I mean, what does the word literally mean?
The God, just mean the God.
Okay, so there's no God but God. There's no God but God.
But the God, with the definite article, the God.
There's a definite article, the.
Yeah, the God.
But it doesn't change to me the semantics of it. If you say there's the God, because to me, that statement is a very powerful affirmation of monotheism. So now, if I say that I am worshiping Allah, I am worshiping God, and I don't happen to use an Arabic word for it, I mean, I find it absurd to think that if I, with love and sincerity, call out to God, he says, whoops, sorry, wrong language. You know, you can't do it in English. You can't do it in Sanskrit. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's absurd.
That's trivial, and this is not how we think
like
of it.
That. Yeah. It's about concept of God as explained in the Quran and Sunnah.
I mean, no one's going to convince me that I'm not worshiping God, because I am worshiping God, and I'm getting reciprocation from God every day of my life, because God is so merciful that if you're sincere, he's sincere with you. And the reason you're following your path is because God is somehow, making your faith strong.
All right. So my next question is, what if the God in Hinduism, because I got a few Hindu friends that I know, and some of them come full service, and they said to me that, that Prophet Muhammad prophesies in evil in our scripture as a culty author.
What?
As a culty, Hashim can correct me, can pick up of what I'm saying and correct me from as a culty author. As prophesied in the Hindu scripture, they said
talking about the concept of Kalki avatar.
No, I'll explain that. There is a text in Sanskrit, which is a very corrupt text, in which scholars everyone knows it's corrupt. It's called the Bhavisha Purana. Purana is a certain genre of literature. Bhavisha means future, literally what will be. And so it's kind of like people interpolate. I mean, by now probably Apple computers are in that book. So it's not something which is taken seriously. So is the Prophet Muhammad directly prophesied in the Sanskrit literature? Directly, no. I mean, do the literatures talk about, that time to time representatives of God will come to teach the people? Yeah. So the category of a prophet, or the category of an enlightened person or a godly person who gives people knowledge about God, yeah, I mean, that category is there everywhere. But specifically, the Prophet Muhammad, no, that's not explicitly in the Sanskrit literature.
No, because they said to me that his name, the definition for, Prophet Muhammad's mother name is Amina, peace be upon him. And the one that is prophesied in the Hindu scripture, they says his mother name actually also means serenity, peace, as what Amina mean as well.
I'm not aware of anything.
And even coming from a sand track desert, you know, there's not only one description, you know, many descriptions mentioned.
No. It's not something which any serious scholar would accept.
So you're saying that part of the Hindu scripture is false?
No, I'm saying I'm not sure it is in the Hindu scripture. There's all kinds. There's one person actually, especially, I don't know if he's still living. His name was P9. He's kind of like a laughing stock among scholars. And he basically tried to trace every word in the world, like England or Britain. I mean, well, actually, that comes from this Sanskrit word. Like I said, he's kind of a laughing stock among scholars. No one takes him seriously. And so, you know, the fact that you heard something and someone told you something or some Hindu repeated something, from a serious scholarly point of view, it doesn't really mean anything unless you have some evidence to present, and then we can look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care, my brother.
Right, we got brother. Yeah,
Brother Shahid, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Where are you calling from, Brother Shahid?
I'm calling from India.
India.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
What part of India?
I'm from the northern part.
Oh, because I've been to India many times. Just curious. What?
Okay, you must know UP, the Uttar Pradesh.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. You need to speak up, brother.
Okay. Am I audible?
Or just be closer to the microphone, maybe. Just hold your microphone closer.
Okay. My question to you, Goswami ji, is like, I was reading Gita. So in Gita, I found this interesting verse that Krishna says to Arjun that, "Oh Arjun, this knowledge that I'm giving you right now is not something new." I think it is in chapter 4.
Yes.
Earlier, I had given this knowledge to son. He gave to his son, and so on and so forth. Then this chain of transmission was broken and the knowledge was lost. So here I am retelling you again. So can I make a statement
Very good.
like this?
That was good. That was impressive. Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, so can I make a statement like this? Like many Hindus believe in final avatar, Kalki avatar. So can I make a statement, or is it okay to make such a claim that for Kalki avatar to come, Gita has to corrupt, or its chain of transmission has to break? For Kalki final avatar to come, Gita has to corrupt.
Okay, very good. First of all, Kalki, according to the Shastra, the scriptures, comes at the end of Kali Yuga, which is many thousands of years from now. In fact, and according to some standard calculations, hundreds of thousands of years from now. So also, we specifically are called Gaudiya Vaishnavas because we follow Lord Chaitanya, who appeared in Gauda Desh, which is West Bengal. And so we accept him as Krishna. So for us, the Bhagavad-Gita has been sort of recertified or confirmed by Krishna very recently in history. So we are quite confident that we have the real teaching of Gita rather than a corrupted version. For example, you can't say the same thing about Mahabharata because Mahabharata is a very different story in terms of the text corruption.
Okay. This was my question. I mean, like, I was concerned that, so like, there's no Gita version 2 coming. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, we'll bring on.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
What
is your name? Walaikum salam. What is your name? Okay.
Salman.
Salman. Assalamu alaikum, Salman. Where are you calling from?
India. I'm from India.
India. Alhamdulillah. Okay, go ahead.
So I have a small question. There is a since you believe in Krishna, Lord Krishna, so does he also believe that he was a historical person? Because we don't have any historical evidence of him being real person, or even his city being in present, where we are still struggling to find his original city, which was lost, and there is a lot of historical anarchies if you believe in the typical story, so like the Krishna, when he was preaching in that battlefield, it's claiming that it is 5,000 year old. We don't have horses, we don't have chariots, so we have lots of historical anarchy.
Okay. Let's. There's a lot of points.
Believe in it?
Okay, let's go to this. Let's address these points.
Okay.
First of all, because this is a very important topic that you brought up. I'm just curious. In Arabic, is Solomon? Is that Solomon the same as that?
Yeah.
So Salman is the similar.
Yeah. Just curious the language.
Yeah.
So
Solomon, yes.
Where should I begin? First of all, the idea that Krishna appeared 5,000 years ago, or I mean roughly 5,125 years ago, roughly 5,000 years ago, it was based on the calculations of one of the most brilliant mathematicians in human history. His name was oh my God, Aryabhatta. His name was Aryabhatta. Yeah, Aryabhatta. He's one of the people that came up with zero, without which there would be no such thing as computers and computation without zero. He was one of the founders of trigonometry, and he lived about roughly 1,500 years ago. Trigonometry. He was a great astronomer, and so because ancient civilizations, really all over the world, were really kind of tuned into astrology and all that. And you can't do astrology without astronomy. And so, therefore, you find in these ancient texts, and all the ancient texts, that whenever a very important event occurs, they'll give you the star positions. Like, this star was in that lunar mansion, whatever. And so this Aryabhatta, one of the great mathematical geniuses of all history, calculated from the descriptions in ancient texts and came up with this number of approximately 5,125 years ago. Then, I think in Madhya Pradesh, they found an ancient inscription, which only goes back, I forget, maybe 1,500 years or 1,000, I can't remember exactly what. And it says that the Battle of Kurukshetra, where Krishna fought on the battlefield, took place so many years before the present date of the inscription, which was many, many, many centuries ago. And so if you compute, the two dates are almost identical. And so based on ancient inscriptions, based on archaeoastronomy, and so that's where you get the number. As far as historical evidence, one thing we have to understand is that South Asia at the time of Krishna was an oral society. People didn't write things down. So if you look at, say, Mahabharata or Bhagavatam, there's no description anywhere of people writing things. I mean, it was obviously a brilliant civilization. For example, the modern academic field of linguistics came directly from the discovery of ancient Sanskrit grammar books. So it was an extremely intelligent, literate society. I mean, but they didn't write things. And so therefore, when you're saying what kind of evidence should we find, it's not the same as figures like, let's say, the prophet or even Buddha, actually, who came within a horizon in which, it was more historical. Now, if you talk about horses, these are kind of like the standard arguments, and they're not great arguments, that are given by especially Western archaeologists who are trying to sort of debunk and, in their mind, demythologize these things. Now, the problem because what Solomon is referring to is that in these ancient texts like Mahabharata, there's a lot of horses, there's a lot of cavalry and things like that. And so they say, well, but we don't find, horse bones. We don't excavate horse bones in India. There's a few problems with that conclusion. Number one, they have found bones, which are horse bones, ancient horse bones. But then the people who are determined to trash, Hinduism or to, put it down, they say, Well, those are actually a type of indigenous donkey or something in India. The only problem is the same bones are for the same creatures. And so you can't say there weren't horses. Another thing about looking for horse bones is that India was always very much a cremation culture. When horses died or humans died, they cremated them. And so therefore, what do you really expect to find? There's another problem, even assuming that some horses weren't cremated, and that is the very problematic state of South Asian archaeology. For example, there's one American archaeologist that teaches at the University of Alabama who did a lot of work in South Asia, and she said that she's quite confident that over 90% of archaeological artifacts in India have never been discovered. And so if you ask the question why over 90% have not been discovered, it's for various reasons. Number one, India, because of its history and climate and culture, has been continually inhabited. Whereas if you look at the best archaeological sites, they tend to be abandoned places, like, for example, Mohenjo-Daro or Harappa, where there was a civilization there and people just left, probably because the civilization was built on a river, a mighty river that changed its course. And so regarding Indian archaeology, because of the weather, because of the heat, for example, it's one of the worst places in the world to collect DNA evidence. It's continually inhabited. And therefore, I mean, they found these super valuable archaeological sites, which are the key to everything. And the government can't even stop people from, I mean, farmers are still plowing the fields and they're taking all the artifacts and just selling them or using them at home or repurposing them. And so therefore, if you're looking for archaeological evidence, for example, was the Harappan civilization Vedic? Was it not Vedic? It was indigenous. Archaeology used to say it came from Mesopotamia. Now they say, no, it didn't. It's indigenous. And so, so I mean, I can go on and on.
But even if you believe in that, archaeology and archaeologists are biased against Hinduism, so where is the castle of Krishna? Where is the city? There is no city. There is no chariot. There is no golden chariot in India. We haven't found it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I did explain it, but you missed it, so I'll explain it again.
No, I heard this argument.
As far as golden chariot, what I said was that things were repurposed, continually inhabited, melted down, because we know in the history of India that there were invasions from people of other religions. And people from other religions, for example, in Krishna's birthplace, which is Mathura, Mathura is still there. So that's the original place. That's Krishna's Adivasa, not Dwarka. If you're referring to Dwarka, which is off the coast of Gujarat, they have in fact found a big harbor, because there was a lot of trade thousands and thousands of years ago between West India and the Persian Gulf. And so they found a big harbor underground. The Bhagavatam says that the sea rose, and the city that Krishna had manifested in Dwarka, which was much later in his life, the sea just covered that city. And they found a port. It's many thousands of years old. It's right exactly where Dwarka was supposed to be. As far as, I mean, with no offense intended, there was a very ancient place, temple to Krishna in Mathura, where he was born. It was destroyed by Muslim invaders. And so we do have Muslim. So Krishna was born in Mathura. Then, as we know, he was taken as a baby to Vrindavan. Vrindavan is still there. It's one of the main.
Yeah, I know of all that. My second question, let me move on. So there is the Sanskrit language is saying that although we have
sorry, brother, I don't think we can
inscription.
Second question, because there are people waiting and it's already been over 5 hours. To be fair to
small question.
If you want to write it into the comment.
Do you believe in Avatar?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Do you believe in Avatar or something? I just want to ask.
Yeah.
All the avatars, the 7 avatars, and then the 9th avatar.
No. That's Hinduism as opposed to the Bhagavatam.
And Bhavishya Puran is not authentic. You're right about that. So I want to
It's a
clarify.
highly corrupted text. Yeah.
It's not even written the proper
Okay,
time.
that was the third
So
question now.
okay,
Thanks a lot.
okay.
All right,
Jazakallah khairan, Brother Salman. Thank you very much. We do apologize for rushing you. Yeah, last guest.
Yeah, because the last guest, yeah.
Inshallah. Brother Ruslan.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you?
Is Rusian, is that an Arabic word or?
Yeah, from Russia, yeah.
Oh,
Russia.
From Russia, okay. Interesting.
We have Muslims everywhere, Dr. Resnick. It's one of the beauties of Islam. There is no racism in Islam.
No, it's true.
I'm sorry, I'm not the part of the movement, but in Russia, really good movement in Islam, because no alternative. There is nothing. What you can do? What you can select? I'm sorry, communism, no, not working. There is no connection. I'm sorry, I'm back to our discussion. Yes. First of all, I really thank you all. I mean all, anyone guest, you talk about God. People outside check what they're talking about something else. No God, no some stuff. Thank you very much.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
First of all, I'm sorry, I don't know his name. Guest.
Dr. Derek. Dr. Resnick.
Dr. Resnick, thank you very much.
Yeah, Resnick. Yes.
Also Russian.
You came and talking here about God. No, nothing. Here is beautiful conversation. Beautiful. So what is the first important question? In Islam, what you are incarnation is in Islam, it's very clear. Between Islam and Hinduism, I see only one thing is people, what they call not clearly. They are not imagine. They are go to the very physical stuff. So in Islam, each day when you wake, you are a new person. When you before you go to sleep, you know you are dying, and you are I don't know, asking for Allah, please Allah forgive me this, forgive me this. This is thousands of days. So in Islam, in Hinduism, in this way, there is no conflict. We are on the same page here. Same page, but in Hinduism, it looks like, okay, I not did something, let's do it. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I will die, and then I do some stuff. I'm sorry.
No, that was good. So did you get the example there, Dr. Resnick?
I mean, the same Islam, Hinduism, same. But physically, why you need to wait? You are today. You are it's bad. So,
yeah, we know. Dr. Resnick is almost Muslim. We know. I mean, he's just like this much away. This much away.
So the next, let's go next. Okay, this the reincarnation each day. Muslims already 100%. We are all there. The next question is about some very important stuff. It's regarding to you and Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
It's very disaster stuff I see in the social stuff. Some people, I now talking about Muslims, not about other religions, they do same thing. One in one, they do same thing. For me, it was disaster. One situation, not one. After one, then I come to my some local situation. What I see in TikTok, some mulim, what they call it, Islam, ulema.
Ulema, you mean?
Yeah, ulema somehow ulema.
Okay.
There's some question, blah blah. I do some blah blah. Some few pages, not pages, few line words about the between men and women, this divorce stuff question.
Okay, so Brother Ruslan, this is actually not the right platform for that question. It's a good question, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, it's getting a little late, isn't it?
Yeah. But this is more of an Islamic question, and we're not here to...
It's about the future, what we have, everybody, what we have, Christian, Muslims. It's what we have. And
you can email us, brother, if you got a question.
No, I understand. So he's talking about this whole, LGBT gender challenges that are going on in the world. And so I guess he's asking, what is Dr. Resnick's
position? No? Telling how ulemas, how other religion problems, they are quadratically what they do, they are forget. We have too much more connections between any religion, but we have same targets outside. No matter what the Christian, Hindu, Christians, we have outside very direct, including these ulemas who's doing this, the bad things. Whatever, there's ulemas, mullah, what they call it.
I think that's fine. I think you've made points already. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Jazakallah khairan, brother. We understand, and I think our leaders are responding as appropriate around the world, and we have to wait and see what they say. But if you can write in, we have our email. If you put the email up, if you want to write to us, we will get back to you directly. Brother Hashim, if you can put the email up, Brother Ruslan will be happy to respond to you directly. Inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Ruslan.
Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum.
It's in the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that was the last.
Alhamdulillah, another marathon session. As we say, MashaAllah, well done.
Alhamdulillah. So, drinking any water at all that time?
I mean, Dr. Resnick, I've got it. He's astounding. I mean, he's Superman. He really is.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
Unbelievable.
What is the secret potion you're drinking there?
Yeah, it's called pure clean Southern Californian water. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so Dr. Resnick, thank you very much again for another enjoyable, animated discussion. We really enjoyed it, and again, look, in the heat of the moment, things have been said. We apologize if things we did not mean for things. It just happened, and again, we didn't mean to insult or upset anyone.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, and it's
absolutely. And what I would add say is any last words from your side that you would like to leave the audience with as we close out the program now?
I would just say that I'm grateful to all of you. And at times, we know the times we live in where the world is so polemical and divided. And I think it's, I really admire and commend you for providing this forum, for being, willing to talk to people. And so I'm just grateful that you're doing this good work.
We appreciate in return your openness as well and candidness. And I think the lack of the apologetic stance that you're taking, which is very refreshing, because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, and look, at the end of the day, I think the goal here is we need to understand openly what we believe, and there is no point in hiding behind a facade of just trying to win points, because it doesn't get anybody anywhere. So we appreciate that enormously. We really do, believe me. And the fact that we're on session number 9, I think must tell you we really are dedicated in trying to understand this. We really are, believe me. I mean, 9 sessions in, and I've got to tell you, I'm beginning to see some light switch on. I'm beginning to see some common themes, but I do think we're going to need a few more, because there are still at least 4 more traditions, or at least 3 more traditions that we need to explore after we've explored.
That's really a Herculean endeavor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is. But inshallah, Jazakallah khairan. Brother Mansur, Brother Hashim, any words from you? Last words?
Mansur?
No, it's been a really pleasure speaking to you, and with no offense intended. That example that I it was not intended for insult at all. I think it came up wrong, but I was just trying to say, I'm the one that should, you speak like that, but I didn't in any way mean to, intend.
No problem, man. We're friends.
I think it came up. I think everyone understood. It came up a bit offensive.
Yeah.
So I do apologize once again for that. And that was a very good topics that we covered. I mean, even though it was meant to be on sins and salvation within the Hindu tradition, we had a comparative discussion, and hopefully our viewers would have understood the breadth and the width, of the discussion that needs to be understood. It's not that simply that people just hear something, in the social media and they think they know it all. It's not like this, and no wonder you've had hundreds of years of tradition, if not thousands of years, your scholarly philosophical tradition of this Sanatan Dharma. So I hope that our viewers will explore a bit more to understand the nuances that are involved, rather than simply just say Hinduism is all about worshipping idols in the form that people are accustomed with. There's more to it than what it seems on the periphery and what people think. So thank you once again. And I think Brother Hashim.
Brother Hashim, any words from you?
Yeah, I really appreciate your patience and another 5.5 hours.
Oh my God.
I'm still fascinated by the way you keep your cool and go on without even like a break, Alhamdulillah. So yeah, just hope that we have more discussions, and so that we understand each other. There's a lot of misunderstanding amongst the Hindus and the Muslims, even though they live next door to each other in India. And with this platform, inshallah, we are hoping that we understand each other in a more clear way, in a more amicable and friendly way. So we once again invite other Hindus who want to use this platform. So if you are a Goswami or a Pandit or a person who's respected in your community, doesn't matter which part of the world. So we don't only take people from California. We are open to discussion with people from India as well. So yeah, inshallah, if you guys are listening, or if you know any friends or acquaintances, do please spread the word. Thank you very much, Dr. Howard, once again. And we hope in future, once again, we can have a few more discussions with you. A few more 5.5 hours.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just want to say a big thank you, Jazakallah khairan, to our entire audience that has stuck with us for over 5.5 hours. We also appreciate your dedication and your desire to learn and expand your knowledge base. And this is the whole reason we do this. Is we all learn together. We learn together, we succeed together, and this is the only way we can do it. And with that, Brother Mansur, would you like to make a dua and we can close out the session, please?
Assalamu alaikum